Hop on the Getter chat room.
Engage with patriots who are just like you.
Good morning, Getter friends.
We're breaking news, we're delivering the truth, and we're doing it on Getter
every single day.
So don't wait. Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
It isn't just an app. It isn't just a social media platform. It's a community.
Happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is king.
The showdown in Texas between Republicans and Democrats is going into overtime. State GOP members are expected to reconvene later today at the state capitol in an effort to move forward on their redistricting plan. Democrats that fled the state to block the attempt are now facing warrants for their return.
The State Department is now proposing that some visa applicants pay a bond to enter the country. Under the proposal, people applying for business or tourist visas would be required to pay up to $15,000, particularly if they're from countries with high overstay rates. A 12-month pilot program could begin later this month.
Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. wants junk food stripped from SNAP.
Yeah, this is part of President Trump's plan to make America healthy again.
Attorney General Pam Bondi is calling for a grand jury to investigate how Obama-era officials handled Russian interference in the 2016 election. The official said a letter signed by Bondi instructs an unnamed federal prosecutor to begin presenting evidence to a grand jury to secure potential federal indictments.
From the Associated Press, breaking: the House Oversight Panel issues subpoenas and depositions for 8 former top law enforcement officials, including their former President Bill Clinton and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton.
United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres is cutting more than $700 million in spending as part of plans to overhaul the organization. The move comes as the United States, which is the organization's largest sponsor, pulls back on its funding and logistical support. Under the proposal, the UN would face 20% reductions in spending and staff.
A nationalist candidate backed by Donald Trump, Karol Nawrocki, has won Poland's presidential election in a neck-and-neck race.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard today's very special edition of Human Events Daily. Today is August 5th, 2025, Anno Domini, and we are coming to you live from Warsaw, Poland. We're here for the inauguration of a patriot president, and we're so excited to be welcomed here by TV Republica, and we're sitting down with the program director of TV Republica, Michał Ryszon, right now. Thank you so much for having us.
Jack, great. I'm really glad that you are here again with your great program and with the great viewers of Human Events.
Tell us how important this victory of Karol Nawrocki is to Poland.
Absolutely fundamental. I mean, we are, as probably the viewers who are interested in European politics and conservative politics know, in Poland, liberal left globalist government won election 2 years ago. And it took
in the parliament.
Yes. And it took only 2 years, half of a term, to the Polish voters to realize what does it mean. After 8 years of conservative PiS government, the Polish voters decided to give the parliament to the liberal left. And after 2 years, they decided that it's enough. So they decided that the president will have to be conservative president for next 5 and maybe next 10 years. It means that so short time was enough for Polish people to say that they do not want to have illegal migration, they do not want to have all this, woke madness, they do not want this globalist agenda of European Union and basically Germany ruling the European nations. We just want Poland to be Poland.
So you talk about these things. Migration, wokeness, globalism. These are the exact same issues that we're facing at home in the United States. And so that's why people say to me, okay, Jack, we get it. You're Polish. You want to come to Poland and talk about it. I say, but if we work together, we can actually achieve so much more because we have the same enemy?
Well, the sovereign states and sovereign nations are being attacked right now by the globalist elites. And the same pattern, the same agenda is in the United States to attack your borders from south, your identity by the woke ideology, your sovereignty by claiming that there is no such thing like American nation, for example. So we got exactly the same kind of problems. We got the same migration flow, which is artificially treated by the states that simply want to destroy our state. They are flowing and putting illegal migrants through our borders just to destroy the fabric of our society. We got all the same problems all over the world in the Western civilization because Western civilization is under attack. And it's exactly the same kind of war that you are fighting in the U.S.
We just saw the anniversary of the Polish uprising, and as I've been going around Warsaw here, you can see there's wreaths everywhere, there's candles. I watched those videos of the marches and the memorials, and I said, this is a nation that is deeply connected to its history. That's what it's all about, isn't it?
President Donald Trump, when he was in Warsaw, when he gave his big Warsaw speech, yes, one of the fundamental, the monumental speech of Donald Trump was exactly about the values. And he was referring to the Warsaw Uprising. My grandfather was fighting this uprising. His sister was killed here like 300 meters from this place by the German bomb. The values that we are protecting, the values that the Western civilization is protecting are common values of American nation and of Polish nation, which is the reason for which our bond, the geopolitical bond on one hand, but the cultural bond on the other hand are fundaments of the transatlantic cooperation. And Telewizja Republika, my station, our station, wants to be a part of this great historical cooperation.
You have a lot of duties. You're a busy man about town. I'll let you go. Great to be sitting here with you. Thank you much for welcoming us.
We are very happy that you guys are here. Hope that we're gonna see and you're gonna see the inauguration of the Polish president, as we were witnessing the inauguration of President Trump in U.S.
We'll see it all. God bless. We'll be right back. Human Events Daily, Real America's Voice.
Thinking about travel? Think AMAC. AMAC members have access to special money-saving discounts on hotels, car rentals, cruises, and more, so you can save money on every adventure. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to saving money on travel and so much more, think AMAC.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
US Med, a trusted supplier of diabetes equipment for nearly 30 years, has great news for people living with diabetes and the pain of regular testing. New Medicare and private insurance guidelines have expanded coverage for continuous glucose monitors, even for people not using insulin. The days of repeated, painful finger sticks are over. Now you can wear a continuous glucose monitor, or CGM, and eliminate routine finger sticks. US Med has the newest models of CGM, which are more accurate and convenient than ever. CGMs are shown to lower your A1C, increase your time in range, and reduce the risk of hypoglycemic events. Shipping is free, and will even bill your insurer directly. Don't spend one more painful day testing your blood sugar. Call now to get your continuous glucose monitoring system so you can take control of your diabetes and get back to enjoying life.
Call US Med now.
Tired of the hassle and high costs of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide. There's no obligation. And best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Nothing will stand in our way, and our golden age has just begun.
This is Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
Now it's time for everyone to understand what America First truly means. Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
All right, Jack Posobiec, here we are back on Real America's Voice, Human Events Daily. Thank you so much to Television Republica here in Warsaw, Poland, for allowing us the use of their studios and hosting us while we're here for coverage of this historical presidential inauguration, which will actually take place tomorrow. Folks, let me tell you something, though. Whether you're in Poland, whether you're in America, this summer is not just hot, it is historic. And I'm not just talking about the heat, I'm talking about the weather. Flash flood warnings are at a 40-year high, and it's not slowing down. We've all seen the horrific images, towns underwater, roads washed out, and in every crisis zone, what do you see? The exact same scene. Crowds standing in line, waiting. And what are they waiting for? They're waiting for bottled water, waiting for food, waiting for someone to show up and save them. They tell you that help is on the way, but what if it's not? What if help takes days or it doesn't come at all? You think the system's built to protect you? They can barely handle one emergency, let alone dozens. I don't know about you, but I'm not going to be the one caught empty-handed. Poso ain't going down like that, and the Poso family ain't going down like that. So right now, My Patriot Supply, our partners, are giving away a 4-week emergency food supply. What do? You go to patriotsupply.com/Jack. Patriot Supply, mypatriotsupply.com/Jack, mypatriotsupply.com/Jack. right now to claim your 4-week food supply and join millions of Americans who are preparing with My Patriot Supply. Claim your 4-week supply right now at mypatriotsupply.com/Jack. That's mypatriotsupply.com/Jack. This is something that's so great to have, by the way, if you want to just throw it in your garage, if you want to throw it in the back of your car. It's something that gives you the peace of mind of knowing whether you're stuck on the road or you're stuck in one of those crazy situations, you will always have it. mypatriotsupply.com/Jack. Well, folks, we're looking at the news, of course, in the United States. Huge movement on a few fronts. Of course, the grand jury ruling, something we've been talking about here for about a month now in Human Events Daily. That's now come out officially by the Department of Justice, a grand jury order signed off by the Attorney General. And, of course, John Solomon also putting out that it looks like those grand juries are going to be taking place in Florida, or at least the main grand jury there. And one of the reasons could be, again, like we talked about with Matt Gaetz just a few weeks ago, if any of the predicate actions of a conspiracy against President Trump took place in Florida, that means the venue would be then secured for Florida. We're going to see that. We're going to see so much more as the story breaks. What else do we see in terms of breaking news? The House Oversight Committee, Congressman Comer, putting out all of those subpoenas early this morning. James Comey, Merrick Garland, both Clintons, all on Epstein. We've got to get to the bottom of what exactly went there. And of course, this is the traction. This is the movement that we've been looking for so long from there. But I wanted to take a step back and talk a little bit more about these questions that we've been getting into all year and for the last few years, honestly, questions of who we are, questions of culture, questions of history, questions of identity. Sometimes people say it's politically incorrect. And so we're here in Eastern Europe, and I said, I've got to get on my resident expert from Eastern Europe, my wife. So, folks, we've got Tanya Tay Posobiec joining us here live in Warsaw. Wow, sweetheart, thanks so much for making the trip.
Dzień dobry, jak się masz?
Oh, dzień dobry, dobrze. So people know your story. People know you're from Eastern Europe. You're originally born and raised and then came to the United States. But when we come back to visit, and we are going to be seeing some of your family while we're here, always very nice, but it brings up so many of those issues because things like heritage, history, identity, culture, these aren't just words on a piece of paper. When you come over here, it's all real, isn't it?
It really is. And every time I know I have a trip to Poland, what I expect is a table full of food, a great sense of community, and lots of Catholic churches just about in every corner.
Yeah, you turn around, you see a church, it's going to be there. I always joke about that. People say, oh, we're a religion. You say, I'm Catholic. I'm Polish. We pretty much only come in one flavor. Of course, we're Catholic. Everyone out here is Catholic. You walk up and down the street, what do you see? You see Polish people. They're all speaking Polish. That's a nation. And when you see those connections to the history, which, and I was talking about it with Michal in the previous segment, but the incredible images that I saw last week of the marches and the processions for the Warsaw Uprising. For folks who don't know, the Warsaw Uprising was this massive, really revolt against the Nazi occupation that took place here in 1944, and incredibly brutal, the battles and the retribution from the Germans bombing and destroying this entire city afterwards. It's something where, and Michal was talking about it, he said his grandfather's sister died in the bombings. So that's something that as horrible as it is, it connects you to that history, and it makes that history absolutely real. And so the fact that people are still connected to it, they're honoring their history, you just don't see that in the United States the same way. You really don't.
And this history is everywhere you look, truly, because in one corner you see a medieval castle, and on the other side of the street you'll see the tall, great buildings that are the remnants of the Soviet era. And then people somehow manage to embrace
it's actually
two
right over my shoulder
sides,
here.
and then they'll be walking on cobblestones on one side, and then looking up the skyscrapers that also make
and the modern, right?
The modern culture, and they embrace all those aspects. And Poland is changing. It's walking step in step with the modern technology, but it's still embracing its culture and traditions. And yes, every Sunday you hear the bells.
Hold on. But I was told though that in order to embrace progress and to embrace culture, you had to have globalization, you had to have the euro, you had to have migrants, you had to have them flooding into your country. Poland hasn't done any of those things. They're the hottest economy in the EU right now. And just let me ask you a question. Have you ever once, while walking around in Warsaw or Krakow or any of the cities that we go to in Gdansk, any of the cities we go to in Poland, have you ever as a woman felt unsafe? And I don't just mean because you're with me.
I could honestly say that Poland is one of the safest countries I've ever been to. And every time I talk about travel internationally, I say I would love to bring my kids here because I can just let them run around on the playground, not have to worry about them. And if somehow I turn around, I know there's another mom who is keeping an eye on all the kids, because the playground is packed with all the moms, all the kids, everybody gets along. And guess what? It's a very diverse crowd, because you have blonde-haired Polish kids, you have blue-eyed Polish kids. They are very diverse in their sense of, and some of them may speak Polish, some of them may speak English, because English is also widely taught here.
Yeah, you hear English a lot, actually.
And there's also some of the Russian-speaking or Belarusian-speaking kids, which we have come across and our boys were able to interact with. And at the same time...
Well, and you do also hear the Russian speaking from a lot of the Ukrainian families that have been here.
That's very true. So the crowd is diverse, but it's a European diversity, and looking at it, it brings out true cultural blend of Polish, Russian, Belarusian, Ukrainian, Eastern European roots.
Right, and so and to your point, so it's most people looking at it would say, oh, Eastern Europe, that's all the same thing. But you talk to the actual Eastern Europeans, none of them would say that, would they?
They wouldn't.
They would say, no, we're all different.
And at the same time, there are rural Polishmen, and at the same time, there's city folk that are very different from each other.
And so, I think that's one thing that, you see those as well. But one of the big things that we have been talking about for so long, especially in America, we talk about what is an American. And, you sort of need these bigger categories. But ever since, really year 2000, maybe even 1965, You have so many people coming in that are from cultures that are completely incompatible and just so completely distant from the United States that to your point, right? You even within a closed geography, you can find lots of diversity and lots of differences. But now when you're talking about bringing people from all over the world, places like the third world, they're coming in and suddenly you're like, what's going on? We were 2 days ago, we're in upstate New York and we visited Niagara, but we were also staying in, I'm not gonna say the name of the town, but we were staying in that tiny little town that we were there with the beautiful waterfall in the middle of town and near Ithaca area. And that bus stopped off and all these workers get off. None of them are speaking English in the middle of nowhere in this just tiny little town. And so they didn't fit. And I'm just going to say it. They just didn't fit, did they?
And it takes one look to, even without them having to speak, where you see the way they present themselves, you see the manners, the way they carry themselves around each other, and you just know they're not American. She's talking about the trash folks. She was going off. She said, why are they're barefoot, there's trash, they're eating with the hands, and we're talking, and by the way, that's something, bring it back to Poland, it's so clean. It's so, and that struck me every single time that we've come here, even to Warsaw, huge marches that we've been to. Because they have it's so clean. Respect for their home, for their country, and they're teaching the young ones to do the same. Because it starts from the little kid picking up the trash after himself, and then truly loving the country and making sure they protect it, starting from the little things like that. Little things like that's a mom's perspective, folks. Right back, Human Events Daily. Jack Posobiec, Real America's Voice, live in Warsaw, Poland.
Hello, my friend. Pat Boone here. You know our country's under financial assault like never before. Our government has put us $34 trillion in debt. The interest alone's more than we spend on military defense. And what's worse, other countries no longer believe the U.S. is a safe place to invest. There's a growing international movement to dump U.S. dollars at a record pace. Some economists say this may signal the end of the dollar. Now, these countries are instead buying gold, and I'm suggesting you do the same. My friends at Swiss America have been helping Americans like you and me for over 40 years to buy physical gold and silver for delivery to our homes or held in our IRAs. I've trusted Swiss America for nearly 25 years now, and you can trust them too. So don't wait. Call or text the number on your screen today for financial peace of mind in these troubling times.
Are you disabled and can no longer work? This is an important message for you. Are you between the age of 45 and 63 and need help filing for disability benefits, or were denied by your insurance company or the Social Security Administration?
Call Premier Disability at 1-800-427-8055 now.
Whether you're a first-time filer or filed before and were denied, you'll pay nothing unless you are approved for benefits. Thousands of disability claims are unnecessarily denied each month.
Call Premier Disability at 1-800-427-8055 now.
Work with a team who will fight to get you the benefits you deserve, who understands the physical, emotional, and potential financial impacts, and will share their insider expertise. There are time limits to apply for benefits. If you are between the age of 45 to 63 and need help filing a disability claim, or filed previously and were denied, call our helpline now.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's anti-kibble breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
Today, you talk about influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack, So, like, where's Jack? Jack, who's done a great job.
All right, folks, Jack Posobiec, here we are back live, Warsaw, Poland, Real America's Voice, Human Events Daily. By the way, shout out to the whole team here at TV Republica for hosting us, and also shout out, of course, to the great Real America's Voice team supporting us for being here and being able to do all of this. And shout out also to our White House correspondents who got to see President Trump on the, I'm sort of looking at the skyline of Poland and Warsaw here, and he's up on the roof of the White House itself earlier today. I think the first time. This is a guy, by the way, I would have loved to see the Secret Service's face when he told them that he's going to be walking around up on the roof. Here we are, after everything that he's been through. I'm not going to say it, but after everything that he's been through, after everything that he's gone through, and he just goes up there and says, yeah, I'm going to go up there. I'm going to take a little look. I'm going to look around. I'm going to see what's going on up on the top. And he just does it. He just does it. He even takes questions up there from reporters because why not? You're there at the White House and you look up and you see the President of the United States up on the roof. And, of course, what he's doing, and I'll bring Tanya Tay in now. So what he's doing, though, is he has this vision for making the White House better, and he wants to expand the White House. Now, we've been to the White House a number of times. We've been to Christmases there. We've been to Easters there, probably a whole bunch of other events that I can't even think of off the top of my head. But there is one thing that the White House currently doesn't have, and that's a ballroom, isn't it? So what do you? So let me ask you from the feminine side of things. Do you think the White House should have a ballroom, or should they leave it the way it is?
Well, I'll start with this. I remember the first time I saw White House, and I thought to myself, where's the rest of it?
Oh gosh, it's not that. So we're here in Warsaw, by the way. We're in Eastern Europe, and there's here's this palace and here's that palace, and that's Europe, right? That's European
the biggest
style.
Palace. It's just the random palace, just.
Yeah, and that's that's the mayor of Warsaw's palace, and here's the president's palace down the street, and then you go to the White House, and you're like, oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
It's iconic. It's iconic, but it's not. It's not
be,
that big. It's just. Right. It's just true,
so
folks.
To answer
it's
your
just
question,
not that big.
Yes, there has to be a ballroom, and it has to be grand. And what I love about President Trump is
wait. And by the way, guys, for people who think what Tanya is saying is harsh, just consider when other people come from other countries like Eastern Europe or wherever they might be coming from, and they come to the White House, that's the perspective that they're going to have too, because that was her perspective coming to the United States and saying, wait a minute, where's the rest of the White House?
Right. So I do believe that White House should have a ballroom, and what I love about President Trump is that he makes his own rules. If he decides to go on a roof, guess what? He's not asking for permission. He just goes and does it. And when he is in charge of the project and something as grand as adding a ballroom to the White House, he will look through the process from the beginning to end, and he will be there on the roof overlooking the whole process and making sure it's done perfect in every way, make sure it's done to the scale that he envisions it to be, and making sure that it is as impressive as it could be to present the grand character of the White House that it carries.
Well, and you know that, so for example, the ballroom, and you've been to the ballroom, we've been to the ballroom, Mar-a-Lago, tons of events are held there, but that wasn't originally part of Mar-a-Lago. So that was actually something that he built and added to Mar-a-Lago, but it's not that he changed the character of Mar-a-Lago. He understood the character of the property. He wasn't the original owner. Meriwether Post was, Lee Meriwether Post, and he added to it so that he could hold these wonderful events, and it fits in perfectly. So to some people who say, wait a minute, the East Wing is this. First of all, the White House has been expanded and gutted and changed over presidents and inaugurations and administrations over and over and over again. So it certainly wouldn't be the first time that's been done. I think the current East Wing has only been there since the 1940s. So this isn't like some, super hundreds of years old part of the White House. And Look, I think he's right, though. The idea that you have to, set up a tent on the lawn to have a real ball, it just doesn't make any sense. This is the White House. It's the symbol of our nation, and it's something that could be added on. Plus, by the way, did you know that it's not going to be funded by the taxpayers?
How interesting.
So he is raising a fund. He's calling up all of his friends, and he's putting his own money into it as well.
Well, that's a very Trump thing to do. And if I could choose one person to be in charge of such of the project, I would pick Donald Trump every day of the month. And honestly, I'm sure it will be finished ahead of time.
Oh, here we go.
You know where I'm going with
this. Under budget and ahead of schedule.
Under budget, ahead of schedule.
But I think what you need, though, too, is it's talking about that heritage and the fact that we covered it last week. I covered it online. That the architect that he's appointed to be really in charge of the whole thing is a Catholic, neoclassical architect, and that firm has done a lot of the churches around Washington, D.C., and that's specifically the style they look at, the exact style of the White House. And so they're going to take from the crenellations to the pillars to the windows, all of those design features are going to be incorporated into the ballroom. So it's not going to be like it's some separate, freestanding piece. It's going to fit with the flow and, as he's talking about, the actual architecture and the layout of the compound as well.
I love it. And we were just talking with you that we need to see Americans actually build stuff and create stuff. And what's more American than embracing that American culture and bringing it to the White House, to the national's capital, where it can be a pride of every American.
Well, and the idea of building is, and you can see Trump, this is definitely, I think, an idea he's probably had for a while now. And I'm sure he thought of it the first time he was in office, and it's just been sort of in the back of his head. He said, if I ever get back there, I'm going to do this. And you get the sense that he's really wanted to for a long time. And that's why, because, people are saying, wait a minute, he's only been in office
real estate
7 months.
His specialty.
That's right. He's a builder.
He is a builder. So who, not President Trump, will come up with something grand like that?
That's incredible. Right back. Jack Posobiec, Tanya Tay, Real America's Voice, Human Events Daily, Warsaw, Poland. Right back.
It's just like our new house.
Warranty! I hope you have an American Home Shield warranty. Leaky toilet? Fixed. Clogged AC coils? Fixed. Oven beyond repair? Ta-da! If AHS can't fix your covered item, then replace it, no matter its age.
A warranty is smart.
Oh, a happy family.
Is that us?
Too much. American Home Shield. Sign up today at ahs.com.
Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be seeing this. Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be seeing this. Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be using this. Particle 6-in-1 Face Cream for Men. The first of its kind anti-aging cream designed specifically for men. Fights eye bags, dark spots, and wrinkles. Visit ParticleMen.com and use the promo code on your screen to receive 25% off your entire order. Plus, we've got free shipping and a 30-day money-back guarantee. www.ParticleMen.com. Because seeing is believing.
Is your body ready for summer?
We're gonna build a body you can be proud of. You just give me 30 minutes a day for 21 days, and I promise you, the weight will come off.
This is 21 Day Fix, the perfect program to get you summer ready.
I am in perfect shape for my bikini.
I had that sexy little B, but
Get simple fitness, simple nutrition, fast results in just 21 days.
Get ready for summer with 21 Day Fix. This week, try it free at 21dayfix.com. That's 21dayfix.com.
Tired of the hassle and high costs of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide. There's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
And Jack, where's Jack? Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys who should be getting Pulitzers.
All right, Jack, we're back live here, Human Events Daily. We're live in Warsaw, Poland. And I am looking at this list, and I just want to go through this for everybody to give you an explanation and really an understanding of where we are on this in terms of the House Oversight Committee, the Clintons themselves, 2 top former DOJ officials, all testimony on Jeffrey Epstein. And by the way, there's Republicans on this list as well as Democrats, so it's definitely both sides. This is going to be huge, but I wonder, though, I've got a theory about one of them that I want to tell you, but I'm going to read through the list right now. I think I have this in order. The way I'm reading is a little off. U.S. Attorney General Bill Barr, August 18th. U.S. Attorney General Alberto Gonzales, August 26th. That was Bush's Attorney General. Former U.S. Attorney General Jeff Sessions, August 28th. Former FBI Director Robert Mueller, September 2nd. Former U.S. Attorney General Loretta Lynch, September 9th. Former U.S. Attorney General Eric Holder, September 30th. Then you go back a little bit, and we've got FBI Director James Comey, August 7th. Former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, October 9th. Former President Bill Clinton, October 14th. One noticeable error or glaring omission, I should say, is the fact that you don't see who? You don't see Chris Wray on this list at all, who was the immediate former FBI director. But here's key. Loretta Lynch. We, of course, want to know what her role, if any, was in Epstein. But Loretta Lynch also played a huge role in Russiagate. And so it's going to be interesting to see whether or not in this hearing, so of course she's brought in ostensibly for the purposes of talking about Epstein, and I hope she answers all of her questions she'll need to, as well as all of them. But Loretta Lynch played a very, very interesting part in Russiagate itself. And of course, Hillary did as well. So I wonder if we're going to see a few questions regarding that, because we remember, what was the tarmac meeting? This is one for Bill as well. What was that tarmac meeting between Bill Clinton and Loretta Lynch? We know that was her providing him information regarding this Russia plot, and James Comey was the one who wrote about it in his book, and I've been talking about this all last week. So if Comey comes in there, he can say that he was the one who raised the red flag over this, and especially over that meeting during the campaign between Bill Clinton and Loretta Lynch. James Comey, I'm telling you, this is not exactly the kind of guy who's going to stand up under pressure. Comey will fold, and then you can use him to ping some of the others. The real question here is whether or not they can get in questions about Russiagate. Now, this is totally separate, by the way, from the grand jury. However, if those questions are asked under oath, they can be provided to the grand jury as well as testimony evidence. So that's the latest that we're seeing from Washington, D.C., some interesting Russiagate connections. Obviously, all of the Jeffrey Epstein stuff needs to be investigated thoroughly and in full. And I'll just say this from my perspective, the American people don't deserve just another high-pressure, high-stakes TV show. They deserve people in bracelets, in silver bracelets, for what it came down to those victims, to those women, to those young girls. And so I'll flip that back around because we're here in Warsaw, Poland. We're with Tanya Tay. Hi, sweetheart.
So great to be here.
Well, I mean, you came with me. Like, where else would you come? I don't know. It's so great to be here.
Well, thank you for bringing me along. It was like you could have just said, I'm going to have all the kielbasa all by myself. But
I am still going to have all the kielbasa. But here's the thing. We're talking about how safe it is for women here in Poland, and it's true. It really is. But it's also so safe for kids because Poland really is a family-first oriented society, all the way from the presidential level down to just what you see on the street. You see families all over the place. Talk to us a little bit about, we've heard the stories, and for those who haven't, Poland has these huge government programs that help people to have kids, that essentially give you money to have kids. They help you to buy a larger car. They help you with housing. They help you with all of these things regarding kids. But how is Poland culturally, because you've been here with our boys, how is it different from when we're in America with the boys, from a mother's perspective?
So one of the biggest differences is the huge sense of community here. So all the people come as one, and the value of mother and a child here, I would say it's probably on the top of the list in Poland. If you are an expectant mother, if you are a new mother, if you are a mother with 1 to multiple children, which is highly encouraged, you are the most valuable member of the society. And here's why: because mother, she brings life. And mother is the one who is continuing. I see the smile on your face. Continuing the family history.
Well, I'm just smiling because I don't know if she's coming after me, folks. I don't know what's going on here.
So, and that's the reason
Mothers
why.
raise society.
She is.
Mothers
really
raise
is.
society, grandmothers and mothers, of course, together.
So the amount of support that mothers get in Poland is truly incredible. And it starts from maternity leave, the amount of time mothers are expected to have with their young ones. There is a number of resources that are available to them, starting from the maternity fund and all the resources available to them, like the visits to the hospital. It's pretty common for a doctor to come to a mother to the house instead of her sitting in the hospital waiting her turn to be
in some
seen.
waiting room filled with illegal aliens, and you can't even get in, and nobody speaks the same language. Here they'll have a doctor actually come to you, and it's all covered.
It is all covered. Yes.
It's all covered. And plus, just, even beyond all of that, which as amazing as it is, you see kids everywhere in Poland, and you see playgrounds everywhere. They'll even have, you walk into a restaurant, it'd be a nice restaurant. And I only take Tanya. Tanya say only goes to nice restaurants, folks. Just try asking her to go to McDonald's. It doesn't go well. That you see that you can't walk this into McDonald's. That they'll always have a section for kids. So the kids walk in, instead of having the kids try to be at the adult table, they have a kids section, and usually someone to kind of keep an eye on them with toys and games, and they can play. And then when the food's ready, they could come and have their, kids meal with the mom and dad. But then they go back, because kids don't want to sit still. They want to play, and they want to interact, and they want to have fun.
And it makes it a nice experience for the whole family. Kids run off, they do their thing, and then when they're ready, they join mother and father at the table.
And it's every airport, every public space, there's a playground or some kind of play setting, and it's all for kids. And you realize how open they are to kids in Poland, and this is everywhere, even small towns. And then it makes me think sometimes, wow, we're kind of hostile to children in America, in a sense. We're it's always shh. And why is your kid being so loud? And why would you bring kids here? And all the rest of it. And it's like, we don't even appreciate little kids. Or someone walks up with their, the mom with her stroller, and she's got all the bags. And it's like, the mothers are treated as a burden, it feels like, in the United States. Like it's, oh, your son, you see people rolling their eyes, the rest of it. You never see that in Poland. And I'll end this little rant with one thing that I remember when we were in Krakow the one time, and it wasn't our kid, but there was a kid who kind of went a little before the green light, you know what I mean, into the street. And he wasn't like running into the street, but he was doing something he should have been doing. And because he saw a playground, he wanted to run to it, but he ran across traffic.
I remember this story.
And there was a city bus that just slammed on the brakes, and everybody slammed on their brakes for a kid. And it just struck me that, I'm not saying that wouldn't happen in the United States anywhere, but the fact that it happened so quickly in Poland, it just really struck home to me how much little kids are absolutely respected here and valued.
And I remember the story so clearly, and I think there were some of the pedestrians who reached over to grab the kid right away, which, as you expect in a high-functioning society, they would protect the little ones who are just,
Wait, so it's a high-trust society, and that's the difference. High trust,
yes.
Because you don't have the crime. If people want to be helpful, I'm not saying it's perfect, right? There's issues, but it's so different from, now compare that to Times Square.
I honestly...
where we haven't even taken our little kid, our
we
youngest.
have not taken them,
Yeah.
and I honestly don't feel like I could, if I'm without you, I don't know if I would like to take our kids to the Times Square, because I will be holding on to them for dear life.
Look at you had a physical reaction when I said that. So taking the kids to the city center of Poland versus Times Square in New York. And I could see your reaction. You had a physical reaction
And
to
I know
that.
there's a little difference in numbers. I mean, I'll give that, but it just, I don't have that sense of security when I am in U.S. and another big
moms
town.
know. Moms know.
You just
can't fool a
feel
mom.
it, you sense it, and you just, there's definitely a reaction, I admit.
The momdar went off. All right, right back. Jack Posobiec, Real America's Voice, Warsaw, Poland, Human Events Daily.
Hey, just want to say thank you for your service.
Yeah, sure.
I'm sure you've heard that before, but we want you to know that we understand the freedoms and liberties in this country are because of people like you who served and gave everything for the cause of freedom. We don't take that lightly. So thank you for everything you've done and sacrificed for us.
Thank you so much. That means a lot to me.
We're ready for our ticket.
It's been paid.
People thank me for my service all the time. But I want to thank you for being someone
worth fighting for. You make it all worth it. If you really want to thank me and other veterans like me, go to helpdav.org and support disabled American veterans. That is the best way to say thank you and keep our promise to our nation's heroes.
You can say thank you to our nation's heroes by going to helpdav.org right now, or call the number on your screen and give your monthly support of only $19. Your support lets our disabled veterans know you appreciate them and everything they have sacrificed for us. When you do, we'll send you this DAV blanket as a thank you and a reminder that you support those who served.
When you support DAV, you're showing veterans like me that you were worth fighting for.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org right now. Your support in this moment honors our veteran service.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Jack is a great guy. He's written a fantastic book. Everybody's talking about it. Go get it. And he's been my friend right from the beginning of this whole beautiful event. And we're going to turn it around and make our country great again. Amen.
All right, folks, Jack Posobiec here, Real America's Voice, Human Events Daily, live, Warsaw, Poland. Again, thank you again to TV Republica for being here and welcoming us, hosting us here. We're here in Warsaw because tomorrow is the historic inauguration of Karol Nawrocki, the conservative patriot, the populist nationalist who defeated the forces of globalist liberalism and wokeness and mass migration funded totally out of Brussels. And in fact, actually, it's really funny. You guys can't see it really right now because of where I'm sitting, but the office of the opponent who lost the lost the presidential election is right across the street here. I was like, I want to get one of those like green laser pointers and like right into his. No, I would never. No, totally not do that. Not me. But no, it's amazing to be here, and so thank you to everybody as well as to Real America's Voice for supporting us and being able to do the technology to be able to allow us to be here. And we're talking about this, and we're talking about Poland. We're talking about some of the differences of Poland and how Poland has been able to maintain its success while also being a great partner of the United States. But some of these issues of what makes a nation, what is a people, what does it mean to have a heritage, what does it mean to have a history? Well, you come to Poland and it's very simple and it's very clear. It's language, it's religion, it is your culture, it's the way you carry yourself, and it is your history, your great, incredible, and wonderful history. And certainly there's dark periods in Poland's history. And what do? They don't hide them. They don't shy away from them. They memorialize them. And so we're on. Tanya Tay has been so gracious as to be our almost entire hour guest on here. And I suppose what President Trump is doing, and you saw Todd Blanche was out there yesterday with AG Bondi and President Trump at the briefing room, and they were talking about all of the wins that are happening for parents, is that there's something about, we talk about the parents of the United States, the parents in Poland, it really does come down to moms and dads, doesn't it?
It really does. And the one goal that parents in U.S. and Poland have is have the opportunity to have the roof over their children's head, to be able to afford some basic groceries, to provide a safe daycare, school, university environment for their kids, and have them be successful individuals who will later on in life take over and become the true representatives of their nations.
And so it's all about that, with the idea of having this environment. And when you have kids, it makes you think differently about your country and about your town, because suddenly when you have kids, you say, oh, wait a minute, this town is disgusting. We need to clean it up. You got to have a town that's worthy of these little kids coming into it. We have to have a city and a state and a country that's worthy of these kids.
And a good hospital where you can take your kids where...
A great hospital. When scrapes happen, we did have to go through a broken arm this summer already, because our little road warrior adventurer was getting up there and decided to mess around with the monkey bars. But again, that's part of childhood too, is, testing your limits, testing your strength. And of course, our boys test our limits. I never test your limits though, of course. And you want to have that, you're talking about a society, and you're talking about those shared values and those shared beliefs that create a better society. And I think in the United States, and maybe you can offer your perspective on this, but I think in the United States, we've spent too much time worrying about money and how much money we can make and how much GDP we can produce, and this company or that company. And we've totally gotten away from the point of what you should have a country for.
And I will bring it even a step further. It is expected of moms to give birth to the child and jump in a workforce immediately, where the baby is being basically passed on from one institution to another, where there's strangers raising it, and mom doesn't even have an opportunity to spend at least longer than 8 weeks with her newborn. So yes, no system is perfect. Yes, in U.S. there's certain expectations, but there's definitely room for improvement. And I think if we give more opportunities for especially new mothers, we could have a little better society in general, and a few more families willing to start a family and not being scared of the financial burdens that come with a newborn. So there's definitely some room for improvement.
No, I think so too, and certainly, Poland has been becoming more Americanized and more Westernized, certainly since the fall of communism. And so, where Poland was able to learn from America in that perspective, America, I think, can also learn from Poland a little bit. There's this sort of, the Eastern European way is more family first, and the Western European American way is more like, work hard, go work all the time, never take a day off. And I think the answer is somewhere in the middle. I think the real answer is that you want to be somewhere in the middle, maybe not all one way, maybe not all the other way, but when it comes to those ideas, those bedrock ideas of identity, of heritage, this is where it comes in. And I know it's so funny because, you can have a country like this and people say this, well, anyone can become an American and anyone can do this. And it's like, you can't become Polish. No, that's some strange, notion that I guess Western Europe came up with. But you come to Eastern Europe, no one's going to say, oh, you could become Polish. It's ridiculous.
No, it truly comes, if I may say, with mother's milk, and it starts with all the little lullabies that you sing to them in Polish. And I know a lot of friends who are in Poland, and one of the first things they do, they learn the Polish language. They embrace the Polish culture. They go to Polish cathedrals and they truly appreciate for what it is, because it's such an important part of being a Polish citizen is to embrace in all those cultural aspects of this country, which are incredible. And every opportunity I get, where of course I'm hoping you're taking me to a very big dinner with a table, because in Poland there's not just dinner. She's telling me what we're doing tonight. If Polish are hosting
she's laying
party,
out the gauntlet, folks.
It's a feast, and I expect.
Oh, so you want to be feasted?
I expect pierogi.
She wants to be feasted. Is that it?
I expect all the kielbasas and głąbki and all the pastries.
Expectations.
Because it is also all
is.
the things you mentioned that are Polish. Food is such an important part of it, and it comes with being able to make those foods and teaching your babcias, the Polish grandmothers who teach their young granddaughters how to make those breads. It's all part of the Polish history and Polish heritage.
Look. So what, are you making some babcias for me? Is that what you're hearing?
I could.
You could, yeah. Yeah, we'll see your baking skills when the master baker that you are. Okay. No, but it's true that we just had, we were just at a family reunion up in upstate New York as well. So it was all the Polish food. And I got to say, folks, I may be a little stereotypical when it comes to this, obviously biased. I love Polish food. It's my favorite food on the face of the planet. And it's good food. It's hearty stuff. You get pierogies, you get your głąbki, that's the pigs in the blanket, the stuffed cabbage, and of course kibasi. Just rows and endless rows of kibasi. So beyond all the other things that we just mentioned, oh my gosh. Like, you can walk into any store in Poland on any corner and boom, kibasi, all different kinds of it. You just grab a couple of bags, you're set. You're totally set. That's the difference between having a nation, an actual nation, and an economic extraction zone. And I think that's what we're trying to get back to in the United States of America. Ladies and gentlemen, the lovely and beautiful Tanya TPUSA, thank you so much for spending time with us here today.
Cześć.
Oh, cześć. Oh, there we go. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, you have my permission to lay ashore.
Hello friends, Pat Boone here with a message from the past. Imagine the shock of reading tomorrow's newspaper and discovering the price of gold has doubled to over $1,000 an ounce. Sound impossible? Well, it's not. That's right. Back in 2006, my friends at Swiss America forecast gold prices would top $1,000 an ounce, and they were right. Today, several financial firms are forecasting $3,000 gold. Now, for over 40 years, Swiss America has helped folks like you and me purchase precious metals for home delivery and for our IRAs. So don't miss this opportunity again. Call or text Swiss America at the number on your screen now to receive your free portfolio review and a copy of The Timeless Truth About Gold and Silver. Learn for yourself how easy it is to safeguard your money. Call or text Swiss America today.
Is your body ready for summer? We're gonna build a body you can be proud of. You just give me 30 minutes a day for 21 days, and I promise you, the weight will come off.
This is 21 Day Fix, the perfect program to get you summer ready.
I am in perfect shape for my bikini. I had that sexy little beef.
Get simple fitness, simple nutrition, fast results in just 21 days.
Get ready for summer with 21 Day Fix. This week, try it free at 21dayfix.com. That's 21dayfix.com.
Yikes. Leaky refrigerator coil card.
Oh no.
But your future is bright with an American Home Shield warranty to protect your covered home system. Don't worry, be warranty.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need.
This is America's Voice Live.
And welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gurley.
The pulse of the people.
We need somebody that's going to hear the people's voice.
The truth the mainstream won't touch.
This guy is by definition a globalist.
And the stories that matter.
Rav's own Ben Berquam.
Right up over this hill, we got Armed Cartel. I see him.
Live.
Breaking news right now here on Real America's Voice.
Unfiltered.
These people are domestic terrorists.
And unapologetic.
We're here to take a stand for God and country. Does feel good, doesn't it?
America's Voice Live starts now.
Welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Drew. It is Tuesday, the 5th of August. Let's get to the day's top stories. As always, thank you for joining us here on Real America's Voice. Obviously, the biggest news of the day, Pam Bondi launching a grand jury by way of the DOJ, an investigation into the Russia collusion hoax that members of the Democrat Party seemingly orchestrated to undermine America and Donald Trump. Could accountability really finally be on the way? We're going to take a deep dive. Also, Texas Governor Greg Abbott recently ordered the arrest of Texas House Democrats who have fled the Lone Star State, all in an effort to stop the advancement of a redistricting plan that would benefit Republicans in next year's midterm elections. I'll bring on a state representative from the Lone Star State to discuss that, and then later. The House Oversight Committee recently issued subpoenas for both Hillary and Bill Clinton, along with a few others, in regard to the Epstein investigation. This, along with the Russiagate investigation, could lead to actual prosecutions. Remarkable, isn't it? All those details and updates coming your way. But first, I'd like to circle back to the Russia hoax investigation because it is the biggest story. We begin with the news we've all been waiting to hear. Attorney General Pam Bondi ordered her staff to act on the criminal referral from the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, on the entire alleged conspiracy to connect President Trump to a Russian in an attempt by the Russians to influence the election of 2016. It's like they've been listening to this program for the last several days and weeks because Bondi has personally ordered an unnamed federal prosecutor to begin the process of presenting evidence of criminal behavior to a grand jury. And that means indictments could be forthcoming. It's a huge development. It's exactly what I've been calling for here since the documents began being unveiled by DNI Gabbard just weeks ago. Remember this? Let me go over the list of charges because it's incredibly important for you to understand how big this is. Conspiracy to defraud the United States, false statements to federal authorities, violations of the Federal Election Campaign Act, wire fraud, obstruction of justice, computer fraud, sedition, treason, FISA violations. And like I said, that's just a partial list of what you could possibly root out in all of this. It's nowhere near a complete list. And like I said, we don't need any winding special prosecutor that takes 2 years to go through and da-da-da-da. No. We need a federal grand jury seated someplace like Florida right now to start hearing evidence. So the crimes. Let's look at those. Conspiracy to defraud the United States. False statements to federal authorities. Violations of the Federal Election Campaign Act. Wire fraud, obstruction of justice, computer fraud, sedition, treason, and FISA violations just thrown in for fun. And this is nowhere near a complete list of possible charges that could be coming sometime soon. Look, we don't need some long, winding special prosecutor nonsense. We need a federal grand jury seated someplace like, say, the free state of Florida to start hearing evidence and then start meting out justice in big doses. Attorney General Pam Bondi has the chance to send a clear message that undermining the will of the American people will not go unnoticed or unpunished, and I hope she does, even with the annex in hand. Look, it's going to be an uphill battle. There will be questions about authenticity, about who put that in the burn bag and where the burn bags came from and whose order did it and all of this. I'm sure the courts will throw up hurdle after hurdle and wrench after wrench, but it's a fight worth having. This is a fight worth having. And I agree with that. I agree with everything I said there. It is a fight worth having, and here it is on our doorstep. Joining me now to discuss, former Special Assistant to President Trump, Colonel Derek Harvey, as well as DOJ reporter for the Washington Examiner, Kalen Deese. Kalen, let me start with you. Obviously, we've been in the business of reporting this, you and I and a host of others, but we were about the only ones reporting this. MSNBC, CNN, and others have turned a blind eye to this. They're still talking about Epstein. This is the biggest scandal of my lifetime, possibly in American history. An outgoing president undermining an incoming president, the peaceful transfer of power out the window. This is serious, and it did get serious fast, didn't it?
Indeed, Steve, it did. And we even saw over the weekend, or on Friday, we saw the New York Times and Rolling Stone trying to completely ignore the smoking gun that was in the Durham annex that was revealed to us last week. It's quite, humorous even to see them flailing at this now, because they sought for so many years to try to undermine any of this information that we all knew that this was a plan that was in coordination with the Hillary Clinton campaign, and it was ignored. There was no actual research done by the former FBI, and now it's all starting to come to a head. And what we saw yesterday was just a glimpse of what you're saying is going to be the start of a very long, but also a fight worth having. And we don't know what names could be involved. We know that some of the names that have been floated by DNI, Tulsi Gabbard, include, James Clapper, John Brennan. There's also an interest to see whether even the former Secretary of State might make an appearance as far as grand jury interviews. But we do know that there's probably not going to be any major, attempt to go after the former president, just because there could be all of that, haywire sort of difficulties bringing an indictment against the former president in light of what the Supreme Court ruled last year in Trump versus United States. So I guess Obama can thank Trump for taking the bullet, literally on that one.
Yeah. As I look down the list here, Colonel, Caleb points out a good number of folks here. But Rice, Clapper, Brennan. What about Bill Barr? What about Merrick Garland? What was their role in all of this? One has to ask now. Where was Mike Pompeo in this discussion? These are actually serious questions that have to be asked at this juncture right now. What is remarkable, back to the mainstream media, MSNBC and CNN, among others, saying, well, there's no evidence. There's no evidence. As if what Tulsi Gabbard put out, what Kash Patel has put out, what Pam Bondi has done, there's no evidence. Colonel, I think they are in for a rude awakening. They can continue to pretend that there's nothing going on, but this is serious, and it's coming to roost, isn't it?
It is, and I agree with you, Steve. This is the most important investigation to gain accountability for major transgressions that threatened and undermined not just the peaceful transfer of power, but tried to upend a political campaign for president, and then tried to topple that president during transition and through with the Mueller investigation and then other investigations. This conspiracy continued for quite some time. And I just like to make a point that former President Obama, if he participated in any actions post his presidential term to continue this conspiracy to undermine the president, with these other actors that were involved, he could very well be indicted or indicted as a co-conspirator, a non-indicted co-conspirator. This has many components. It's not just the intelligence community assessment that was fabricated and wrong. We all agree there are parts of that ICA that were absolutely correct. Russia did meddle, okay, but they were not successful. But they never did aspire to help President Trump. In fact, they left a lot of things undone if they were really intending to. They waited and they waited. And they, if we move on and we look at what happened with Mike Flynn, that's part of this.
Yeah.
The prosecution of him. If we look at the Mueller investigation and those prosecutions, that's part of it. If we look at the first impeachment trial with Ukraine, if we look at the actions of the Security and Exchange Commission with Chief Enforcement Officer who's the wife of Peter Strzok from Crossfire Hurricane. You go back to Crossfire. This is a web that involves the DNC. It involves corporations. It involves some banks. But this is going to require a significant
One of the failures here, Colonel, and real quickly, I want you to weigh in on this. John Durham. I remember sitting there waiting for the Durham report thinking this was going to be something that had impact, that had value. Durham was an abject failure. In retrospect, how did he miss all of this evidence? They're literally burn bags full of evidence that John Durham somehow was completely oblivious to, Colonel.
I don't think he missed it at all. He understood he was compressed. He was restrained, I think, by Merrick Garland and John and Mr. Barr. And then the other part of this is he identified so many misdeeds, but at the end of the day, he said, there's nothing I can recommend or do unless there's a willingness by the DOJ to actually pursue accountability for the things that are breaking the law currently. I paraphrase that, but that was his frustration.
Yeah. All right. So, Kaylin, back to you. Look, the only way that and look, you're right there in Washington every day reporting for the Examiner and doing your job on the front lines, and you get this. The credibility of these institutions, be it the FBI, the CIA, the intelligence community as a whole, has been compromised to the point that most Americans don't trust any of it. Even with Kash Patel in charge or Pam Bondi in charge, the integrity has been so damaged. I think the only way you restore trust and integrity in the institutions of America is to follow through and to have real consequences, real accountability of people that did things that have quite clearly been caught at this point. People can say alleged. It's not alleged. It's right here. Tulsi Gabbard put it out. Senator Grassley put it out. The evidence is here, which is why we didn't need a special prosecutor and needed a grand jury, because it's here in front of all of us, Kaylin. We have to restore integrity in Washington, don't we?
You're absolutely right. And, one could look at this as a massive bit of whiplash that is occurring now after James Comey stood up there and gave Hillary Clinton a slap on the wrist over her private email servers and feigned, some sort of outrage over it, but didn't, quite feel like it met the level of scrutiny needed for its own type of case. So this is the whiplash that we're seeing right now for failures on our ranking intelligence officials, on our people that we are supposed to entrust to actually hold people accountable. This is what comes from that. And it is a miracle that we have this effort right now by the DOJ to actually pursue something like this. And what's more is that they're going to have to be very cognizant of the fact that where they bring this case matters. As you've said yourself, that a venue like Florida or somewhere where you can actually find a jury that understands the facts about this, because otherwise you're going to get some kind of, DC jury that is going to be watching, MSDNC or CNN at night and be essentially not in the loop at all about what is being exposed. So you need to have a well-educated jury to handle this, and you're not going to find that in Washington, D.C. It needs to be something that they pursue other locations.
I'm going to ask you both this question. It'll be my last question for the panel here today, because the grand conspiracy did run through Florida. We know that because of the raid on Mar-a-Lago. The raid on Mar-a-Lago, you have to look back now and say, what were they really looking for? They certainly weren't looking for pieces of paper that had the wrong classification. And I don't believe that, Colonel. I believe they're looking for stuff to cover their own tracks, to cover their own trail. That's just a gut feeling on my part. I don't have any evidence of that, but it makes me think that they're trying to find missing material from Crossfire Hurricane to make sure they didn't get caught the way they have now. Your thoughts?
Well, I agree with that. And Devin Nunes, former chairman of the Intelligence Committee, who was a driving force for the continuing investigation since 2016, thinks the same. And I think what's going to be required is not just a good venue, but we're going to need dozens of DOJ lawyers that are focused solely on this. We're going to need the FBI fully committed to this. We're going to need other investigators and support, because there's a lot of evidence out there, but there have to be multiple avenues of prosecution going after different parts of this conspiracy. It has to be a January 6th investigation-like effort, like the Democrats did against the Republicans from January 6th.
Yeah. Colonel, hold right there. Kaylin Deese, I'll get you to answer that same question. What was the Mar-a-Lago raid really all about? Or Roger Stone, or a host of other places they went in? What was it really about? We'll take a break, and when we come back, we'll have both of our guests continuing here. Hold on 1 second. We'll be right back with more on America's Voice Live.
Thinking about Medicare? Think AMAC. Medicare can be complicated, but AMAC makes it simple. Our licensed agents provide free, unbiased guidance to help you find the plan that best suits your needs. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to Medicare and so much more, think AMAC.
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching, even moving better.
Nature's Blend works because it's freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, they all get right into your dog's body.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
For a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV.
Being single for years, what would it do to you? Would it make you sad? Would it make you lose hope? Would it make you feel disconnected? I wouldn't know, because I'm using datemyage.com. Grab your phone or laptop. Go to Date My Age. Get started for free.
Join datemyage.com today.
Tired of the hassle and high costs of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide. There's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
What's your plan, huh? Do you have one? Talking about what is your plan for a reliable source of power when the next emergency strikes? Well, check this out. It's called the Patriot Power Generator 2500, and right now it's $500 off at 4 Patriots. See, they took a page out of the military's playbook for portable solar power, and now we get to use it in our own homes. What's even better is that this solar generator can power critical appliances like your fridge, your microwave, and your CPAP machine, so that you're prepared for whatever emergency strikes next. Go to 4patriots.com now and save $500.
All right, continuing this conversation. Look, this is the biggest scandal. If it continues to play out the direction that it's going, there is no question it's the biggest scandal in American history. Pam Bondi has done the right thing. We don't need a special prosecutor. We need a grand jury to look at the evidence that has come tumbling out. And I cannot overstate how important Chuck Grassley has been in this. He has been a hound dog on this trail. Slow, dedicated, just steadfast and remarkable. I'd like to bring back in Colonel Derek Harvey, former special assistant to President Trump. Kaylin Deese, he is a DOJ reporter at the Washington Examiner. All right, Kaylin, again, my question remains, what was the Mar-a-Lago raid really about? I don't believe that it was about classification tabs on documents that were surrounded by Secret Service personnel there at Mar-a-Lago. A lot of speculation out there. What are your thoughts? What is your reporting finding?
So that definitely is a looming question over all of this happening right now with the grand jury beginning over the Russiagate hoax. And I think that that's something that will need to be shown, at least if there's any evidence that, the DOJ has, that the Merrick Garland DOJ was after perhaps something else, something more specific, maybe relating to the fact that the Trump administration did have more information about the extent to which the Obama administration had tried to essentially smear his 2016 campaign. And I think that that is something that when we look into all of this, and especially as we're looking at a conspiracy case that seems to be formulating here, that could bring the conspiracy, extend it much, much larger than just, the day that Obama was done. Because obviously, we know that it extends way further than that, even into the ensuing years. So I think that would definitely be a large piece if they're able to bring any sort of evidence that some of the information that Trump contained involved evidence of Obama trying to smear Trump. I think that would be very enlightening. But again, that remains to be seen. But I think there will definitely be all efforts to unpack anything that they can from that.
All right, Colonel. So when you look at this, and again, I went through that laundry list of crimes, whether it's conspiracy to defraud or false statements to federal authorities, obstruction of justice, wire fraud, foreign agent violations, Hatch Act violations, just a pile of things. But the federal strike force that was put in place also really key to this entire investigation, because it puts it at a level of what is used to go after drug cartels, what is used to go after organized crime. And this is akin to organized crime. You have an ongoing grand conspiracy, as it's been labeled by Tulsi Gabbard. Who do you think is most vulnerable here when you look at the list of suspects here, be it Rice, Clapper, Brennan, like I say, Bill Barr, Merrick Garland? They played a role here. And what about Chuck Schumer going out there in the first week of January 2017 on national television with Rachel Maddow and saying, the intel community can get you 6 ways to Sunday? What did he know? What was his role? So many of these people peripheral to this as well, Colonel. Who do you think is vulnerable? Who's most likely to get jammed up from the information we have so far?
Well, I think it depends upon which bucket we're going to look at. If you're looking at the ICA, it's Mr. Clapper and Mr. Brennan and some of the people that were closely involved in there, especially though that large group of people that were at that National Security Council meeting on 9 December of 2016, because they were the executors of that. And I'd look at Susan Rice as one of those. But if you look at another bucket, it's Mary McCord and Rosenstein and Andrew McCabe, those people who went after Flynn and then set in motion the Mueller probe. Andrew Weissman. Keep in mind, a lot of them may have obstructed justice by purposely deleting evidence that could be used against them when they wiped their computers and their phones clean in violation of FBI rules. There's just a lot of places to go, and that's why you're going to need multiple grand juries, in my view, supported by the strike force and maybe some other entities.
Apparently the grand conspiracy is good for business if you're in the business of grand juries. Kaylin, I'll give you the last word here today for the panel. Where do we go from here? What do you think is next? What do you make of it so far?
So what I make of it so far is that there's more information still that we need from the DOJ on this. And I think that the interesting question is, how much will we be getting in the time being now? Is there going to be a bit of a dark period where we don't hear much? Because normally grand juries do operate in secrecy. So there might be a couple of months that go by before we see more on this. But I do think that because there is so much evidence that's pointing to a broader conspiracy here, I do think that this notion out there, especially by some legal experts, that there needs to be some sort of rapid, pace acceleration on this. I think that they can't afford more time for this, because the ultimate goal here is to show that there was more than just 5-year statute of limitation, simple charges of lying, things like that. But it's a culmination and it's a continuation of efforts to continue to stop Trump, not just in 2016, but in 2024. So I am expecting that there will be a little bit of a lull as we see this process undergo. I think it's also important that the pressure is kept up on the DOJ to not go down a special counsel route. Just because we've seen this, effort now underway doesn't mean that they could change their mind and try to go that route. And I don't think that they will. I think that they're showing all indications of not doing it. But it's imperative that they don't do a special counsel, because we saw the mess ups from Jack Smith.
Right.
And they can't have that liability on them again.
Agreed. Sage advice for a young man, Kaylin. I agree with you. I don't think it's going to happen quickly, but I do think we could see indictments before the end of this year, which would be key. It's not going to happen tomorrow or the next day. There's going to be some time involved here. So my counsel to you listening today is to take a deep breath, watch the evidence that comes in, listen for the grand jury to do its work, and as Kaylin pointed out, let them do it right, not fast. Colonel, Kaylin, thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. All right, up after the break, we're going to check in with our RAV border correspondent, Oscar Blue Ramirez. He's got the latest of a caravan trying to make its way through Mexico, but we've got some breaking news on that straight ahead on America's Voice Live.
Yikes. Leaky refrigerator coil card.
Oh, no.
But your future is bright with an American Home Shield warranty to protect your covered home systems. Don't worry, be warranty.
Is your body ready for summer?
We're gonna build a body you can be proud of. You just give me 30 minutes a day for 21 days, and I promise you, the weight will come off.
This is 21 Day Fix, the perfect program to get you summer ready.
I am in perfect shape for my bikini. I had that sexy little beef.
Get simple fitness, simple nutrition, fast results in just 21 days.
Get ready for summer with 21 Day Fix. This week, try it free at 21dayfix.com. That's 21dayfix.com.
Advantage Gold is warning Americans. Geopolitical tensions are exploding. The U.S. dollar is under attack, and the markets unstable, vulnerable. And while Washington prints and spends, global powers are dumping the dollar and loading up on gold. What are you doing to protect your wealth? At Advantage Gold, we help you move your IRA or 401k into real physical gold and silver. Tangible, secure, proven. We're America's #1 rated precious metals firm with over $1 billion in completed transactions. Call now to get your free gold IRA guide and learn how you can get up to $10,000 in free physical gold and silver. The world is changing fast. Don't be the last to act. Call 1-866-350-GOLD to get your free gold IRA guide and learn how you can get up to $10,000 in free physical gold and silver. Supplies are limited.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
All right, recently, Real America's Voice border correspondent Oscar Blue Ramirez was on the ground in Mexico and discovered another migrant caravan. We haven't seen this in a while. It had more than 2,000 people waiting for a chance to dash across the border, despite the Mexican president telling President Trump and Kristi Noem that the border was under control. And some breaking news is the caravan leader apparently just arrested. Additionally, Oscar is gauging the climate around the recent Mexico and U.S. tariff expansion agreements to get on the ground perspective on how these policies are being implemented. He's here to join me now. Oscar, nice to have you on the program. Let's start with that breaking news on arrest. This is somebody you're familiar with who's led a lot of these caravans. Tell us what you know.
We have walked more than 11 caravans with the pro-migrant activist Luis Garcia Villagrán today. Just moments ago, Steve, he was detained and stopped by the Fiscal General of the Republic under the claims of human trafficking and also organized crime. He was about to lead another caravan tomorrow of 2,000 people protesting to the Commission of Refugees that they were not giving the permits to the migrants to walk out of the state of Chiapas in direction to the city of Mexico. He claimed that none of the migrants were going to be directed into the United States of America, which we know that in recent statements from him, he said that he has led more than 300,000 migrants all the way to the north borders that connect to the United States, Steve.
So he is a serial human trafficker. I don't know how else to put it. He is a serial human trafficker that has led caravan after caravan, men, women, and children. Many of those women and children, as you know, end up in, sex slavery, human slavery, doing work in different places like the folks we found illegally on the marijuana farm in California. I mean, this guy is one of the worst. How surprised are you, though, that the federales in Mexico took him into custody?
Well, he has been protesting pretty meticulously and emphatic to the Commission of Refugees and also to federal agents. And he has been consistent during the week as he has been pushing them to say, give them permits to the migrants. And this was not a surprise. We knew that something was going to happen to him. We knew that there was the authorities, were, kind of tired of him consistently making the caravans and agitating the city. And, now after so many years, Steve, he is now detained and stopped. He is going to be under investigation. Apparently, they are not going to release him. And the accusations remain firm and strong that he is in cahoots with the organized crime and also ultimately trafficking of humans.
Give me an idea, Oscar, if you can, and tell the viewers here today. A guy like this, responsible for thousands of people coming across the border illegally, how much money did he make along the way for being a leader of these illegal caravans?
Well, we have asked him and questioned him. And even, Steve, we have had interviews face-to-face with him. And I said, Luis, they have accused you of being a human trafficker. They have accused you of being a coyote. Is this true? Is this a reality that you're making hundreds of thousands of dollars out of human beings that are walking from south of the border into the north? And he has always denied. He has said, you can do multiple investigations to me. You can say whatever you want to say. I've never made a dollar out of no human being that has walked on these caravans. So it is pretty difficult to basically, say the amount of quantity of money that he has made, although he has said that the last caravans, when before Donald Trump came into office, there were around 8 caravans. Tren de Aragua gang was the one that organized these caravans, and it was making hundreds of thousands of dollars out of people that they were directed specifically to New York.
Yeah, you don't believe that he didn't make any money. I don't believe that either, Oscar. I think that common sense would dictate he got compensated along the way. How serious is this for him, though? It seems that maybe the nation of Mexico is ready to make an example of him and say, look, we need to work with the United States because of all these tariffs and these other issues. I'll give you the last word here, but it seems like he's going to be the sacrificial lamb, if you will.
Well, this has to do all with the Trump policies. It has to do all with the threat of a tariff. It has to do all with the Trump administration pushing the Mexican president to stop the flow of illegal aliens all the way to the north border, decrease the flow of trafficking of fentanyl, decrease the flow of trafficking of synthetic drugs. In no way possible the actual government of Mexico is going to allow this conduct to continue because of the threat of the Trump administration to punish Mexico. If they do something that is relevant to create a massive caravan to the north border, the Trump administration, it's going to take action. So it is a complete change, a complete drastic attitude in the Mexican government that, basically they're trying to show that they're doing something to stop this continuous influx into the north.
There you go. Oscar, always appreciate your updates. You're always there on the front lines. He's in Tijuana today. I maybe didn't mention that. That's where he is today, keeping us up to speed. Oscar, thank you.
Thank you so much, Steve.
All right. Now, I realize there are many choices when it comes to who you choose for your cell phone service. There are new ones popping up all the time. I hear about them on the radio and elsewhere. But here's the truth. There's only one that boldly stands in the gap for every American that believes that freedom is worth fighting for. That, of course, is Patriot Mobile. For more than 12 years, Patriot Mobile has been on the front lines fighting for our God-given rights and freedoms while also providing exceptional nationwide cell phone service with access to all 3 of the main networks. Don't just take my word for it. Ask the hundreds of thousands of Americans who've made the switch and are now supporting causes they believe in simply by joining Patriot Mobile. Switching is easier than ever. Activate in minutes from the comfort of your own home. Keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade if you need to. Patriot Mobile's all U.S.-based support team is standing by to take care of you. Call 972-PATRIOT today or go to patriotmobile.com/RAV. When you use that promo code RAV, you're going to get a free month of service. patriotmobile.com/RAV or call 972-PATRIOT. Make the switch today. Up after the break, Texas Governor Greg Abbott recently ordered the arrest of Texas House Democrats who fled the state in an effort to derail a redistricting plan that would probably benefit Republicans. I'll tell you more about that coming up next.
Are you disabled and can no longer work? This is an important message for you. Are you between the age of 45 and 63 and need help filing for disability benefits, or were denied by your insurance company or the Social Security Administration?
Call Premier Disability at 1-800-427-8055 now.
Whether you're a first-time filer or filed before and were denied, you'll pay nothing unless you are approved for benefits. Thousands of disability claims are unnecessarily denied each month.
Call Premier Disability at 1-800-427-8055 now.
Work with a team who will fight to get you the benefits you deserve, who understands the physical, emotional, and potential financial impacts, and will share their insider expertise. There are time limits to apply for benefits. If you are between the age of 45 to 63 and need help filing a disability claim, or filed previously and were denied, call our helpline now.
Tired of the hassle and high cost of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide. There's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Your wallet is always in danger. Criminals can hack your information without you even knowing. Introducing Slim Mint, an ultra-thin RFID blocking wallet that keeps your cards and cash protected. Slim Mint uses the latest RFID blocking technology to prevent thieves from stealing your info. It's ergonomically designed to optimize space and keep your belongings organized. With the auto-locking Slim Mint, your cards and money stay securely in place. It has a built-in cash clip and a flexible outer band to fit your additional cards and cash. Call or click now and get Slim Mint for just $29.99. Order in the next 5 minutes and you'll get an instant $10 discount. So it's only $19.99. But wait, due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get Slim Mint at this low price. There's a strict limit of 3 Slim Mint wallets while supplies last. Don't wait, order now.
Call 1-800-608-4172. Call or visit slimmintwallet.com. So call 1-800-608-4172 now.
As the situation unfolds in regard to the Texas redistricting vote, Democrats are still in full swing, claiming the vote is a form of gerrymandering, which of course it is. It's called politics, folks. It's nothing new. But instead of presenting their case and engaging in a meaningful dialogue before losing, they just fled the state. They went to Illinois, which, strangely enough, is the most gerrymandered state in America. They're complaining about Texas. In Illinois, just 15% of the congressional seats are Republican in a state that votes 40 to 45% Republican. Just so the Republicans are underserved by at least 2/3, if you wanted to go by that. This act by the Democrat reps gave Texas Governor Greg Abbott the idea of filing civil arrest warrants, and went on to note that these Democrat representatives abandoned their responsibilities, turned their back on Texans. Joining now to discuss this is the 10th District Texas State Representative Brian Harrison, who, I got to be honest, I was telling Brian this before he came on, entertained me no end by filleting the folks over on CNN who are trying to say that this is terrible, this is awful, this is redistricting, this is political. Brian, welcome to the program. Of course it's political, and politics is a contact sport. California, 17% of the congressional seats are Republican. That state votes more than 40% Republican, 15% in Illinois. The numbers aren't a heck of a lot better in New York or Massachusetts or anywhere else. But these Democrats think that it's the end of the world if a Republican legislature and administration want to get some things done. What is the latest? Are the Democrats going to come back? Is the governor going to follow through? What do you think is really going to happen?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I very much enjoyed my time. I was on CNN multiple times yesterday, and I can assure you there are few things that the liberal media hates more than being confronted with the cold, hard facts. And you're exactly right. The irony. I mean, you can't overstate the level of irony of my Democrat colleagues running to Illinois to hide behind Governor Pritzker. I mean, if there's one thing Governor Pritzker knows something about, it's how to gerrymander a state.
All the Democrats could hide behind Governor Pritzker. Okay, I got that out of the way. Go ahead.
Well, I'm glad you picked up on the way I phrased that there. Yes, it's a good. Anyway, we'll move on. So yes, no, the Democrats have fled the state. They are in Illinois, the most gerrymandered state in the union, by the way. Yep. As you pointed out, it's the height of hypocrisy. Here's the cold hard truth about the Democrats: they actually have no problem whatsoever with states redrawing their maps to maximize partisan political advantage. They just don't want Republican states to do it. But there's not been one word said out of a single one of these Democrats hiding behind Governor Pritzker when Illinois gerrymandered their state, when California gerrymandered their state, when New York redrew their maps. I mean, not a word about it. But when a Republican state says, you know what, we should draw our maps to more accurately reflect the will of the voters of Texas, they lose their minds. So, are they going to come back?
Clearly.
I don't know. Here's actually one of the biggest stories that I think it might even be the bigger story here. It's not just the Democrats fled Texas to thwart our redistricting efforts. I think one of the real stories, it's a scandal, is that Texas Republican leadership let them do it. And what do I mean by that? I mean that just 5 days ago, we were on the floor. We had a quorum. The Democrats were here. We had the maps. We could have taken action. We could have kept the quorum in place. But instead, our Rhino speaker adjourned the House. He let the Democrats go so they could huddle up with Hakeem Jeffries and plan their getaway.
The question is, why did he do that? I realize that he's not real popular with conservatives down there as the speaker. But why would he do that? I mean, ultimately, this is going to pass. 4 years ago, the Democrats fled when it came to election integrity. This is going to happen. They can't get around it. I don't know that the governor is going to remove them from their seats. I don't think he needs to. I think he'll just have to call another special session when they're there. He's going to catch them flat-footed, right?
Well, look, I'll tell you what, this is getting frustrating to Republicans in Texas who are really sick and tired of strongly worded letters and bold rhetoric. They don't want bold words. They want bold actions. And so, look, why did he let him go? I don't know. You'd have to ask him, but I can tell you one very possible reason. They elected him as the speaker. I mean, your audience is national. It's very hard for people to understand this. I couldn't have understood it when I worked for President Trump in his first term. The Republican Speaker of the Texas House was actually the candidate of the House Democrat caucus. It was the Democrats that actually elected our speaker. So they're his supporters. They're his base of support in the Texas House. It was the entire Democrat caucus and about 30-something rhinos that elected him. So he's beholden to the Democrats, and unfortunately right now he continues to act like it.
All right, last question real quick then. If the governor, and I think that if I'm understanding this correctly, the Texas Constitution would allow the governor to remove these 50 or so Democrats who went to Chicago. I believe he can do that by way of the Constitution. Furthermore, I believe he can fill those seats. But even if he doesn't, it means you have the quorum because the quorum number drops precipitously because those people are no longer in their seats, correct?
That is also my understanding, yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. So here's the reality, though. There's a lot of tough talk coming out of Austin, Texas right now. The time for tough talk has passed. It's time for actions. Not one Democrat the seat has been declared vacant. We've signed, our speaker and supposedly signed some civil arrest warrants. Okay, well, arrest warrants are great. You know what's better? Arrests. Bring the Democrats back to the state of Texas, force them back here. And if not, we need punishment. Well, there's not been a punishment. They haven't done so much as take their parking spot away. Done nothing.
I do need to know this. I do need to know this. How much time do we have on the clock before this has to get done? Real quick.
Well, I mean, he can call us back every 30 days. So, I mean, at some point, it ultimately will end.
But at some point, you can't get the redistricting done.
Less than 2 weeks.
Right. My point being, at some point, you can't get the redistricting done. You have
for the
to
maps,
get it
because you
done.
got to do it in time for it to be certified for the primary. So that, and they could, depending on how long they want to drag it on, it could postpone our primaries. That's a possibility.
All right. Yeah. Brian Harrison, State Representative, Texas. Thank you so much. Greatly appreciate you being here. Got to run. A lot of drama in Texas. More after the break.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. Improve your protection against trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the deal now.
Oof, this is kind of embarrassing. I'm Ashley here at 4 Patriots Warehouse, and we're completely overstocked. Last year, our 4-week survival kit flew off the shelves, so we told our team, make more, and wow, did they deliver. But thanks to supply chain delays, everything showed up at once. Now we're out of space and doing something we've never done before. Buy one 4-week kit, get one absolutely free. They last 25 years, taste great, and are hand-packed right here in the USA. Go to 4patriots.com. This deal won't last long.
What do you do when your tire goes flat and there's no air anywhere? You reach for Bullseye Pro, the smarter, faster, hands-free way to fill it up with air. Bullseye Pro is equipped with a rechargeable lithium-ion power plant. So fast and so convenient. It's like the power of an air compressor in the palm of your hand. Look, you can inflate all 4 tires on a single charge. It has a built-in smart pressure digital sensor that gauges and automatically stops when the set tire pressure is reached. Easily inflate pool toys, exercise balls, and more. Call or go online now and get the complete Bullseye Pro inflation system for the factory direct price of just $79.99. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free, and we'll give you a 50% discount on a second one. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-976-9718. That's 1-800-976-9718, or go to getbullseyepro.com.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
All right. Well, we're working to get Roger Stone here to weigh in. The reason for that, Roger Stone, as you may recall, had his house raided at dawn by jackbooted thugs looking for God only knows what, because as I recall, no charges ever came from it. Earlier today, if you missed it, the House Oversight Committee, James Comer specifically issued subpoenas for Bill and Hillary Clinton, along with Merrick Garland, James Comey, and a few others you'd like to see behind bars. All regards to this Epstein investigation, apparently. This, along with the grand jury investigation into the Russia collusion hoax, means we could finally see some accountability for the lies and the behavior of Democrats and leftists for the last several years. Not only have they lied to the American people, they've also persecuted patriotic Americans trying to expose the truth. Among those, like I said, was Roger Stone. We're working to get him up right now. He is the host of the Stone Zone, so we're working to get that sorted out. Let me do this while we see if we can get that figured out. If you're stressed out about back taxes, maybe you missed the April deadline or your books are a mess, don't wait. The IRS cracking down. Penalties add up fast, 5% per month, 25% for just not filing. But here is help. Tax Network USA can take the burden off your shoulders and stop the spiral before it gets worse. They've helped thousands of Americans, whether you're an employee, a small business owner, or haven't filed in years and have messy books. Doesn't matter. They've seen it all, and they know exactly how to clean it up. With direct access to powerful IRS programs and expert negotiators on your side, Tax Network USA knows how to win. You'll get a free consultation, and if you qualify, they may even be able to reduce or eliminate what you owe. More importantly, they'll help protect you from wage garnishments, bank levies, and all that nastiness. So don't wait for the next IRS letter. Call 800-905-8000 or visit tnusa.com/RAV to talk to a real expert at Tax Network USA. We're going to take a quick break. That's what we're going to do. We're going to see if we get Roger. We got him? All right. Roger Stone, thank you for being here today.
Steve, thanks so much for having me. We had a little technical problem, but we overcame it.
Those things happen. Let's get right to it, man. They raided your house at, 5 in the morning. And now it looks like those chickens are coming home to roost. As I recall, Roger, you never got charged with a crime. They just did it as a fear tactic. So what do you make of it now? You've got Pam Bondi putting together a grand jury. You've got James Comer sending out subpoenas to Bill and Hillary. Pretty good day for you, I'd say.
Well, I do feel vindicated. I think just to go through the sequence of events, I was arrested at 6:06 in the morning. 29 heavily armed FBI agents in full SWAT gear wearing night goggles, brandishing fully automatic M4 assault weapons surrounded my home to arrest me for the alleged crime of lying under oath to Congress, first time nonviolent crime. Obviously a pressure tactic, and they pressured me relentlessly to testify falsely against President Trump, which I refused to do. But the key thing here is there was a CNN camera crew 25 feet from my front door at the time I was taken into custody. And CNN would have you believe that they were there based on a investigative hunch, when in fact I was arrested at 6:06. At 6:11, someone from CNN texted my attorney a copy of my sealed indictment that wouldn't be unsealed for another 4 hours. And while it had no court markings or timestamps on it, it did in the metadata tags have the initial of the person who wrote it, Andrew Weissman, the probably the most corrupt federal prosecutor in American history and the de facto head of the Mueller investigation. I went to a Soviet-style show trial in Washington, D.C., which all my constitutional rights were denied. And of course, I was convicted on all counts by a corrupted juror who got caught lying about her knowledge of my case and was ultimately, of course, fully and unconditionally pardoned by President Donald Trump. So today, yes, I'm feeling that I'm vindicated because although I made misstatements, none of them hit any underlying crime, such as Russian collusion. How does one lie under oath about something that never really happened?
That's a pretty good question. And it never happened. What do you think about Tulsi Gabbard? What do you think about Senator Grassley? What do you think about Pam Bondi and Kash Patel and what they're doing right now to set the record straight?
Well, first of all, I think Tulsi Gabbard is one of the most talented and I think incredible communicators, one of the most principled people I've ever seen in American politics. Extraordinarily impressed with her, very happy that she decided to become a Republican. I've actually said this before. Steve, I believe she will be the first woman president. Maybe not in 2028, but someday. Kash Patel, I think by investigating the Russian collusion matter as an ongoing conspiracy, which of course the raid at Mar-a-Lago proves, allows that trial to take place outside of Washington, D.C. And of course, Chuck Grassley is one of the giants of the U.S. Senate. Even at his advanced age, he's sharp as a tack, and he continues to fight for the truth. So this has been a long time coming. What's amazing is these freaks in the mainstream media continue to pretend like, oh, well, what Tulsi produced was inconclusive. No, these are classified documents. These are the perps being caught with their own words,
that's right,
their own emails, their own evidence.
And that's right. The burned bags, the documents, the documents being revealed by Chuck Grassley, who I think has been steadfast and like an old hound dog on the trail. He won't give it up. All right. So last question here. Who do you want to see first in front of a judge and jury, no matter where it ends up? Just give me your list. We got about a minute here.
Oh, I don't know. John Brennan. Look, John Brennan is the orchestrator of this. John Brennan, based on the CIA report, is the man who forced the phony Steele dossier, which he knew was a fraud, into the president's intelligence assessment. He is really the ringleader, the orchestrator of this, and he's quite a guy, an admitted communist, the guy who signed the majority of the visas for those who hijacked planes and attacked America on 9/11. I believe that he is an Islamic convert based on the testimony of John Guandolo, the former FBI counterterrorism chief. He may be the single most evil person in this cabal. I think, unfortunately, because they're not going to impeach him, Barack Obama may be beyond justice because of the
he's the ringleader.
Court decision on immunity.
Pretty clear that Barack Obama, but if he was involved with this grand conspiracy, as Tulsi called it after the fact, well, he could be in some jeopardy too. Roger Stone, I wish we had more time, my friend. Next time, let's make sure we have you for a little bit longer and talk more about it because you've got some great insights, sir. Thank you.
Steve, thanks for having me. God bless you.
God bless you. All right, quick break. We'll be right back to wrap things up.
Yep, your worst nightmare. Your car broke down. Now you're worried if it's going to cost you a fortune in repair bills. Unless you already called CarShield, the legit #1 auto protection company in the country. When you're protected with a plan through CarShield, the process is smooth like ice and done in as little as 3 steps. 1. First, the tow truck takes your car to the shop. The cost of towing, covered when you got a plan through CarShield. Next, you probably need to get around while your vehicle's being repaired, right? 2, plans through CarShield have rental car options too. Then comes the best part. 3, when you pick up your vehicle, you don't have a big repair bill to worry about. CarShield administrators get your covered repairs paid directly to the shop, so you're back on the road with no worries. Call now to get an affordable plan through CarShield for your vehicle before it's too late. When you call CarShield, whether you got a small problem like a power window motor that could cost a few $100s, or a big problem like an engine or transmission that could cost you thousands of dollars, you're taken care of. CarShield is the #1 auto protection company in the country, and their administrators have paid out more than $1 billion in auto repairs. That's billion with a B. CarShield is the choice that gives you the CarShield guarantee. Your rate never goes up, and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Look, it's inevitable. As your car or truck ages, the parts and components are gonna fail. It's not worth the risk. Call CarShield now.
Waiting until your car breaks down is too late. Call CarShield for coverage on up to 5,000 parts and get the CarShield guarantee, where your rate never goes up and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Call 800-653-8201. 800-653-8201.
Tired of the hassle and high cost of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
All right, what makes America wonderful? We do it every day to make sure you have a smile on your face before we send you on your way. Today's story comes to us from Green Bay, Wisconsin, where a selfless act of courage saved the life of a little girl with autism. Tynetta Johnson recalls loading the car and taking her eyes off her granddaughter, Hunteretta, just for what seemed like a moment, only to find that when she looked back, her granddaughter had gone running off, a habit she associated with fun, but only this time it would be a close call to dangers. Hunteretta was running right into a busy street. Suddenly, a man came sprinting into the street and was able to get the oncoming traffic to stop, impeding the possibility of a horrible accident. Ultimately, the hero of our story was identified as Weldon, a man who unfortunately has fallen on hard times. Weldon stepped up in a big way and refused any compensation. As he noted, "I just do my best, and I hope in anybody's situation like that, somebody would do the same." Selflessness. Yeah, that's the moral of the story today. Weldon's action and determination to look danger in the eye, even though he was on hard times, makes America wonderful today, my friends. There's a smile for you to end the day. How do you like it? I'll catch you tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. here on Real America's Voice as we kick off the broadcast day with the Steve Gruber Show. Follow me on all social media platforms, and I'll see you tomorrow for AVL.
Are you disabled and can no longer work? This is an important message for you. Are you between the age of 45 and 63 and need help filing for disability benefits, or were denied by your insurance company or the Social Security Administration?
Call Premier Disability at 1-800-427-8055 now.
Whether you're a first-time filer or filed before and were denied, you'll pay nothing unless you are approved for benefits. Thousands of disability claims are unnecessarily denied each month.
Call Premier Disability at 1-800-427-8055 now.
Work with a team who will fight to get you the benefits you deserve, who understands the physical, emotional, and potential financial impacts, and will share their insider expertise. There are time limits to apply for benefits. If you are between the age of 45 to 63 and need help filing a disability claim, or filed previously and were denied, call our helpline now.
Being single for years, what would it do to you? Would it make you sad? Would it make you lose hope? Would it make you feel disconnected? I wouldn't know, because I'm using datemyage.com. Grab your phone or laptop. Go to Date My Age. Get started for free.
Join datemyage.com today.
Every person who has taken me on this road to that prison is a friggin' Democrat and a Trump hater.
When former White House advisor Peter Navarro stood on principle, he never imagined it would land him behind bars.
They demanded that I break the law.
But he refused to betray Donald Trump or the Constitution and paid the price as a political prisoner. Locked inside a Miami federal prison, Peter found two lifelines: postcards of hope to his fiancée Bonnie Pixie Brenner and a hidden multi-million-dollar prison scandal he's now exposing. Went to prison so you won't have to. Peter and Pixie share a riveting prison diary, a heartfelt love story, and a shocking look at injustice in America's prison system. Stand with Peter. Scan the QR code now or go to Amazon.com to order your copy.
I went to prison
Well, cue me, but also cue the New York Stock Exchange balcony. Ring that bell. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Quiet day, folks. Very, very big up day yesterday. Big down day on Friday. Big up day on Monday and Tuesday. The markets took a breather. Traders took a breather. Dow ended a little bit lower, 60 points lower or so. NASDAQ down a little bit more lower for the NASDAQ, 130 points. Gold continues to buck the trend of everything, up another 7 to 34.33. Good news, oil's down $1 and change, $1.10, down to 65, getting in a good spot. That's very, very good for everyone, good for the economy, good for food prices, fuel prices, good for everything. A little bit of tough news for the home team, so to speak. Got a lot of involvement in Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies. Bitcoin down to 113.6, 113.7 ballpark, and Ethereum 3,600. All right, so a little bit of a breather on the street today. I'm going to bring in right now. She's the former attorney for Donald Trump, and she was an acting U.S. attorney in the state of New Jersey, a very good friend of mine. A rare visit to the bowling show. Good to have you on the show. Alina Habba, really, really good to bring you on. There's so many questions I want to ask you. Alina, if we could just start with Pam Bondi, Attorney General Bondi has called and convened a grand jury to investigate the Russiagate participants, Hillary Clinton, James Comey, Barack Obama. I know you can't dig into it too deep, but tell me your thoughts just from a general overview, if you will.
I have to be very careful. Obviously, I'm part of the Department of Justice, but I think if you look at Kash Patel's comments on this as well and the FBI's findings, I know Dan Bongino has spoken about it publicly, but they found this trove of documents that were in a room and that they are really seriously looking into this and have decided to do so. As we will with any case, frankly, we all know what the Russia hoax was and is, and now it's time to really see some accountability. I think the American people, generally speaking, on any case that we do, are really looking for, it's very clear, they just want us to bring people to justice who have done wrong. And according to these allegations, if they are true, they're very troubling. We can't have politics meddle in elections. You can't create stories against a president, former or future, either. And what is alleged here is very clear. So the Department of Justice is looking at it. It's troubling. If it is what it sounds like, it is troubling. But I'll refer you back to my lawsuit back in the day. I remember we had done a suit on this when I was in private practice against a lot of these individuals for exactly this. And it's really not right. You cannot have people meddling and creating stories to affect an election. We're focused in New Jersey, especially on election integrity, making sure, in terms of additional to violent crime, making sure that our elections are safe and clear and that there aren't dead people voting, there aren't fake voters, there aren't double voters who are getting repeat ballots. All these things are important, but this one is very concerning. As you've seen, I have not seen what Dan and Cash have seen, but clearly it's enough to warrant an investigation.
Alina, I think a lot of people will agree with you 100%. It's time for perp walks. Everyone's waiting to see. It's time for these people who, and frankly, have done things that we would consider treasonous. Not specifically this case, but do you think what you investigated prior would be enough to raise to the level of treason and possibly an actual jail time for some of these players?
I think that you have to wait until the grand jury is convened. And I want to speak about this, Eric, really briefly, because I see the frustration with the American people. Like, where are the arrests? Where are the perp walks? Where is this? Where's that? But the Department of Justice has to be careful to not weaponize, but rather to look at things in a methodical way. We are still all lawyers who have ethics that bind us. And we have to look at these things and look at all the evidence and get panels and grand juries to look at the evidence and make decisions and decide slowly and methodically what is right and what is wrong. And yes, if you create falsified intentional records or allegations with the purpose of affecting an election or preventing somebody from winning an election or putting them in jail, of course, that is completely illegal and wrong. Now, couple that with the fact that it's a former future president, really wrong. This is something that's very black and white, but the frustration with the American people is, I think it's a product of the last, few years and perhaps the last administration. We saw a lot of rushed, allegations. We're not going to do that. We're better than that as a country. We have to do these things in the right manner. We have to protect innocent people, but also prosecute those that are not. So I know Pam Bondi is going to be taking everything that comes to her and has been very, very seriously. And that may not necessarily be at the pace that the American people want, but it's quite honestly the way you have to do things so that these cases hold water, so that they are brought and can be charged, and so that people can be held accountable properly. Yeah.
I'll give you the counter argument, which I probably reside on. It's like, if they did it to Trump, why don't we do it back to them, just to make sure they understand? So next time around, they'll realize it's going to smack them back in the face. As Trump said, if you punch me in the face, I'll punch you back twice as hard. Alina, the other big story resonating right now in the country is Texas is trying to redistrict. They're trying to draw their congressional lines, and that may pick up as many as 5 congressional seats in the state of Texas. Lawmakers from Texas fled. They ran away. If they do show up in the state of New Jersey, where you have jurisdiction, will you arrest them?
I believe in something called separation of powers. I think that there's, I'll be honest with you, Eric, there's something called separation of powers. I understand that they have called for their arrests. The Texas governor, I believe has done that, or the rep there. And listen, that's what they need to do.
And Senator Cornyn and a couple of the people in Abbott's administration as well.
Right, because
so if they reach out to you to arrest, would you be able to legally?
No, I'm the main justice. I'm part of Maine Justice, Department of Justice. The New Jersey U.S. Attorney does not get involved in politics. Now, if they violate a crime that is a federal crime, yes, I have no problem arresting people. I think I've made myself very clear on that in the past 4 months. I don't care if you are a congressperson. I don't care who you are. If you violate a federal law in the state of New Jersey and I have jurisdiction, I will charge you. You know me, Eric, for many years. You know who I am as a person, as a lawyer. And now I am a representative of the country's Department of Justice, and I will hold anybody accountable who in the state of New Jersey violates a law. Yes, if somebody violates a law and flees to my state to try and evade an arrest, of course I would arrest them. That's the way this goes. I just am really not as miscalculated as people would like to think. I take everything incredibly seriously, but the law is pretty much black and white. I got ridiculed, as you know, for doing so, and they said it was a politically charged arrest. Well, I don't make politically charged arrests. I arrest anybody who violates the law. So anybody that steps foot in the state of New Jersey, Eric, it's a really simple answer. You break the law in another state, and you come here, this will not be your safe haven. You will be arrested.
Mm-hmm. Good. One of the other, can we roll the soundbite of Hakeem Jeffries, who I don't know why he was doing this, Alina. He seemed to just have a vendetta against you. Take a listen to Hakeem Jeffries.
This far-right extremist group that I've never heard of filed this ethics complaint right here, alleging that I somehow abused my power by speaking the truth about Donald Trump's so-called U.S. attorney in New Jersey. Let me be clear about my opinions relative to Alina Habba. That's the U.S. attorney right now in New Jersey. She is woefully unqualified and is a political hack. Alina Habba, you are a complete and total disgrace. I don't give a damn about this so-called ethics complaint. It means nothing to me. It is frivolous. It was filed by pettifoggers who perhaps themselves should be disbarred. We will not be intimidated. Get lost.
Alina, why does Hakeem Jeffries have such a vendetta? Why does he have it out for you specifically, you think?
I've never met him. I've never spoken to him. I'm not sure why he insists on saying so-called. It seems like a twitch. I don't know. I've never met him. Literally never even spoken to the man in my life. I'm not a political hack. I'm an attorney licensed in 4 states. I've been licensed by the Supreme Court of the United States, and I have practiced law for the better of 20 years and run law firms for most of 15 that have been extremely successful, despite what the Twitter trolls would like to say. I mean, so-called this, so-called hack, so-called name calling is kind of beneath me, to be honest. I frankly would never despise somebody I've never even spoken to, but I assume he thinks he knows who I am. I'm a really accomplished attorney. I'm very proud of the work that I've done, and quite honestly, a fierce defender of the Constitution, a patriot, and I love this country. Now, I would never hold any position. He's a politician. I am not. I'm an attorney. But at the end of the day, I am not a so-called U.S. attorney or a so-called hack or whatever he wants to call me. My name is Alina Habba. I'm an attorney, and I've been practicing for a very long time. And I am sick and tired of the name calling. I think it is exactly the toxicity that this country is done with. And I'm very proud of the work that I've done in this state, especially in the last 4 months. We've done a tremendous amount of work. There was nothing political about it. Just because they didn't like the outcome of it does not mean that you get to name call a federal official. So, it's shame on him. It reflects on him and his whatever it is that he's doing up there, calling out U.S. attorneys. But I think he should be focused on the American people, which is what we're focused on.
Yeah, they got a lot of work to do on the Democrat side. Their approval rating is at a historic low, and this is all he's got to do is worry about a U.S. attorney in the state of New Jersey. Alina, maybe
they're afraid. Eric, maybe they're afraid of me.
Well, they should be. I know you, and I don't want to be on the other side of a courtroom against you, and I don't want to be on the side of your animosity. Alina, really good having you, my friend.
Good to have you, Eric. Thank you. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. All right, folks. Is the continued divide between Trump and the Federal Reserve putting us behind the curve? Well, can the Fed take the right action at the right time, or are we going to be looking at potential economic slowdowns? And what does this mean for your savings? Consider diversifying with gold through the Birch Gold Group. For decades, gold has been viewed as a safe haven in times of economic stagnation, global uncertainty, and high inflation. And Birch Gold makes it incredibly easy for you to diversify some of your savings into gold. If you have an IRA or an old 401k, you can convert those into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold, or just buy some gold and keep it in your safe in your home. That's exactly what I do. First, get educated. Birch Gold will send you a free info kit on gold. Just text the word America to the number 989898. Again, that's America to 989898. Consider diversifying a portion of your savings into gold. That way, if the Fed can't stay ahead of the curve for the country, at least you can stay ahead of the curve for your financial self. All right, folks, I want to just lay this out here. Something big, something bold is coming. It's unlike anything I've ever done before. It is big time. And you'll know about it soon. We'll be back after the break, 2.5 minutes.
US Med, a trusted supplier of diabetes equipment for nearly 30 years, has great news for people living with diabetes and the pain of regular testing. New Medicare and private insurance guidelines have expanded coverage for continuous glucose monitors, even for people not using insulin. The days of repeated, painful finger sticks are over. Now you can wear a continuous glucose monitor, or CGM, and eliminate routine finger sticks. US Med has the newest models of CGM, which are more accurate and convenient than ever. CGMs are shown to lower your A1C, increase your time in range, and reduce the risk of hypoglycemic events. Shipping is free, and will even bill your insurer directly. Don't spend one more painful day testing your blood sugar. Call now to get your continuous glucose monitoring system so you can take control of your diabetes and get back to enjoying life.
Call US Med now.
Tired of the hassle and high costs of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and in bookstores across the country. We'll even help you promote your book. That's right, we do all this for you. Biography, self-help, mystery, novels, sci-fi, even a children's book. No matter what genre, Page Publishing can bring your book to life. Call today for your free author submission kit and find out how you can be the next published author at Page Publishing.
For your free author submission kit, call 1-800-319-0257. That's 1-800-319-0257. 1-800-319-0257. Call now.
All right, folks, you're taking a look at actually, it's not the White House. So Trump's going to make an executive order signing. And that's like an alternate briefing room. It's in the Eisenhower Executive Office building, which is within the White House compound across this little street from the West Wing, outside the Oval Office in the White House, right across the street. So when he does come out, he loves the 4 o'clock hour. He just loves this 4 o'clock hour. I'm not sure what it is, but good to have you, Mr. President. Good to share an hour with you. When he does come out, we will go to it. Just want to let you know. Earlier, just a few minutes ago, prior to the show, maybe a half hour before the show, I had the opportunity to speak with Congressman Tim Burchett from Tennessee. Take a look. All right, let's have a little fun, shall we? Let's bring in our next guest, the congressman from the great state of Tennessee, Congressman Tim Burchett, who says it's time for the American people to get answers about the Steele dossier and the Russia hoax. Welcome, Congressman. Before we get into the serious stuff, I just want to ask you if you have any idea what was going on earlier today when President Trump was seen on the roof of the White House dancing, and some say he was dancing to YMCA. Any thoughts on that, sir?
I suspect he's in his element. He's a construction guy, and he deals with that. And he probably misses that. And he was up there looking at where they were going to build that big, beautiful ballroom that he's going to pay for out of his own pocket, apparently. And I've been in the White House many times. It is a wonderful, wonderful place. But if you were to try to get the entirety of Congress in there at any one spot, it'd be kind of difficult with any elbow room. So it's just the times we live in. As long as they keep the architecture the same, I'm sure it'll be over the top if Trump's got anything to do with it. I suspect that he was just eyeballing it. And also he was just telling the world, I'm not afraid. I'm up here. That's probably the most insecure spot you could ever be if you know anything about that situation. I remember, a few years back, they first started putting snipers on the roof of the White House after someone jumped the fence. There weren't snipers prior to that. Now, maybe scoping out the sniper location. I was just thinking he was dancing the YMCA. I thought they could have played, what was that song? The roof is on fire. That might have been a little bit more fun for him. And I don't know if maybe he's got the moves for that. You're showing your age. I'd say about 3/4 of the people watching this are Googling that right now. So,
so let's talk a little bit about this. I think the folks earlier in the show, we had Alina Habba on, and we were talking about whether or not we're going to eventually see a perp walk. I think most of the folks want to see someone from that era, whether Obama can be thrown in jail or not. Maybe he's got presidential immunity, probably does, but Hillary Clinton certainly does not. And what do you think? Is it time to see someone behind bars?
I think it is. Do I think it'll happen? Probably not, but I don't think we should stop trying if they've committed a crime. This bunch is a shady bunch. The deep state does exist. They would accuse people like me and you of being conspiracy theorists, but it's not a conspiracy. We had people at the highest levels of government try to subvert the will of the people, tried to overthrow this government, tried to basically just change the will of the people. And they're Marxist is the worst thing, I feel like. They want to be in control. And I remember I was a little boy and asked my daddy, I said, Daddy, why are these people communists? I said, don't they know they're going to lose everything? And he said, buddy, the big shots, the Hollywood, the elitists, those type will have everything, and they will take everything we got. And I see a lot of it, honestly, in the Christian community too. You have wealthy Christians that think that they're ordained by God. All they did was make a lot of money. That doesn't mean they can tell me how to run my dadgum life. And everybody needs to just mind their own business and let me handle my business. And these people want to run it. And they are far left. They hate this country. They hate that flag behind me. They hate what it stands for. And it's disgusting. And they're being called out finally. There's too many of us for them to kill now. They can't contain this thing.
What would your daddy say if you told him that years from whenever he had these conversations, there'd be a socialist, an admitted self-proclaimed socialist that was leading the race to become the next mayor of New York City? And by the way, one of the top Senate Democrats is supporting him in the name of Elizabeth Warren, supporting Mamdani in New York. And then the guy in Fatah in Minnesota leading the Minneapolis mayoral race, also a socialist. What would he say if you told him that?
It always reminds me of the time when Dad was still living, and he's an old World War II. He's fought in the Pacifics in the Marine Corps, 1st Marine Division, Peleliu, Okinawa, and then he went to China and fought the communists. Then he went to the University of Tennessee, I guess, and he fought the communists over there for 40 years. But Daddy, on the night of Bill Clinton's election, I remember we were at home, as I like to say, enjoying a traditional Italian meal. We had a Mr. Gatti's pizza and had that little television. You remember those little color TVs? They weighed about a ton, like a cinder block. They were that big and had the rabbit ears coming out the back of them. And we were watching the news, and Daddy said, I'll say the blessing tonight, buddy. And I said, okay, Dad. And his prayer was a very simple prayer. He said, Lord, please don't let us lose our country. And I thought, wow, there's a combat veteran, the man I love more than anything in this world, my best friend, my idol, the man I wanted to grow up to be just like. And he was seeing that we were losing our country to literally a draft dodger and somebody who just turned out to be just a complete scumbag. And I think about that every day. That's usually my prayer. And I can't even fathom how far we've fallen and how fast we've fallen and everything. My brother called me the other day. My brother's not too political, but he said, can you imagine everything Daddy said was going to happen? This is my older brother, who's crazy smart. And he said, can you imagine everything Daddy said has come to pass? Everything he said would happen in this country is happening right now. And sure enough, they're not going to take it from us. We're just going to give it to them. Case in point, we've allowed these leftists to infiltrate our colleges and universities. They teach our kids that capitalism is wrong, that our religious beliefs are wrong, that flag is a 48-star flag. Actually, that was on my uncle's casket who died fighting the Nazis. My mama actually flew an airplane during the Second World War, so I got it in my blood. But I just shake my head when I read stuff people are saying and the things that they actually believe, that they just think we're just going to print more money and we need to just give it all away. And that's what we're doing right now. We are giving it away without a dadgum shot. And we need to stand up to these people. Everybody says, well, they're not going to go to jail. They're going to plead the fifth. Well, I'll make them plead the fifth, dadgummit. Let's prove it. The reason I'll probably regret saying this, the only reason somebody pleads the fifth is to hide. And that's what the Clintons and that bunch will do. And they'll hide. But I think they need to be exposed.
Congressman, Ben Franklin said when he was asked, what is this you have here? And he said, we have a republic if we can keep it. And you're right, we're handing it over. These people are admitted socialists. We fought communism, socialism. We have millions of fatalities, American fatalities, fighting communism and socialism. And now these people are saying we're communists. We're going to come to take America. It's a scary time. Congress, I know we have to let you go, sir. Also, you're from Tennessee, right? That's right. You're from Tennessee?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Did your daddy not teach you not to walk behind a horse?
Yeah, well, dadgummit, I know that. What happened was I was beside the horse holding its reins, and a big old horsefly about the size of your thumb landed on its butt. And I thought, uh-oh. And I was trying to swat it away. And before I could do that, it yelped. So I'm pretty sure that fly bit it pretty hard. And it turned and it pulled. I've seen we actually have it on the security cameras. We have excellent security. And it got right between me and and it kicked and both hoofs. And I caught one right there in the chest, right below the heart, I guess. I was telling somebody it made a pretty cool imprint. I would love to have a tattoo of that right there, but it would hurt too much right now to have that done. So anyway, I've got good people here. Went to UT Hospital here in Knoxville, the trauma center, and they took care of me.
I got your tattoo. I got your tattoo artist. So you just take a picture and we'll send it to him. We can get you a nice little horse with tattoos into your chest. We feel better, sir, and take care of that. And appreciate your time.
I only missed one meeting. Some poor kid's Eagle Scout, and I'll probably have to take him out for a pizza buffet to make up to it. But we're making everything. Thank you, brother. And hey, the reason they're fighting people like you and me, because we're over the dadgum target. Let's keep fighting. Thank you. It's worth it. Our country's worth it.
We are. And stay safe. Stay safe. Thank you, Congressman Tim Burchett from Tennessee. Thank you.
Brother.
All right, folks, we'll be back in 2.5 minutes.
Friend, do you remember when it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank to expand a business, go on vacation, or buy a new car? Well, today, withdrawing your own cash has become a very risky business, according to The Secret War, a shocking new research report. I just read it. And folks, I was amazed to learn why banks are now required to spy on us for the government and then report any suspicious or unusual behavior. I suggest you get The Secret War free. Just call the number on the screen, no charge, from the folks at Swiss America, and get this. Did you know simply spending cash today may be enough to have you branded as a potential criminal? That's right. The new war on cash is really a war against all freedom-loving Americans. The secret war is yours, free, so call the number on the screen and you can tell them Pat Boone gave you the number.
Is your body ready for summer?
We're gonna build a body you can be proud of. You just give me 30 minutes a day for 21 days, and I promise you, the weight will come off.
This is 21 Day Fix, the perfect program to get you summer ready.
I am in perfect shape for my bikini.
I had that sexy little beef.
Get simple fitness, simple nutrition, fast results in just 21 days.
Get ready for summer with 21 Day Fix. This week, try it free at 21dayfix.com. That's 21dayfix.com.
Some people are worried that they won't be able to get food, whether it's because of food shortages or rising prices or, God forbid, even a disaster. But right now, check this out. This tote right here, it's got breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and even snacks for 4 weeks. And right now, when you get one of these 4-week food survival kits, you'll get a second kit completely free. Now, you see that QR code right there? Scan it now to claim this deal while supplies last. These kits last up to 25 years. The food tastes absolutely amazing and ships for free. So go on, scan the QR code so you can get this deal before it ends.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
All right, folks, we'll keep an eye on that. That's the backup briefing room or across the street, the Eisenhower Executive Office building, EEOB. And when Trump comes out, we will take that live. As always, dadgummit, if I can quote Congressman Burchett myself. Our next guest is the CEO and editor-in-chief of Just the News, No Noise, who's bringing us the very latest on Attorney General Pam Bondi's grand jury probe into Russiagate allegations. Always happy to have John Solomon with us. John, really good to have your friend Alina Habba earlier in the show said that, you know, you may not get a Barack Obama perp walk, but that doesn't rule out some of the others. Where do we stand on all this?
Well, we're moving down the normal process that when you don't politically interfere with a case, the Justice Department and the FBI do. The FBI predicates a case saying, I think there's a grand conspiracy from 2016 to 2024 to get Trump, violate civil rights, hijack the election. That goes to the Justice Department. Justice Department evaluates it. They decide this is such a big, sprawling case, we're going to treat it like the mob and the drug cartel, so they name a strike force, which is typically used in big, complicated cases. And then a strike force can't do anything until it can get to a grand jury. And so yesterday we learned that Pam Bondi has approved the use of grand juries, plural potentially, one for sure, maybe more. And then that will start ramping up next week. Now, I don't believe any grand juries are yet impaneled. There is one in New York that's listening to some small evidence that might get rolled into this at some point. I think the most likely place, the main grand jury will probably be in Fort Pierce, Florida, based on my reporting, because that's where the case against Donald Trump from Jack Smith and the raid on Mar-a-Lago is. And then you might see a grand jury in Washington help, but it won't be the charging instrument. It'll just be a collection instrument, and then evidence can be sent to Florida as needed. Why Florida? Because that's where the latest acts of what the FBI thought was a criminal conspiracy occurred. The raid on Mar-a-Lago, the effort to prosecute Donald Trump on classified documents. And then you wind your way back to where Tulsi Gabbard's referral the last couple of weeks sent us to, and that's with John Brennan, James Comey, and the gang from Russiagate.
So that's good news. You convene a grand jury, and the evidentiary rules are a little bit different than an actual trial. You get to gather more. Right. You can kind of get the home team kind of gather as much as you possibly can. I just also saw this afternoon, John, the U.S. House Oversight Committee has compelled the following individuals for depositions: Hillary Clinton on October 9th, Bill Clinton, Merrick Garland, James Comey, Robert Mueller, William Barr, Eric Holder, Loretta Lynch, Jeff Sessions. Wow. Interesting there. Alberto Gonzalez. Love this thing. This is going to be great. What's Jeff Sessions doing in there? Do you know?
Well, in 2019, when Epstein is charged anew, He's the Attorney General, so they want to know, why did you charge him the way you did? What evidence did you know had been provided? Why do you think the Justice Department passed on him in 2008? The real scandal of Jeffrey Epstein is that the Bush Justice Department took a dive. They looked the other way. They did a non-prosecution agreement, and they let the state give him a tap on the hand. That was the time to get the best evidence, because once Jeff Epstein survives that experience, there's no chance he's keeping evidence of what he's doing. He's going to keep everything off the books. So the Bush administration missed that. Jeff Sessions would have gotten a briefing in 19. What did you know? What were you told that the Justice Department used to have? Why did you give a pass then? So he's a key fact witness into how Epstein got such a sweetheart deal in 2008 and why the Justice Department decided to revisit it after the non-prosecution agreement of 2008 back in 19 and 20. So important person, because internally in the department, you probably get the real story. You may never get the real story publicly, but I bet you they told the current Attorney General what really happened in the case.
You know, I apologize. I didn't realize. I thought that was part of this continuation of the Russia hoax. So
no, this is Epstein. This is a new.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's the other part. But and listen, there are some legitimate questions that can be answered by this. None of them are going to embarrass Donald Trump, but they will show the opportunity that the Bush Justice Department, Alberto Gonzales, and the then U.S. Attorney in Miami, the chance they had and they blew. And I think we're in this position now of frustration and wonderment in 2024 because of what really happened in 2008. So Comer gets to the bottom of that.
Yeah. So back to the Russiagate, Obama, et cetera, Al. So grand jury convenes. They say there's enough reason to indict. Will we start seeing depositions and even potentially trials of these folks?
Yeah, listen, I think the first thing is subpoenas for the evidence. The stuff that Tulsi Gabbard gave to justice probably has to be secured by subpoena for chain of custody. Then the first witnesses come in. There are some big intelligence community whistleblowers that have been coming to Tulsi Gabbard. We haven't heard much about them. You shouldn't, probably, because it's supposed to be secret. I think they go before the grand jury. And then when they get too far enough along, they're going to bring in John Brennan and say, you've said this, this, and this. Which is the truth? Tell us. And then, John Brennan will decide whether he cooperates or takes the Fifth Amendment. They're never going to get to the point of indicting Obama because of the immunity ruling. However, that immunity ruling puts Barack Obama in some jeopardy. If he does need to be called as a witness, he can be subpoenaed. Nothing will protect him. If he is subpoenaed, he'll have to tell the truth. And he can't take his Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination because he's immune. So he'll have to tell the truth. And then if he doesn't tell the truth, he can be indicted for lying as a private citizen about something that he was immune from doing when he was president. So it's almost the perjury trap that, ironically, Obama, Biden, and the FBI and others were meeting with when they were trying to set up Mike Flynn in January of 2017. Now that could boomerang around. Barack Obama could be the guy in the chair.
I love that. We all love that. That's all good news. John Solomon always really getting to the bottom of these things. Sorry, I jumped over. I didn't realize I was jumping the Epstein. Didn't mean to do that.
That's okay.
This Russiagate.
Take me anywhere you want to go. Yeah.
Well, this Russiagate stuff is hot. It's hot, and they got to be Democrats got to be very, very nervous. They can pretend they're not nervous about it. They're very nervous about a grand jury convening and looking into all their past acts. John, 6 o'clock. Your show is always awesome. Appreciate your time, John.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thanks, Eric.
All right, folks. My next guest says, don't try to work with the IRS by yourself. Tax Network USA has specialists that take the burden off your shoulders and stop that spiral before it gets worse. Here to tell us more is spokesperson for Tax Network USA, Cameron Kinsey. Cameron, good to have you. Tell us a little bit about Tax Network USA and what services Tax Network USA offers.
Yes, well, thank you so much for having me, Eric. It's good to see you. Tax Network USA is one of America's leading tax relief firms. So we specialize in helping individuals and business owners take on the IRS, whether that's audits, whether that's back taxes, wage garnishments, unfiled returns. So our team includes CPAs, enrolled agents, experienced tax attorneys as well, who really just know the tax code inside and out. So you're not having to deal with this burden yourself. And the truth is, the IRS really doesn't care who's in charge politically. They've stayed aggressive, as we've seen over the years. So our job is to protect hardworking Americans from this government overreach.
All right. So tell us what sets Tax Network USA apart from other tax service providers. What type of personal client services do you offer?
Well, I think too many companies will charge hefty upfront fees, give you cookie cutter advice on how to deal with the IRS, and then kind of vanish when things get tough. And we're not really like that. We've helped eliminate over $1 billion in tax debt for our clients because we've approached every single case strategically and personally. We're not just another service provider. We share the same values as the people watching this show and as like me and you, Eric, limited government, less bureaucratic nonsense, protecting people from weaponized institutions. And so that's really the lens that we approach every single case with. We're on your side, not theirs. And our goal isn't just to solve a problem, it's just to get your life back on track and relieve that burden.
Yeah. And what advice would you give to someone who's struggling with, a burdensome tax debt?
Yeah, well, you and I have talked about this. We often see sometimes people will ignore those letters that they get in the mail from the IRS and kind of ignore the problem until it's too late. And I would just say, don't wait. Don't toss those letters in the drawer hoping that it goes away. The IRS really does count on people who are panicking or even procrastinating. And that's really how those penalties stack up over time. So we want to relieve that financial burden for you. So it's important just to get a team who knows how to negotiate with the IRS, knows their taxes, knows how to reduce, what you owe, and who will really just put a real plan in place. That's what we do at Tax Network USA. And you do have more options than you may think, but timing really is everything in this case.
What documentation do folks need, information? Oh, Cameron, I'm sorry, I have to break this because Trump is coming out with the executive order. Cameron Kinsey, thank you.
No worries. Thanks, Eric.
All right, folks, let's take the White House, our executive office building.
And it's an honor to have you in this very nice venue across the street from the White House. And thank you all for being here as we take a major step to ensure the United States is fully prepared to welcome the world to Los Angeles for the 2028 Summer Olympic Games. Very exciting day in my life when we got nominated and we ultimately got it. And I didn't think I'd be here for the games in this capacity, but it worked out that way. So I'm very happy about that. I had no idea that was going to happen. When we got it, I said, it's too bad I won't be president then, but sort of we took a very circuitous route, didn't we? In my first term, we were instrumental in helping the city of Los Angeles win the bid to bring the Olympic torch back to American soil. And today I will sign an executive order establishing the White House Task Force on the 2028 Summer Olympics, mobilizing the entire federal government to ensure the games are safe, seamless, and historically successful. It's going to be amazing. I think it's going to be amazing. America is a nation of champions, and in July 2028, we'll show the world what America does best, and that's win. We're winning like we have never won before. You see that all the time. A year ago, we were not a country that was doing well, and now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. I want to recognize several members of the task force, including our great Vice President, J.D. Vance. J.D., thank you very much. Thank you. Our equally great Attorney General, Pam Bondi. Pam, thank you very much, Pam. Secretary of Homeland Security, Christy Kerr. Christy Kerr. Do you know who Christy Kerr is? She's a friend of mine, great golfer. Christy, no, she's a better golfer than you. That's the only thing, but you're better at a lot of other things. But I want to thank you for being here, for doing an unbelievable job, really an unbelievable job. FCC Chairman Brendan Carr. Brendan, thank you. Thank you, Brendan. Doing a great job. White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles, most powerful woman anywhere in the world. She's rated the most powerful woman in the world, and I agree with that. And Deputy Chiefs of Staff Stephen Miller. Stephen, thank you. What happened to Stephen? We never want to miss Stephen. He's an MVP candidate. Dan Scavino, another MVP. James Blair, Taylor Budovich, and Nick Luna. Thank you all. Great group of people. They're going to be very much involved. I also am grateful to be joined by two of Team USA's strongest and fastest competitors, retired gold medalist and gymnast and member of the LA 28 Athletes Council, Nastasha Lukin. Nastasha, how are you, Nastasha? Good. I don't know you, but I've watched you. You're very talented. I would not want to do what you do. This is much easier, believe me. It's incredible what you've done, along with retired gold medal Paralympian swimmer and board member of the U.S. Olympic Committee, Brad Snyder. Brad, thank you very much, Brad. It's a great honor. Thank you. Chairman of the 2028 Olympic Games, Casey Wasserman, a friend of mine for a long time. Casey, thank you very much. Casey, great job. It's going to be amazing. LA's a little bit different place than it was when selected, but we're going to bring it back stronger than ever. I spoke to Casey about that. He said, nope, we're going to make it better than ever. It's going to be something that's going to make it even more important as a Olympic Games. It was an interesting conversation we had as the fires were raging. Is that right? And I appreciated that very much. And CEO Reynold Hoover. Reynold, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Great honor. I also want to welcome the chair of the U.S. Olympic Committee, Gene Sykes. Gene, thank you. Thank you, Gene, very much. And thank him for recently banning men from competing in women's sports. That's a big deal. Thank you very much. It's amazing the way I don't hear any applause for that when everyone feels it. It's a 97, don't worry about it. That's a 97-3. It's not 80-20, it's 97-3. But nobody wants to clap. It's crazy. The United States will not let men steal trophies from women at the 2028 Olympics, so we appreciate the fairness and everything else that you've shown. Also with us today is LA 28 board member Reince Priebus and also Kevin McCarthy. I want to thank Kevin McCarthy and Reince. Thank you, Reince. And thank you, Kevin. And the LA Olympics is shaping up to be a wonderful moment for America. It's going to be incredible. It's so exciting. And with today's action, I'm directing the Department of State, the Department of Justice, the Department of Homeland Security, the FBI, the Secret Service, the Department of Transportation, and many other departments and agencies to use every tool at their disposal to ensure a fantastic, safe, and beautiful event. In 2028, the Olympics is bringing back our national pastime, baseball. Wow, that's great. With teams playing under the lights at the legendary Dodger Stadium, and it is legendary. It's beautiful, one of the most beautiful. Squash players will go head-to-head inside the world-famous Universal Studios. Triathletes will sprint beneath the sun shining down on Venice Beach. This will be one of the great venues. I mean, when you think of it, right? It's going to be so incredible. Soccer teams will face off at the legendary Rose Bowl. Sailors will race through the waters near the port of Los Angeles, and the opening ceremony will take place at the beautiful Memorial Coliseum, just like the Olympics of 1932 and 1984. That was something. Those were very important Olympics. 1932 was a very important Olympics, wasn't it, huh? For 8 straight consecutive summer games, no one has won more medals than Team USA, which is incredible. We want to keep it that way. Over the years, Team USA has won triple the number of Summer Olympic gold medals as the next closest country, and I'm confident that that's going to continue in 2028. That's an amazing achievement, by the way. Between the LA Olympics and the FIFA World Cup next year, we have the World Cup and we have the Olympics, got them both. It's a great time to be a sports fan in America, and maybe, you know, I don't want to say most importantly, but it is a celebration of 250 years. We have our 250th anniversary also during the year, and it's going to be between the three of them. I think there'll be no other time that we've ever had in our history like that. So I'd like to ask the LA Olympics Chairman, Casey Wasserman, to say a few words, and I appreciate it very much, Casey. Great job you've done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your support and the entire administration's support through this whole process has been truly extraordinary. In just 1,074 days, yes, we're counting, sir, the eyes of the world will be on this country as we open the 2028 Olympics. And it feels just like yesterday, and you were just president-elect in December of 2016, that you leaned into this process back then. And you've been supportive and helpful every step of the way, and we wouldn't be here without you, so we greatly appreciate all your support.
Thank you very much.
Our games plan is near final. We've announced a competition schedule. Some of the greatest brands in America have stepped up to support these Olympic Games as commercial partners. And now with the creation of this task force, we've unlocked the opportunity to level up our planning and deliver the largest and, yes, greatest games for our nation ever. We expect more than 150 heads of state will come to the Games. We'll host approximately 11,000 Olympic and 4,500 Paralympic athletes. They'll participate in 800 competitions at 49 competition venues. This will be the equivalent of producing 7 Super Bowls a day, sir, for 30 days. Yeah. But we are now focused more than ever on delivery, and we can't do this alone. I want to thank President Trump and the entire administration for their support and their partnership as we work to bring these games home. These will be truly America's games. We expect millions of fans from around the country to participate and attend events. And for the first time in history, we are going to take the Olympic torch relay to all 50 states. The most states it's ever gone to is 38, but in 2028, we will touch all 50 states. And sir, if you'd like to run on Park Avenue again to revisit history, you're more than welcome. And we're thrilled. But this administration has delivered critical security funding in the recent bill that will be used by local and state agencies and the federal government to make sure that our games are safe and secure and ultimately the best place to experience and be an Olympic fan. We remain incredibly confident in our ability to deliver the greatest games ever, and that starts with the support of this administration every step of the way. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So we don't have trophies in the Olympic movement, but as you know, 1984 hosted the Olympics in Los Angeles, right? And someone we admire, President Reagan, both of us, presided over those, and you will preside over our games. So we have for you a full set of the 84 original medals.
Wow. Can I say that I won them athletically?
Yes, sir.
That would be a great honor.
Yes.
That's beautiful. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. You want to say
Yep.
that? Okay, come on around, everybody. This is a big one here. Pam, no auto pen. Fantastic. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, Mr. President, Mr. President.
Press charges against any men that are posing as women.
Excuse me. No, he called on me.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Do you still plan to follow through on your threat to impose 100% tariffs on all countries that purchase Russian energy, including China?
Well, I never said a percentage, but we'll be doing quite a bit of that. We'll see what happens over the next fairly short period of time. But we'll see what happens. Yep. You know, they have a meeting tomorrow. We have a meeting with Russia tomorrow. We're going to see what happens. We'll make that determination at that time. Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for calling me. Thank you, Mr. President. On Ukraine, President Zelensky just signed a law allowing for citizens age 60 and above to serve in the military. We've seen dozens of videos of young men being hauled into vans and dragged to the front lines against their will. And we've even seen videos of a young man with Down syndromes serving on the front line. You, when you campaigned, you said you wanted to see the people stop dying. A lot of people admired that statement. Now the people dying are elderly, mentally handicapped, and conscripts. So even if a ceasefire doesn't work out, why should Americans continue to fund a foreign military that's scraping the bottom of the barrel of its population like this?
Well, you have to understand, very importantly, this is Biden's war. This is not my war. I'm here to get us out of it. It's a mess, and I'm here to get us out. I haven't heard that when you say about 60-year-old men and, et cetera. But this is Biden's war, and we're working very hard to get us out. I stopped 5 wars in the last 5 months, actually, and I'd like this to be the 6th, frankly, and that doesn't even include Iran, with, obliterating their nuclear haul, because they would have had nuclear weapons within 2 months. But stopped a lot of wars. You just take a look at the ones just over the last 2 or 3 months. It's been amazing. This is the one I'm trying to stop. This is the one we're working hardest on. The other ones I stopped within a matter of days, almost every one of them, including India and Pakistan. And I could go over the whole list, but you know the list as well as I do. But this is the one we'd like to see. I haven't not heard that, but this is Biden's war. And it's a war that he got us into, or indirectly got us into. It should have never happened. It would have never happened had I been president. Yeah, next to you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would you support Israel reoccupying all of Gaza, as has been suggested by some Israeli officials?
Well, I don't know what the suggestion is. I know that we are there now trying to get people fed. As you know, $60 million was given by the United States fairly recently to supply food, and a lot of food, frankly, for the people of Gaza that are obviously not doing too well with the food. And I know Israel's going to help us with that in terms of distribution and also money. We also have the Arab states are going to help us with that in terms of the money and possibly distribution. So that's what I'm focused on. As far as the rest of it, I really can't say. That's going to be pretty much up to Israel. Yeah, please. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. On transgender athletes in the Olympics, back to the safety, especially of female combat boxers, will the Department of Justice considering pressing charges against any man that tries to masquerade as a woman coming into this country to beat up American athletes? And secondly, would your administration consider genetic testing so that these people can prove that they're actually women competing?
Well, I think there is going to be a very strong form of testing. As far as charges, I'd have to ask the Attorney General about that. I don't know. But there will be a very, very strong form of testing. And if the test doesn't come out appropriately, they won't be in the Olympics. Yes, ma'am, please. Go ahead, please. White.
Thank you. Mr. President, do you believe that the U.S. committee would have made this decision on men and women's sports if you weren't president? And do you believe that this decision will stay in place once you are no longer president?
I think they probably would have, because it just seems to be an issue that most people feel should be. I can't really say. You could have asked Chairman Wasserman, but I would say that, there's a possibility. It could go either way if you really want to know the truth. I feel strongly about it. I ran a campaign, at least partially on that. That was one of the many issues that I talked about: open borders, the economy, taxes, all of the things. But that was certainly one of the issues. So I really I really don't know. Could have gone either way. Please.
Have you decided on a replacement for the Fed governor?
For Fed governor? I'll be making that decision before the end of the week, and we'll either decide on one for permanence or the 4-month period, the term. There's a term of about a number of months. We have a couple of candidates. Everybody wants it, okay? It's not a couple, but we've narrowed it to a couple of candidates. And we've also, we're looking at the Fed chair, and that's down to 4 people right now. Very good. Well, I can tell you, because I've already said there's 2 Kevins and 2 other people, okay? Brian?
Thank you, Mr. President. This has to do with the safety aspect of the Olympics. What can you do as a president to ensure that Southern California, the greater Los Angeles area, is safe from any fire danger, that the state clears away brush in state parks, the reason why this last fire happened in Pacific Palisades? What can you ensure for that?
Well, as you know, Brian, we have, I've been fighting with them for a long time about allowing the water to come down from the Pacific Northwest, essentially. And we actually opened up that water pretty strongly. We got a lot of opposition from the governor, and we opened it up anyway, and the water is coming down. We want it opened further. They have a lot of water. They sent it out into the Pacific Ocean in order to protect the smelt. It's a little tiny fish that's not doing very well, especially when they don't have water. They really do badly, okay? but it's a fish, environmentally protected, even though it's in many other areas. I think they just use that as an excuse to smelt. You'll check that out. But I think it's just an excuse. They've got to allow full water, and they're working with Lee Zeldin is really helping us a lot, but they've got to allow the full complement of water to come down from the Pacific Northwest. There is so much water. If Gavin Newsom let the water come down, see the way I pronounced his name properly for a change, if this guy allowed the water to come down from the Pacific Northwest, they have so much water they don't know what to do with it. All of those sprinklers would have gone on. All of those people with those beautiful houses with sprinklers in the ceilings and with the water, the fire pumps outside, all that water, they didn't have any water because they wouldn't let the water come down. There's so much water there. At first, when I got involved with this issue in my first term, I said to the congressman, they took me up because they wanted to show me the fields where they could farm 10 times more product. You'd see 100 acres, and you'd see 1 acre or 2 acres, beautiful green. It's very vibrant soil, but they don't give it the water that it's entitled to. And I said, oh, they have a drought? I said, no, they told me we don't have a drought. They don't. The Democrats don't allow the water to come down into the farms and into anywhere. By the time it gets down even into certain parts of California, it's fed out stupidly into the Pacific Ocean. If that water were allowed, so we broke into it and we allowed it to come down, and it come down at a higher level, and we want that, and we're demanding that of the governor. The other thing is, we'll do anything necessary to keep the Olympics safe, including using our National Guard or military. Okay? No, I will use the National Guard or military. This is going to be so safe, and if we have to, because obviously you have a mayor that is not very competent. She can't get the permits for the people. You know, the people are still waiting for their permits. Lee Zeldin got them the federal permit, which is 10 times harder to get. And everybody can build on the federal basis, and that's the hard one. But the mayor, Bass, she refuses to or cannot get them permits. They're waiting. And I was there right after the fires, and I saw all these beautiful people standing by their homes, ready to get in and get to work. And they're waiting for their permits, and they're still waiting for their state permits and city permits. It's a disgrace. It's a disgrace. Redress, yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
India says that the U.S. imports Russian uranium, chemicals, fertilizers, while criticizing their energy imports. Your response to that, sir?
I don't know anything about it. I'd have to check, but we'll get back to you on that. Yeah, please.
Mr. President.
Yeah, go ahead.
Have you seen the Hamas-released video of Israeli hostage Avitar David starving and being forced to dig his own grave in a Hamas tunnel?
I have, yeah. I have. I think it's horrible. I think it's horrible. And I hope people do get to see it as bad as it is, because I think it's a horrible thing. Yeah, behind you, please.
Mr. President,
yes.
Can you speak to just how, this drop-off in foreign-born workers is going to benefit Americans, and will it force American companies to pay fairer wages to American workers?
Well, we want to take care of our American workers, and first and foremost, and that's what we're doing. We also want to help our farmers, because our farmers are producing like never before. We have to help them. And we're working out some very complicated strategies and language, but the main thing that I think I was elected to do is to get the illegals out of our country, who are especially in particular criminals. 11,888 murderers were allowed into our country with Biden's open border policy, with our border czar, who never spoke to the Border Patrol, never went to the border one time. That's Kamala. And think of it. We have murderers. We have people coming in from all countries all over the world, from prisons in the Congo and Africa, from prisons all over South America, all over rough parts of Europe, all over Asia. They're pouring into our country. Not anymore. So we just announced we had our third consecutive month where we were rated 0 people. And these are, frankly, very liberal people that make up these charts. So I don't know what's wrong with them. They seem to not be doing their job for the Democrats. But I'm honored by the fact that they say it. We're very tough on the border. And people can come into our country, but they have to come in legally. So I think that we've done an amazing job, actually. But we have to get the criminals out of our country, murderers, drug dealers, gang members, They emptied prisons into our country. It's one of the reasons, I think, even beyond the economy, it's one of the reasons I got elected. It's really maybe the number one. It was between the economy and that. But, as I said before, our nation is doing really well, but we have to get these really bad people. They should have never been allowed in our country. Open border policy is for fools. We're the only country in the world with an open borders policy, but we don't have that anymore. We had zero now for 3 months in a row. Peter?
Thank you very much, President Trump. Nice to see you got off the roof all right.
Yeah.
You said this morning that you probably won't be running for a third term. This weekend, Secretary of State Rubio said that he thought J.D. Vance would be a great nominee. You could clear the entire Republican field right now. Do you agree that the heir apparent to MAGA is J.D. Vance?
Well, I think most likely, in all fairness, he's the vice president. I think Marco is also somebody that maybe would get together with J.D. in some form. I also think we have incredible people, some of the people on the stage right here. So it's too early, obviously, to talk about it, but certainly he's doing a great job, and he would be probably favored at this point.
And on Texas, if Texas redrawing their congressional map would get you 5 safe red seats, means that California, New York, Illinois, and Maryland are all going to redraw their maps to add safe.
Well, they'll do it anyway.
Is it worth it?
Yeah, they'll do it anyway. Why? If we stop over there, they would have done it anyway. Look, a lot of these states, I watched this morning as Democrats are complaining, and they're complaining from states where they've done it, like in Illinois, like in Massachusetts. I watched this lunatic, Pocahontas. She's a total lunatic. I don't know what she's on. She's all jumping up and down like I've never seen anything like it, talking about supporting the communist mayor. And he's not a socialist. He's a communist, okay? This is not a socialist, man. This is a communist. If you look at any of his policies and go back 6 months, you don't even have to go back further than that. So they want to put a communist in New York. Now, the good news is we have a lot of power over that because we're the ones with the money. We send the money. We don't send the money. It's up to the White House, a lot of power in the White House. But when I watched her jumping up and down, talking about that and supporting the communists, but if you look at what's going on with the redistricting or whatever you want to call it, the Democrats have done it long before we started. They've done it all over the place. They did it in New York. They did it in a lot of different states. But in Massachusetts, so somebody used this as an example today. I was interviewed this morning, and they said, it's pretty unfair. Trump got 40%. I'm not proud of that, but I think I probably got more, but that's okay. I got 40% in Massachusetts, and yet they have 100% of the vote in terms of Congress. So there's no Republican, there's no anything. So we should have 40%. You know why? They redistricted, and they've done it all over the place. And they've done it in California, by the way. Before this, they've done it in California. So we'll see what happens. We have a wonderful governor in Texas. He feels strongly about it. It's going to be up to him. I think there's tremendous support for it. And, we've watched the Democrats destroy our country in 4 years. They've destroyed between their open borders that we talked about, transgender for everybody, all of the horrible things that they've done, high taxes, horrible medical provision for people. We've watched them destroy our country for 4 years, and people don't want that. And people in Texas, as you saw, I got the highest vote in the history of Texas. I love Texas. Texas likes me, obviously. But I got the highest vote, and that was checked out on the show. Did you see that? Where they checked it out, they said he actually did get the highest vote in the history of Texas, which disappointed them. They were very disappointed to hear that. But Texas is a place that's done very well with a free enterprise kind of an attitude, with the exact opposite of what's happening in New York with a communist mayor. And they know what they're doing, and they're doing the right thing. Yeah.
Mr. President, 2 questions for you. Mr. President, thank you. Texas Senator John Cornyn is asking for your help to force Democrats back to the state and hold them accountable. Do you want the federal government and the FBI to help locate and arrest these Texas Democrats who have left the state?
Well, I think they've abandoned the state. Nobody's seen anything like it, even though they've done it twice before. And in a certain way, it almost looks like they've abandoned the state. It looks very bad. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Should the FBI get involved? Should the FBI get involved?
Well, they may have to. They may have to. No, I know they want him back. Not only the attorney general, the governor wants him back. If you look, I mean, The governor of Texas is demanding they come back. So a lot of people are demanding they come back. You can't just sit it out. You have to go back. You have to fight it out. That's what elections are all about. Yeah, please.
Thank you so much, President Trump. 2 questions for you. One, were you aware of and did you personally approve the prison transfer for Ghislaine Maxwell that your Justice Department?
I didn't know about it at all. No, I read about it just like you did.
And do you believe that she is?
It's not a very uncommon thing.
Do you believe that she's credible to be listening to? Your Deputy Attorney General sat down with her recently.
Well, let me tell you, he's a very talented man. His name is Todd Blanche. He's a very legitimate person, very high. I just a very highly thought of person, respected by everybody. And I didn't talk to him about it, but I will tell you that whatever he asked would be totally appropriate, and it's not an uncommon thing to do that. And I think he probably wants to make sure that, people that should not be involved or aren't involved are not hurt by something that would be very, very unfortunate, very unfair to a lot of people. But I will say this, Todd Blanche is one of the most highly respected people you'll ever meet. So I know this. I didn't discuss it with him, but anything he talked about with her or the fact that he did that, not unusual, number one, and most importantly is something that would be totally above board. Please. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. President. Mr. President, how much more would you like DOGE to cut from the federal government?
Well, it's not so much DOGE anymore. And by the way, I have to say that somebody from DOGE was very badly hurt last night. You saw that. A young man who was beat up by a bunch of thugs in D.C. And either they're going to straighten their act out in the terms of government and in terms of protection, or we're going to have to federalize and run it the way it's supposed to be run. But it's not a question of DOGE. We have great people, secretaries and all, working with DOGE and cutting with with a scalpel as opposed with an axe. They're cutting with a fine-tooth comb, and they're getting rid of people that aren't doing their job or bad people or bad things, bad policy, et cetera, et cetera. And I think we've been very successful in that. And there's more cutting to do, but there's also more getting. We want smart people in government. Our country is doing great. I think we are doing probably, maybe in many ways, better than we've ever done before. We're taking in trillions, not billions, trillions and trillions of dollars from other countries who, for years, took advantage of us. They took advantage of the United States like we were children, and that's not happening anymore. Now they're paying a lot of money, and they're paying hundreds of billions of dollars. Individual countries paying hundreds of billions of dollars. You're seeing what everybody else is seeing. And we have a lot of things we can do. One of the questions asked of me this morning is, are you going to make a dividend to the people? And the purpose of what I'm doing is primarily to pay down debt, which will happen in very large quantity. But I think there's also a possibility that we're taking in so much money that we may very well make a dividend to the people of America. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you. Do I have my microphone? Thank you very much. Stephen K. Bannon here at the War Room. I want to thank Eric Bolling, President of the United States. I believe that is one of the new briefing rooms they're setting up over in the EOB. I really like it. I like the camera angle. I like the shot. Particularly, I like the fact they've solved a problem that we've trying to solve for a while, and that is each reporter has a microphone, so you can hear the full question to the president, because they're always trying to trip him up. We've got a cold open. We also have Ken Paxton and Brian Harrison about the situation in Texas as the redistricting. We told you the redistricting was going to be a firestorm, and it has engulfed the nation politically, from California to Illinois to New York to up to Boston, also Florida. And the railhead of that is in Texas. Ken Paxton, he's been called to call it the FBI, to request the FBI to round these guys up. I think 2 of the actual Democrats, because I think you're seeing the dam break a little bit, though we've got to keep pressure on. A couple of the Democrats showed up. Brian Harrison will be here. Julie Kelly's going to be here to talk about subpoenas issued today in the House, actually put the dates of when people are supposed to show up. So much going on the seditious conspiracy against the President of the United States, both in the House and in the courts. and also the situation in Texas. We got so much more. We got capital markets, national security, all of it. Alex Marlowe, the editor-in-chief of Breitbart, is going to be here to talk about weaponization of the system against President Trump. Also, news today, looks like two banks, I think it was J.P. Morgan and one of the other big banks, J.P. Morgan, actually debanked President Trump at the request of the Biden administration. President Trump's going to get all over that. You just saw President Trump signing an executive order about security for the Olympics. Let's go ahead and play the cold open, and as soon as that's finished, I'll try to bring in Ken Paxton. We have Attorney General Paxton set up. You're in the war room. Let's let it rip.
It's all gerrymandered. And we have an opportunity in Texas to pick up 5 seats. We have a really good governor, and we have good people in Texas. And I won Texas, and we are entitled to 5 more seats.
This Texas standoff over redrawing election maps is having a domino effect across the nation. A handful of Republican-held states are considering similar moves to secure a more workable House majority for President Trump. Now, the 1965 Voting Rights Act signed by President Johnson prohibits redistricting if it will have a racially discriminatory impact. That's exactly what could happen in Austin, home of the LBJ Presidential Library, memorializing the act's signing. Downtown Austin could be redrawn into a rural GOP-leaning area stretching nearly 4 hours east, jeopardizing the impact of Black and Latino voters in the surrounding communities.
Here in my home city of Austin, they are trying to chop up certain parts of our city to be out in West Texas or out on the coast, an 8-hour drive. These maps are just nuts. But what is worst about it is that the way they are trying to give Trump more protection and more seats is by diluting the votes of working class communities and communities of color. And in my home city of Austin, if Donald Trump is able to suppress Latino voters here in Austin, pretty soon he'll take that ploy across America. Trump has already said that he wants to go and gerrymander Ohio and then Missouri. And we can't let that happen because voters should be able to hold Trump accountable for his corruption and crimes. Trump is trying to make sure that he rigs the midterm election before we ever get to cast a vote.
Democrats who've left the state to block a vote on redistricting say they're prepared to stay out of Texas, quote, as long as it takes. The state's attorney general, Ken Paxton, today announced he would seek a court ruling to declare Democrats' seats vacant if they're not back by Friday. In a statement, Paxton wrote this, quote, if you don't show up to work, you get fired. Does the governor have a leg to stand on here?
Well, they're going to try the legal process here, which they hadn't done in the last time that this was happened. So Democrats do not feel that the Republicans on this legal fight to remove them from office have a leg to stand on. Many of them have told us that they believe these are simply hollow threats. But come Friday, it sounds like the Attorney General is going to begin to attempt that process through the courts. But we haven't heard, even since that statement, any kind of indication that that's going to change the dynamic here in what Democrats are going to do. What we've kept hearing is that they're willing to stay as long as it takes. And you know, what exactly that means is still very much up in the air. There's 2 weeks left in this special legislative session, so they could stay through the end of that. I think I heard one Democratic lawmaker saying they could plan on staying 2 weeks, get to the end of the session, kill this redistricting bill for this one particular session. The governor would very likely call another one, so that all of this would just continue going. But it does seem to kind of indicate an escalation of the Republicans talking about punishing the Democrats for all of this. And you also saw, and we've heard from Senator John Cornyn, who's released a letter that he sent to the FBI director urging federal authorities to get involved in the search for the Democrats, where we all know they're in or most of them are in Chicago. So again, you know, some more escalation in terms of the rhetoric that we continue to see around this issue.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media.
I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Tuesday, 5 August, year of our Lord 2025. Welcome to the late afternoon, early evening edition of the War Room. And yes, the country politically is on fire. It is about redistricting. The railhead of that happens to be the great state of Texas. The Attorney General, Ken Paxton, joins us. So, Attorney General Paxton, we had you on very early in this before it really got kicked off. What's the state of play? You got these members of the House. They're up in Illinois. They're being funded by Soros and other people that have got them up there. You're saying, I think, putting a word out, hey, if you're not back here by Friday, I'm going to move. I'm going to go to court to vacate the chair. You've also got other officials that are requesting you to go and talk to the FBI, get in the FBI. Just give us the state of play of what's happening, and particularly a solution from these cowardly radical House Democrats shirking their duty and hiding in Illinois while you have hard work to do down in Texas.
Yeah, let me first say this is a state issue. I don't know what the FBI would have to do with this. Nothing. This is a purely state issue. So we are focused on alternatives that we can implement at the state level. One of those is we can arrest these. So you will see some action that we will attempt to make those arrests. If that doesn't work, we're also going to give them till Friday, because that's the next day that the legislature meets, to show up on Friday. If they don't, then we are going to file motions to try to remove some of these legislators from office. So that's where we're at now. We'll see what happens. At the very least, I guarantee you this, we can outweight them if these other alternatives don't work, and eventually we'll get the vote that we need.
So, Attorney General Paxton, when you say arrest them, are you going to have like the Texas Rangers go to Illinois and arrest these Democrats and bring them back, or do they actually have to be in the state for you to do that?
So, Steve, I can tell you in a couple days exactly what that means. I can't tell you right now. It's part of what's going on. So I would love to be able to tell you the answer to that question, but I have information that I can't share with you yet. But when I can share that, I'd be happy to share it here first. Perfect. Attorney General Paxton, explain, because there's people all over the world now coming into the story, watching the War Room, particularly our evening edition, in the country, just waking up. Maybe some have been on August vacation, seeing this. People are like, they don't quite get why elected officials, Democratic officials in Texas are hiding in Illinois. What are they trying to prove, and how does this even happen? Because in any other state, it sounds so bizarre as to be kind of something that just normally wouldn't happen. I don't know if I could explain it to a Martian or somebody from another country. It doesn't make a lot of sense that you would leave Texas to go to Illinois because you're mad that supposedly we're gerrymandering lines, when in reality you're going to Illinois, which has, 14 Democrat members of the House and only 3 Republicans, 82% Democrat when the states voted for Kamala 52-48. So it doesn't make a lot of sense, but here we are. The Democrats choose one of the most gerrymandered states. Of course, New York is also that way. I don't know Massachusetts as well, but clearly a Democratic state. They go there to escape being arrested is, I think, the goal. Now, to go to court and to vacate these, first off, is there any requirement in the Constitution or in the rules in Texas that you have to notify? Have you actually gone out and individually notified these representatives if they don't show up on Friday, which is the next scheduled session, that you will go to court and move to vacate their seats? Yes. A couple hours ago, we put out a press release notifying all of them that they are subject to this attempt to remove them if they do not show up on Friday. So they have till Friday. The next time that the House is meeting and they need a quorum on Friday, they didn't have it today, will be Friday. And if they do not show up Friday, we will file something, an attempt to remove some of these legislators from office. Are you pretty confident that state law that you'll win in court, or you think they got some pretty radical judges down in Texas? You think that you'll win this in court as you look at it right now?
Steve, we're in uncharted territory. This has never been tried. It's an unusual situation where, members of the House just disappear, and it's only happened twice. It's happened twice in my career. This is the third time. No one's ever attempted to try to really bring them back. The only attempt made was just to keep calling sessions until they came back. For instance, when I was in the Texas House, we started dealing with redistricting in the regular session, which started in January. We had to go all the way to October before they showed up. So we outlasted them, but that cost us all 10 and a half months of our lives to get them back into Texas. So we don't want to have to wait that long. That costs people a lot of time. It costs the taxpayers a lot of money. There's no point in it. These people need to show up and vote, and that's what we're trying to accomplish.
Is that what you mean by you'll be able to outweigh them? That eventually you'll keep calling special sessions and they'll have to come back?
Yes, I have no doubt that the governor will continue to call special sessions, just as the previous governor did. He kept calling them when the special session. We can only call a 30-day special session. When that session ends, governor calls it the next day, so there's no break. They can't, if they want to come back, they're going to be arrested and brought back to vote. That's literally how it's going to work.
This map really reflects the changing demographics of Texas. I don't think that message is getting out clearly enough, particularly in the Rio Grande Valley, South Texas. These Hispanic communities or Hispanic counties or congressional districts, which used to be overwhelmingly vote Democrat, they're MAGA and they're America First, and they've been voting for Trump. There's an internal logic about these maps that fits in with what the current demographic analysis of Texas is. Number one, why are we not making that point more clearly? And number two, they just asked the president, hey, is this worth it? Because, Democrats have been coming in from New York and California. You've inspired Florida, Indiana, Missouri to also follow suit. So first off, doesn't this just show the demographics of the changing demographics of Texas? And is this worth it? This fight worth it?
Unlike other states, we have a very different model going. We have not only demographic changes because Joe Biden brought in all these illegals and actually changed the dynamics of our voting population. But second, we've grown. In the last 5 years, we've grown more than any other state. We're at 31.34 million people now. We've added several million people in 5 years because we were the fastest growing state. So not only do we have a changing demographic voting differently, but we also have people moving to our state to different areas that now need representation that didn't need it 5 years ago. Unlike other states that are not growing or are losing people, we actually have to address the fact that our population growth has changed the map for us.
And I might note that California, Illinois, and New York, I think all three of them are, particularly California and New York, are big net losers of people, and Illinois is a net loser of people. People should understand that when those are the three that are blowing back on people, they are losing people like crazy. Where do people go, General Paxton, on social media to keep up with this? Because this is quite fast moving, as I'm sure you appreciate, and people want to keep up with this story moment by moment. Where do they go?
At Ken Paxton TX, at Ken Paxton TX, and kenpaxton.com.
Attorney General Paxton, thank you very much. Look forward to checking back in with you. Keep fighting.
Hey, we're going to fight. I promise. We're going to win this.
Thank you, sir. No doubt. We told you this was going to be big, and it's engulfing the entire political process. Brian Harrison, who kind of initiated all this, joins us. Brian, you put up a tweet. You put up a tweet later, a little earlier, excuse me. No arrest, no convictions, no strip, no vacating seats. Where do you think we stand on this Tuesday afternoon? As now everybody's in it. You saw President Trump just gave a press avail. He got asked, 4 or 5 questions about this very topic. Where do we stand, sir?
Well, we're not in much of a different position than we were 5 days ago when the Speaker of the Texas House assisted the Democrats with their quorum break by dismissing them voluntarily after being on the floor for 7 minutes. So the quorum break, what's being missed in the media, they're covering this as if we're in really day 2, but the actuality is the quorum break started last Wednesday when the Democrats were here, the maps were filed and in the system, and we had a quorum, and it was the Democrat choice for Speaker. Dustin Burrows, released the Democrats to go strategize and plan all this with Hakeem Jeffries last Wednesday night. So the quorum break is really a Republican assisted quorum break that started 5 days ago. Where we are today, to catch folks up, we officially had the non-quorum determined for the first time yesterday. There were about 98 or 93. We need 100 members to have a quorum. We have 88 Republicans, and today we had about 94. So I think we picked up one or two, and we lost about one. So look, and those numbers will fluctuate a little bit, but the magic number is 100. But the reality is, the Democrats are under increasing pressure because they understand, from Hakeem Jeffries on down, they understand what's at stake. It's no less than the future of this republic, and our actions down here may quite literally determine whether the U.S. Congress falls into the hands of the radical extremist socialist Democrats. So the state of Texas has got to do everything we can to make sure that doesn't happen. And I think if we're not going to punish these Democrats, which the speaker has, at least so far, made clear he's not going to punish them. I mean, we have lots of strong rhetoric. We have civil arrest warrants that are being signed. But you know what? Arrest warrants are good. You know what's better? Arrests. Okay, we've had no arrests. There's lots of talk about vacating seats. How many seats have been vacated? 0. How many punishments of any kind have been meted out to these Democrats who flew the state? None. We haven't even taken their chairmanships away. We haven't stripped their titles or their privileges. Hell, we haven't even taken their parking spots away from them. So, just color me a little bit skeptical of all the bold talk. Bold talk is cheap. Texans want results. And so here's what I'm proposing that as of today. If the Democrats are going to play hardball, they shouldn't be the only party fighting this hard for the future. For every week the Democrats aren't here, and we're already in week 1, I think we should redraw the maps and add one new Republican congressional seat to our map for every week that they're not here. We need to hit the Democrats where it hurts, and if they're going to play hardball, the Democrats should not be the only one fighting for the future of this country. Texas Republicans need to step up and show America that they know what time it is too.
Brian, can you hang on? I'll take a short commercial break. We ran a little bit over with President Trump's press availability, of which he addressed this very issue. Brian Harrison, as usual, throwing down hard and saying, hey, look, guys, you want to play Smash Mouth, you want to be cute, you want to go to Illinois? Okay, fine. For every week you're out, next Friday, it's not 5 seats, it's 6 seats. You're out the week after that, it's 7 seats. You're more out that 8. Hey, if we got to take the whole delegation, we'll take the whole delegation. If that's what you're going to do, that's what you're going to do. We're going to return. We got Brian Harrison, Julie Kelly, Alex Marlowe, Matthew Palumbo for over Dan Bongino's site. He's an expert on Soros. Turns out, I know you're going to be surprised by this, Soros looks like he's a big funder of these folks up in Illinois from Texas. Of course, a lot going on the seditious conspiracy. Julie Kelly's here to talk about that, both in the House and the courts. She was not a big fan of the Hatch Act. She thought it was a little weak. She's got some other ideas. I think things are grinding through. Alex Marlowe's going to give you the big picture on all this weaponization. Plus, we got finance to talk about, everything. Short commercial break. Take your phone out. Birch Gold. Text Bannon, Bannon, at 989898. Get the ultimate guide, an ultimate guide that's free for investing in gold and precious metals in the age of Trump. Do it today. Short commercial break. Brian Harrison on the other side.
When surprise breakdowns happen, American Home Shield will be there to fix or replace parts of the systems and appliances you rely on every day. They help protect your time and money by connecting you with qualified pros and helping pay for covered repairs or replacements. AHS offers flexible and affordable plans for every home. Sign up today and get 50% off. Visit ahs.com or call 833-PLAN-AHS for this limited time offer.
Being single for years, what would it do to you? Would it make you sad? Would it make you lose hope? Would it make you feel disconnected? I wouldn't know. Because I'm using datemyage.com. Grab your phone or laptop. Go to Date My Age. Get started for free.
Join datemyage.com today.
Why aren't you getting results? Random workouts, overtraining muscles, completely missing others, wasted time. Don't do that. Do this. This is 25 Minutes Speed Train. Follow me for just 25 minutes a day, 7 days a week. with minimal equipment and get actual results.
Look at the definition. I didn't have these arms at high school.
Subscribe to Body in the next 24 hours for less than 50 cents a day and get 25-minute speed train free at bodywithaneye.com.
Day 37 on the ark. The sheep? They're great. The lions? Hungry. When you're facing a disaster of biblical proportions, you need a lot of food. Because when the great flood comes, or storms, power outages, whatever, you're either prepared or you're not.
All right, check this out. 4-week survival food kits.
Mac and cheese that's good for 25 years. I told you guys it was good.
Buy one 4-week survival food kit, we'll send you 2. Go to 4patriots.com.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes, and let's run it up to #1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the Truth Bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they play pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
Hello, America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
Okay, War and Posse, we're absolutely packed. We've got, we're down in Texas. First off, Brian Harris. We got Brian Harrison. We got Alex Marlowe, the editor-in-chief of Breitbart's going to join us about weaponization. We got the great Julie Kelly about what's happening on the seditious conspiracy charges, both in the House and in the courts of the grand jury. Matthew Palumbo, Dan Bongino's right hand, is going to be with us about Soros now. It's been exposed that Soros is financing a lot of this jailbreak up to Illinois. So, Brian, I love that idea. Every week they're out, but that does take a week. What can happen? You want action. What can actually take place like tomorrow, the next day? Because I think this audience is revved up now. These are the guys who've been with you from the beginning. We see there's some movement. It's a national story. President Trump has got 5 questions at his press avail. The whole world's watching here. And the Democrats are playing Smash Mouth. So how are we going to play Smash Mouth back?
Yeah, you know, there is one party in Austin, Texas that clearly knows what time it is in America, and unfortunately, it's the Democrat Party. So it's time the Republicans step up and say we're not going to be outplayed, outfoxed, outfought by the Democrats, which unfortunately does happen too often here in the cesspool of the Austin Swamp. But I got to real quick give a shout out to the Posse, because this is one of, if not the biggest stories in the world right now, not just America. And the Posse was ahead of the curve. And one of the reasons for that, because the rhino-infested Austin Uniparty Swamp was up to their usual gamesmanship and tricks just 2 weeks ago. But I got to give the Posse a lot of credit for alerting, sounding the alarm and shooting at the flare gun. And now media all across the globe is focused like a laser on Texas. So yeah, we need to stand up. We need to fight back. And I'll set aside for a second the fact that the weak Republican leadership in the state of Texas allowed this to happen. The fact that the Republican Speaker of the Texas House dismissed the Democrats so that they could go and break quorum. Okay, let's set that aside. We are where we are. I want action. So like you said, number one, every week they're gone, we redraw the maps and we add one more Republican congressional seat. But number two, short of that, hit them where it hurts. Every Democrat, reset your seniority. We have Democrats that have been in the Texas House over 50 years. You should see their offices. They're like palatial castles, around here. Let me tell you what, these politicians, they care about their real estate and their square footage and the drapes and those windows. Take their seniority away, drop them to the bottom of the line. Get rid of their seniority, take their staffs away. We can, I think, fire their staffs. That might be a complicated question, but whether we could fire them or not, what I think we could be able to do is strip the money. So even if they can't be fired, they can't be paid. I'm not talking about just the members. I'm talking about their staff. So I want those things gone. Also, Democrats, this is going to shock a lot of people. 60% of the Democrat caucus in the Republican-dominated Texas House has been given leadership positions, vice chairmanships of committees in the Texas House. 60% of these Democrats, because we have corrupt rhino leadership, 60% of them, every single vice chair or co-chair of every committee, gone. Immediately do it right now. And then if I'm the governor or I'm the speaker, if there's any piece of legislation, they should be told right now, as long as I'm the governor or as long as I'm the speaker, if there's a bill that's got your name on it, it will never see the light of day. Republicans need to understand that there is nothing less than the future of these United States of America. The future of the United States Congress is on the line. The future of freedom and liberty, not just in our state, but in our great republic. That's what we're fighting for here. The Democrats understand it. They're acting like it. Republicans in the state of Texas need to stand up and fight back.
Right before I leave you, I think you've said, and I just want to make sure it's reiterated, about who even the advisors are. You talk about they've given Democrats all these senior leadership positions when they don't rate it.
Yeah.
Tell the audience about who some of the advisors that the Republican leadership are leaning on in this fight. And this fight right here is a knife fight. Who are they? I take it they're leaning on the hardest core Texas folks that have been in these kind of fights before. Is that who the advisors are?
Can you imagine if the governor of California hired somebody like our good friend, my good friend of a long time, Mike Davis, to be the chief legal advisor to the California General Assembly? Can you imagine if Gavin Newsom hired the viceroy, to be the general counsel of California and chief parliamentary officer? That is exactly what has going on in the state of Texas. Nothing after I stopped working for President Trump after the first term ended and came back to Texas and got elected, nothing could have prepared me for the shock of how much power the Democrats have in Texas. So who is, and no one's going to know the answer to this, but also I'll just tell you, the most powerful person in the Texas House is not anybody who's elected. It's the parliamentarian. I know the Senate parliamentarian in D.C. gets a lot of headlines, but the most powerful person similarly in the Texas House is the Texas House parliamentarian. With the stroke of a pen or with just a spoken word, the parliamentarian can help Democrat bills pass or single-handedly kill Republican bills or Republican amendments. Well, who is the parliamentarian, the chief parliamentary officer of the Republican-dominated Texas House? He's a guy named Hugh Brady. Who the hell's Hugh Brady? Hugh Brady is a Travis County, which is where Austin is, Democrat Party official, and get this, a former Barack Obama White House lawyer. I'm going to say this one more time, just a little slower so people can grapple with this. The most powerful person in the Texas House is a former Barack Obama White House official right now, as we speak. A Barack Obama staffer is advising the speaker on the issue of quorum breaks. It's insane.
Before I let you go, we're going to have you back. We're going to track these about these action items that need to be taken. Last question. Particularly people coming to this story late, now they see it blowing up on local news in New York with Hochul and local news in California with Newsom, on local news in Illinois. This is getting to be the biggest story in the nation. Why do you say the entire future of the republic rests on what's going to happen in Texas and these other states in the coming days and weeks ahead, sir?
Well, let me actually go one step further with you, Steve. I can't even tell you. I am being inundated with media requests from media outlets, not just across Texas, not just across America, but across the world. I just got off with BBC, and the Telegraph just called me. Like, it is nonstop. People across the globe now understand what is at stake in this issue. And the reason that I say that it's possibly the future of the country is because we are headed at the national level, notwithstanding all the great work of President Trump, but for the last many years, especially the 4 years off of the Biden administration, we have been heading towards bigger government, more spending, more bureaucracy, more regulations, less freedom, higher taxes, all these bad things that President Trump is trying to fix with the America First agenda, okay? If we lose this battle in Texas, and if because we lose the battle in Texas, the House of Representatives of the United States Congress falls into the hands of the radical leftist Democrats like Hakeem, Jeffries, and Nancy Pelosi and AOC, then the next 2 years of what short window we may have to save this republic, where President Trump should have a full half of his last term agenda to continue making America great again and growing prosperity and increasing freedom and battling back the left and the deep state and the bureaucratic state, instead of having 2 more years to stand and lock arms with President Trump so he can pass and achieve the America First agenda to make America great again, we risk 2 years of nonstop investigations and sham show trial impeachments that could derail not just things for President Trump personally, but for the policy agenda that affects 300 million Americans and the freedoms and liberty of every single person that calls this country their home and that loves this country and that wants to do everything to defend these blessings of liberty, the generations who before us paid the ultimate price and made the ultimate sacrifices so that us and our kids and grandkids could enjoy the blessings of prosperity and liberty. That is what is on the line, and it runs through the state of Texas, and we cannot lose here for the future of Texas and the future of America. As goes Texas, so goes America. As goes America, so goes the world. The stakes could not be higher.
Brian Harrison, where do folks follow you on Twitter, sir?
I have the most hated Twitter feed in all of Austin. I can assure you that. It's at Brian E. Harrison, at Brian E. Harrison on X, at Brian E. Harrison. I have never been yelled at or screamed at on any other topic more than for what I put up on my social media feed. Because I always say it, and you know this, Steve, transparency is like kryptonite in the swamps. So they hate it.
Brother Harrison, thank you so much. Look forward to talking to you tomorrow. Thank you,
Good
sir.
to see you, Steve. Take care, buddy.
Julie Kelly, so the other massive story is a seditious conspiracy, and we got two. I'm going to bifurcate this. We've got the grand jury and what's happening there, and we've got then what's in the House. Let's start the grand jury. You were less than enthusiastic. You put one of your acidic tweets out the other day about the Hatch Act. Just give us an update of where you think this is on the kind of criminal front side. And getting down to business and not dealing with things just like the Hatch Act. Are you feeling better in the last 48 hours, or where's your head right now?
Where is my head? Give me a minute. Let me figure that out. No, I think that the Office of Special Counsel investigation into potential Hatch Act violations by Jack Smith is just a road to nowhere. Doesn't matter. We know that it was election interference. We already know, as you and I have talked about, and I reported even as early as last year, collusion between the DOJ and the Biden White House in bringing those 2 unprecedented criminal indictments against President Trump. So we know that. What even happens if they confirm or believe that he should be charged with a Hatch Act violation? Will anyone be going to prison? No, that's not what I want Jack Smith and his team of thugs, who, Steve, as you know, I, more than anyone on this side, covered not just the court proceedings, but every motion, every back and forth, all the documents in both of those cases in Washington and Florida. I saw Jay Bratt and David Harbach and J.P. Cooney and what they did in Florida. I saw Tom Wyndham and Molly Gaston and what they did in Washington, along with Judge Chutkin. I don't want them charged with campaigning or interfering in an election. I want them charged for the criminal conduct they engaged in for the better part of 2 years, to deny the president his privacy, his due process rights, and his free speech rights, most importantly, as a political candidate in 2024. That's what I want to see. I don't care about a Hatch Act investigation.
Do you get, because we've got you've got the whole thing with Russiagate, you get Brennan. Are you getting comfortable that those types of things are being presented, or as this grand jury is impaneled, that they're hiring the right team, the strike force has the right people, they're FOIAing the right, they're getting the right information? Are you feeling more comfortable? Give me a minute. I'm going to hold you through the break. Are you feeling better about that?
Short answer is yes, and I can explain why on the other side.
Okay, Julie Kelly is with us. Alex Marlowe is going to join us. Matthew Palumbo, Dan Bongino's right hand, is going to be here. The guy runs the site. He's an expert on the sources, both the old man and the kid, and they've got their long hand involved here, underwriting this fiasco in Illinois. breaking news out of HHS. I think they have either banned mRNA vaccines or they've downsized them and said they're off. We're going to have Dr. Cole that's going to join us with this massive announcement coming out of Bobby Kennedy's shop. Birchgold.com, the end of the dollar empire. Right now, we're in a firefight when Brazil, President Trump about Bolsonaro. Bolsonaro just arrested again. I said, not house arrest. He is in his house, but he's arrested because now they're claiming he's he's back of a coup. As you know, it's all about the dollar. Lula's sitting there going, we have to destroy the U.S. dollar. End of the dollar empire. Go to birchgold.com/Bannon. 7 free installments. Number 8's on the way. 9's going to follow that. You get to know Philip Patrick and the team. Short commercial break. Julie Kelly, Alex Marlowe.
Selling your home shouldn't be expensive or stressful. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
Ideal Agent connected me with the best realtor in my market, and I saved $12,500 as a result of it, and I got more than my asking price.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide. There's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
When the kids turn unholy, Harrelson's Own keeps my patience divine.
When work flies out of control, Harrelson's Own keeps me cool as a cucumber.
The device madness never ends, but Harrelson's Own keeps me zen.
Life can be chaotic, but Harrelson's Own CBD helps keep you calm through any storm. Harrelson's Own consistently delivers you full mind and body homeostasis. It's an organic, full-spectrum CBD in a refreshing oral spray. Our nano-emulsified technology makes it completely water-soluble, so your body absorbs it immediately. You'll start to feel it in seconds, not 60 minutes. It just makes everything feel better.
And it helps me just take the edge off. It helps me relax. It helps me be there with my kids.
I swear I'm like a mental ninja. Like nothing can throw me off balance.
No matter how many things come at me, I'm like, boom, handled, next. I'm like crushing it all day long.
Well, some people take it for a release from stress. Some take it to get rid of pain. Others just take it for general well-being. For me, Brett Harrelson, it just makes everything about my day a little better.
Give your life a boost.
It's just the best you've ever felt in your natural state.
My happiness in a bottle is the best.
So to sum it all up, you're going to feel the benefits quickly, love the way it feels, and like the way it tastes. Pay a fair price, and you're going to thank us for it. We are so confident you're going to be satisfied that we back every bottle with a 60-day, 100% money-back guarantee. Give Harrelson's Own a try, from our family to yours. Go to HO.com to order Harrelson's Own now. Yep, it's that easy. Just our initials, HO.com.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, Julie Kelly, welcome back. Julie Kelly, you're leaving us on tenterhooks. Your assessment, ma'am. People understand you've been on this for 4 years in detail. Where do you think we stand?
I mean, I think that all of this is very encouraging sign. I don't think that you would have, for example, CIA Director John Ratcliffe out on the Sunday shows again this weekend talking about criminal referrals and the likelihood of criminal charges being brought against some of these perps, including John Brennan, Jim Comey, perhaps Jim Clapper, and others. So I just can't see that sort of empty promise being left on the table and expecting Republicans and the Trump administration to get away with it. So I don't view that as an empty promise, and I hope that it's not. I think the subpoenas issued by House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer, very interesting to the extent that during these depositions, if they do happen, some of the Russiagate perps, Hillary Clinton, Robert Mueller, even Bill Barr, as we're finding out more and more about his silence and complicity in this whole operation, asking them direct questions about Russiagate, that could be very helpful. If it's only within the confines of the Epstein scandal and 3 decades of Epstein issues, then we won't get much on Russiagate. However, it does signal, I think, a new aggressive approach by House Republicans to use their power, subpoena power, and other mechanisms to pursue these investigations, make more criminal referrals, work with the Department of Justice and the FBI to get some results. Because, look, we've been patient, right? We've all been patient, and we know that these things take time, because they do. However, time is ticking, and we are a year away from the official start of the 2026, full swing campaign season. And we don't have a moment to waste. And I do sense that there is some urgency now at DOJ, CIA, DNI, et cetera, to try to secure some indictments with a few of these figures by the end of the year.
Given everything you're covering also with their constant attack on President Trump's Article 2 powers, I mean, the bandwidth over DOJ, because it's still relentless. It's maybe, there's still, I think, 175 lawsuits we're winning everywhere. I mean, what is your recommendation to Pam Bondi and the senior team over there?
I mean, I think they're doing an excellent job as far as they can with this whack-a-mole lawsuit operation from coast to coast. So they only have so many lawyers, they only have so many prosecutors and time and resources. Yeah. And so this was the idea, though. The idea that the other agenda behind this new front of lawfare against the president is to redirect resources to these silly lawsuits instead of focusing on, rooting out corruption, getting rid of the bad apples at DOJ, FBI, et cetera, and gratifying the MAGA base. One reason the president won is that we want accountability and consequences for what was done to him, his advisors, people like you, and of course, hundreds of J6ers. So I think ultimately in most of this, we already see that the lawfare against the president and the administration will fail. We are still waiting for that big decision out of the Ninth Circuit related to the Alien Enemies Act. And my sense is that they are going to conclude that the president lawfully exercised his authority to issue that proclamation. And that will end up at the Supreme Court. And, that's just one big thing that we're waiting on. But I think these judges have really exposed themselves, Steve. And I think that, I was posting yesterday about Jeb Bossberg and a new piece up on him at my Substack, how the D.C. Appellate Court last week kind of took a shot at him. So, I think even some of the more, shall we say, respectable judges who want to maintain the integrity and reputation of the federal bench have to do some policing of their own.
Julie, where do people go to get the Substack? This is the way we all keep up with all this breaking news. Where do people go?
By the way, Steve, I am in the beautiful city of Chicago. I will be looking for rogue Texas lawmakers. I think they're about 60 miles west of here in St. Charles, but if they show up at Gibson's downtown, I might be right there. Just sending out that warning shot. I'm at Substack Declassified by Julie with Julie Kelly, and then of course X Julie_Kelly too.
I'm going to talk to Ken Paxton right after the show and see if we can't deputize you, Julie, to make a citizen's arrest or make you an honorary member of the Texas Rangers to go down and make an arrest. Julie Kelly will do it.
Army with a few dirty martinis, and I am ready to go.
You're ready to roll. My kind of gal. Thank you, Julie Kelly. Appreciate you, ma'am.
Talk to you soon. Thanks. Bye.
Alex Marlowe, we're going to get into the meat of it in the second hour, but I got to ask, when you started this book, did you ever think that the timing would be the absolute perfect timing to drop it, breaking the law, exposing the weaponization of America's legal system against Donald Trump? Did you ever think that it would drop at the perfect time that people would need a primer on this?
Yeah, you always fantasize about this. And Steve, thanks so much for doing this with me. My last book was about Joe Biden, and I dropped it about 12 hours before the October 7th attack. So I couldn't have timed anything any worse, possibly, for my last book. So yeah, it does feel good to kind of have a called shot, but it's a called shot because it's kind of an obvious shot. This is the war of the moment. You know this firsthand. You've experienced this. You have been politically persecuted for this on a personal level. Your audience knows this better than any group on the planet. And this is not going to stop. This is their path to take back power. They have no other path. Their ideas stink. Their leaders stink. This is it. It's the lawfare. That's what it's all about.
It's not just here. It's all over the world. Alex Marlow, the editor-in-chief of Breitbart News, is going to also the host of Breitbart News Radio, the morning show, is going to stick around, and journalists are going to get into detail. Also, I wasn't here for the morning show this morning because I was at Danbury Prison, meeting one of the inmates that I'm very close to, was being released after, 18 or 20 years in prison. So I was there to meet him today, make sure that he got on his way to his future life. We're going to take a short commercial break. We're going to leave you with the right stuff. Alex Marlow's got it. This book has it. It's amazing. Also, big announcement at HHS. Dr. Cole is going to join us. The great Matthew Palumbo, who is Dan Bongino, now deputy director of the FBI, the guy that runs his site, was his wingman forever. He knows the sources better than anybody, and their evil head is surfacing and financing this jailbreak with these radical House Democrats. Make sure you go to Birch Gold, text Bannon at 989898. Get the ultimate guide, which happens to be free, for investing in gold and precious metals in the age of Trump. Short commercial break, back in the war for the second.
Thinking about Social Security? Think AMAC. The AMAC Foundation takes the confusion and stress out of understanding Social Security's thousands of rules and regulations. Our nationally accredited advisors offer a personal touch that is unmatched. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to Social Security and so much more, think AMAC.
When surprise breakdowns happen, American Home Shield will be there to fix or replace parts of the systems and appliances you rely on every day. They help protect your time and money by connecting you with qualified pros and helping pay for covered repairs or replacements. AHS offers flexible and affordable plans for every home. Sign up today and get 50% off. Visit ahs.com or call 833-PLAN-AHS for this limited time offer.
They tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro,
Steve Bannon,
now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
There's not a prison built that will ever shut me up.
They call them rebels.
Basket of deplorables.
They call them rogues.
They claim to guns or religion.
And they say they're outlaws.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
War Room presents Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna! Take Vienna!
The national bestseller by longtime Bannon producer Dan Fluette. Take a journey through the pictorial history of War Room in a culture that celebrates the weak. Show your support by standing with the rebels. Go to doitfluette.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back down.
Good evening, America, and welcome to the Tuesday edition of Just the News, No Noise. We fooled you there. We put a different bumper in just for this morning, just to see if you were paying attention. All right, I'm your host, John Solomon, reporting to you as always from the nation's capital, Washington, D.C. A busy, busy day here. We're going to get you up to speed on all the headlines. Let's start with Russiagate. The investigation is evolving quickly, and we here at Just the News have more info for you on this time involving former acting CIA Director Mike Morell. Well, remember, a year or two ago, we broke the story right here on this show that Mike Morell was the guy that organized the Hunter Biden laptop. Yep, saying that it was Russian disinformation when it wasn't. You know all about that. Well, guess what? Our good reporter, Jerry Dunleavy, and I dug up some new stuff. Guess what? It turns out that Mike Morell was also the guy out there in 2016. He had just stepped down as acting CIA director and deputy director of the CIA. And he's out there pushing the Russian collusion hoax for Hillary Clinton. In fact, he used the most forward-leaning language of anybody during the 2016 election. He actually said that Donald Trump was likely a Kremlin agent. That's a little bit farther than most other people, and even further than what Christopher Steele said in his now debunked dossier. But there he is in the middle of it, and this helps us all understand something really important. The same actors keep showing up in the same pattern. That's why Kash Patel, the FBI director, opened up the grand conspiracy case. In 2016, Hillary Clinton has a problem she wants to get rid of. Mike Morrell jumps in and makes it about Russia. In 2020, Joe Biden's got a problem with Hunter Biden in his laptop, and Mike Morrell jumps in again and makes that case. That is why these things are connected and why we're spending so much time on this show describing its significance. More and more it becomes clear that the intelligence and law enforcement apparatus of this United States were used to carry out a political dirty trick, something that had not happened in America's history. By the way, Nixon tried to do it once in Watergate, and the second it came out that the CIA was asked to maybe thwart this FBI, Republicans turned on Richard Nixon. When are Democrats going to turn on Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, and Joe Biden? We'll see. We'll ask that question to our first guest. We got Devin Nunes, the House Intelligence Committee Chairman here. Before we turn to that, one more piece of news. House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer issued subpoenas today, and there's some big names on the list. This is for Jeffrey Epstein evidence. Hillary and Bill Clinton, they're on the list. So were 3 former attorney generals and 2 former FBI directors. This is one of the biggest lists of names we've seen at any time for subpoenaing folks. We'll have more of that at justthenews.com. An incredible time now to turn to my amazing co-host, Amanda Head. You've got a lot of other news you've been watching today, right? You've been at the White House all day, right?
Yes, and as I looked at yours and Jerry Dunleavy's reporting, it's almost like Mike Morrell has a boilerplate Trump man bad letter that he wrote in 2016 and 2020. And by the way, the same type numbers. It was 51 with the Hunter Biden letter and 50-ish with this letter. It's like, I'm telling you, it's like this guy has a boilerplate. Who else has he sent letters about?
Swap the details, keep the Trump name in there and send it out.
All right, so I want to stay on the Russiagate grand jury story for just a moment because I couldn't help noticing that the media wasn't very happy about it, and they kept using the same talking points about it. It's almost like a talking points memo went around.
Shocked.
Check it out.
These are unsubstantiated and largely debunked allegations by the Trump administration that former President Barack Obama and his aides in the intelligence community ordered a probe into the 2016 Trump campaign's connections to Russia to ruin his chances of becoming president.
Was trying to bring up these unsubstantiated claims about the role he argues former President Obama had in the 2016 election. But it really does bear repeating. This is looking into something for which there is no evidence to back it up. And it's really, it seems, a politically motivated move.
One thing that the Trump administration is trying to do is throw a bone to their supporters, many of whom believe legitimately in their hearts that people involved in the Biden and Obama administrations committed crimes and should be in prison. They believe that. There's no evidence to support that.
So it's likely they're going to put it in Florida, which means they're looking for a certain outcome, not where the facts actually drive you. So again, this looks like weaponization.
What did I tell you last night? I said that's what they're going to say. They're going to say it's in Florida, and so it's rigged. But apparently all the evidence that we have been bringing to you has been completely unsubstantiated, and there's no proof that anyone in the Obama administration ever did anything wrong when dealing with the now completely debunked Russian collusion narrative. It's absolutely amazing. And John, I just keep thinking to myself, that's fine if you want to say that it's not true and tell your viewers that and your supporters that, but at the end of the day, there's a grand jury likely down in Florida who's going to make that decision.
And those are the same media that told us Russia collusion was true. I just want to point that out. I mean, you can't make this stuff up, folks. Well, that's why Real America's Voice, Just the News, Truth Social are all thriving today. People can get truth around the legacy media who now mislead us. And we're very lucky to be joined at the top of the show by a person who was instrumental in unraveling Russia collusion. He was instrumental in protecting free speech by helping President Trump create the Truth Social platform. And today, he's instrumental in helping the intelligence community reform itself from those incredible failures that we've been chronicling here. He's the chairman of the President's Intelligence Advisory Board, former House Intelligence Committee chairman, current CEO of the Trump Media and Technology Group, and good friend of this show, Devin Nunes. Congressman, good to have you back on, sir.
Great to be back with you guys.
All right.
Sorry I'm not there in person. But
I know. Last time you were here, we had a blast.
Better last time,
Great.
I hate to actually correct your reporting or add to your reporting.
Please.
Or maybe this is a trivia question for you. So, Mike Morrell, who you brought up,
right?
Interesting character. John, but I think you know this, but he actually has a prior involvement in a scandal at a very high level. Do you know which scandal that is?
I know.
All right, so I got the letter and now Hillary Clinton's Russia collusion. Which one did I miss?
Benghazi.
Benghazi.
Of course.
Nailed it.
Oh man, you two! Wow. I just lost the
Benghazi.
prize.
So
Right.
Morell
He
was
was
the
the
one
YouTube
who
video
ran
guy.
cover.
Yeah.
I believe he was the deputy director.
That's right.
Of the CIA at the time, or he may have been maybe in the White House as a national security advisor of some sort. But that was one of an early investigation. It's been now, I don't know, 13 years ago or whatever it's been. And he was the one who ran cover, went out on all the Sunday shows with a lot of the bogus talking points, along with Susan Rice.
The video.
Testified to our committee. So this guy has a long history of using his positions to help, surprisingly, Democrats.
How about that? Wow, that's a good one.
Yep.
All right, I want to ask you about that media sizzle that Amanda just played, because none of what happened in the last decade would have happened if the media weren't aider and abettors. Had they challenged Clinton or Biden or the 51 letter writers or any of the other things, Jack Smith, we might have had a different outcome in America, because media and culture drive a lot. When you hear that reporting and they say no evidence, I swear I've read some evidence in the last few weeks. Am I missing something?
Well, you have to remember, you have to start out with, is there is no media. The legacy media in this country is solely owned by the Democratic Party and the left, and they're moving farther and farther to the left. I think in many cases, some economics has driven some of this, where a lot of these news channels are no longer profitable. It's very tough to make it in the news business. And so you had groups like Fusion GPS that got stood up, and you had these kind of alternative fake news developers and seeders. They go out, they develop fake stuff, they seed it, they water it, they grow it, and then they pay kind of the media that's left out there. They're like the minions, and they go out and harvest it, and they just regurgitate it over and over and over again. So what you're seeing is a combination of a lot of facts, but basically it's the collapse of the whole media complex. And that's why I'm always amazed at Real America's Voice or the other channels that are similar to Real America's Voice that people claim are right wing or far right. And I beg to differ a little bit. I think these are probably some of the only outlets where you can actually get real information. And you have, I think Democrats, for the most part, John, they don't go on Real America's Voice. At least I'm not aware of it. I think sometimes they have reporters that chase them through the halls of Congress, but they just don't participate. So you have this bifurcated system, one of which is small but mighty, meaning kind of the center right and the people that are on Truth Social, the ones that we have on Truth Plus, which is our new streaming app. I urge everyone, you can tie it to your Truth Social account if you want. If you don't have a Truth Social account, you can go and download it. It's on not only Apple, but the Apple App Store, Android, but also on most televisions. And that's a plug, not just for our company, but really we built this for you. The President Trump, we wanted to build this for people so that they could use it and have access to news, because a lot of times the news channels that we have, you won't find them on your typical cable TV. So you can actually cut the cord. You can watch John and Amanda anywhere you want to go at any time. By the way, it's now global. So anywhere you go, you can watch Truth Plus, and you have access to this news that has been outright banned or shadow banned from these legacy media channels. So that's why. So we're bifurcated in this country with what I would say real news and people trying to get to the real news, i.e., what you do, John, at Just the News every day. And then you have this cabal of jackals and people that are being paid under the table, people that are being bought free dinners in order to, promote a story. So, John, they're really co-conspirators in this. Now, when I say that, does it mean that they are going to be busted? I doubt it, but they were the recipient of illegal leaks of classified information. Point one, General Flynn. That was a leak. I originally, came out and said, what the hell is going on here back in early 2017. This is right before all the ICA Russia stuff happened. So these are massive leaks. What the hell's going on? Like, why isn't every FBI agent around in Washington, D.C., trying to track down how these leaks of an incoming administration are happening? So they were involved in these illegal leaks of classified information. And in fact, they just continued today. I mean, even recently, just in the Trump administration, you had illegal leaks from the intelligence agencies that were designed to harm President Trump. Mm-hmm. So therein lies where we sit today. Thankfully, there is a grand jury investigation that has begun. And hopefully, and I know that there was a strike force that was stood up by the Department of Justice, and hopefully justice will be served to these criminals. This has been criminal activity that has been ongoing. If you want to go back all the way to Benghazi, right? I can even take it as far back as that, but for sure against President Trump, it started in late 2015, for sure early 2016. That was what our investigation uncovered, was that it wasn't just the Steele dossier. You may remember, right, John and Amanda, through Lee Smith's reporting, he actually found what we nicknamed, I don't know if there's really a name for them, but they were proto dossiers. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And interesting enough, they weren't tying Trump to Putin, but they were tying Trump to dirty oligarchs around the world, all fake, all nonsense. And once that kind of failed and stumbled, then they turned to weaponizing the FBI and the CIA, as we know, in around March or April of 2016. And it culminates with the raid at Mar-a-Lago. So they were targeting President Trump and have been for a very, very long time.
That's right. Congressman, I loved John's very, very keen comparison to Nixon, because you look back at that time and Nixon's own party got to the point where they said, all right, you weaponize intelligence agencies to bolster your claims and we're out. But Democrats have to believe the evidence before they can even be given the chance to say we're in or we're out. But because the media keeps selling this narrative that it's not substantiated, disbelieving it, how do we get to the point where Democrats can make an honest assessment of it?
Well, first of all, the not to correct John for the second time during the show, but I will, just because I like him so much. But Nixon is not a fair comparison. Yeah. What Nixon, I would compare Nixon to, a guy who got caught playing a dirty political trick, like a little boy stealing a cookie or something and not telling his parents and not coming, forth with the truth. What these guys are doing is like the Charles Manson of politics and manipulation of intelligence and conspiracy. People have died. People have lost their livelihoods. Yeah. People have lost their careers. People have not been promoted. Families have been destroyed. Finances have been wiped out. Millions of Americans were kicked off of social media. News networks like Real America's Voice were not allowed onto the legacy media platforms. This damage is far and wide and has been ongoing for a long time. So Nixon is not even a drop in the bucket to what this kind of 2 or 3 dozen criminals in and around the Clinton operation, the DNC, and Obama's operation, and Biden's operation, for that matter, have been doing now for over a decade.
Yeah, I want to go back to something you said about people dying, because no one died because of Russiagate, but actually that same intelligence machinery, which was leaking really sensitive intelligence around it did lead to the loss of sensitive assets in the field for our intelligence agencies. Yep. That's not a fake claim. We've lost people in the field because of the leaky, creaky Obama and Biden intelligence leaks, right?
Well, not only that, John, it also is I think bigger than that. And it's a point that I've been making. I think I made it a couple weeks ago when I was on your show. And that is this. The time that was taken away from the FBI, the CIA, the Defense Intelligence, not focusing on places like Ukraine and Russia and terrorists around the globe, and whether it be in China for that matter, all of that combined, when you have people not working, not doing their job, or if they are working, they're manipulating intelligence, or you're keep holding back great intelligence officers from doing their job. You had the Congress completely, I was running a China investigation for many, many years that got essentially derailed. We kept running that investigation, largely ignored by the fake news media because they were all fixated on the Russia hoax. But think of the lives that have been lost just in the Russia-Ukraine. And I say this because I don't believe that Putin invades Ukraine had these fools not went around and made this crazy person out of Putin and basically accused Putin of things that he wasn't doing in 16 and 17 and 18 and all that time frame, that probably made him even crazier than he is. And I say all that because the fake news that may watch this, they probably won't, but if they do, they'll say, oh, well, he's denying that that Putin is a problem. No, you fools. Go back and look at the record.
You were the first to warn about him.
I was one of the only ones that actually was saying and writing and going on places like CNN saying that Putin was having his way. It was the largest intelligence failure since 9/11, 2001.
Right.
When did I say that, John and Amanda, ironically? In the spring of 2016, I said Putin was the largest intelligence failure since 9/11 for our intelligence agencies. And so bad things lead to bad things. And now you have 1 million people or more just in Ukraine and Russia that have died. Not to mention, all the other disasters that it's created for the Department of Defense and everywhere else around the world. And this is what the Trump administration, what the president has charged me with our oversight board to make sure that we are setting policies in place, that we are running investigations that will clean up the DOJ, clean up the FBI, clean up the CIA, and get them focused on doing their job so that we can recruit young men and women that ought to go into this and want to serve their country and do it in a way that's honorable. And the only way that this gets fixed, I believe, is if people are held accountable for the nonsense that's been going on and the criminality. I don't say nonsense, that's too nice of a word. The criminals need to be locked up, plain and simple.
Well, a grand jury is now going to be looking at that. We're going to get some real results one way or the other soon. Congressman, as always, a great honor to have you on. We always learn a lot. Thanks for joining us today. What a great interview.
All right, John. Next time I won't correct you as many times.
It's okay. I liked it. It was fun. All right. Good stuff. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, big steps being taken to eliminate DEI in the government. We'll explain that next after these messages.
Be part of a historic event. Join Lech Walesa, Nobel Peace Prize winner and one of the world's greatest leaders, on his first ever grand lecture tour across North America. Meet the global hero who changed the course of history and inspired millions. Now, the greatest challenges of our time lie ahead. Walesa will take you behind the scenes of one of history's greatest turning points to draw lessons for a future we must build together. Register now at historyexplorer.com.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's anti-kibble breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
Oof, this is kind of embarrassing. I'm Ashley here at 4 Patriots Warehouse, and we're completely overstocked. Last year, our 4-week survival kit flew off the shelves. So we told our team, make more, and wow, did they deliver. But thanks to supply chain delays, everything showed up at once. Now we're out of space and doing something we've never done before. Buy one 4-week kit, get one absolutely free. They last 25 years, taste great, and are hand-packed right here in the USA. Go to 4patriots.com. This deal won't last long.
It's just like our new house. I hope you have an American Home Shield warranty. Leaky toilet? Fixed. Oven beyond repair? If AHS can't fix your covered item, then replace it, no matter its age. Sign up today at ahs.com.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
Welcome back, everybody, to Just the News, No Noise. The Department of Justice made a huge move yesterday to get rid of diversity, equity, and inclusion policies in government, ending a race-based hiring decree that was supposed to increase so-called diversity in the workforce. But I'm pretty sure in America you are not supposed to judge people based on the color of their skin. But it seems that the federal government had been doing that, and under the Trump administration, they are finally fixing the situation. So joining us now to talk about that and much more is Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights Rights at the U.S. Department of Justice, Harmeet Dillon. Thanks so much for being here. Great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
How infectious was DEI in the government before Trump took over, before you took over? People who care about rooting that out, and people who care about someone's character instead of the color of their skin. How bad was it?
Well, given successive laws passed by Congress and then bad interpretations of those laws, what we now call DEI has permeated virtually every aspect of our government contracting, government hiring, the civil service test that we're talking about, voting rights issues, and more. And so it has become habitual for certain categories of people in this country to rely on race being used as a proxy for, getting a special leg up. And as many Supreme Court opinions have written, and even in dissents, and Justice Thomas is notorious for this, this concept is inconsistent with equal protection in the Constitution. And so we have the Constitution, which is our super law, and it's at odds with our civil rights laws in many ways. And so this is where you're seeing a lot of very interesting decisions come to the surface at the Supreme Court.
Yeah, so important. And you mentioned voting rights, and I think your division has been so active and so consequential in the first few months. Wisconsin put on notice it may lose its funding if it doesn't start complying with integrity laws. But the big brouhaha in Texas at the State House, where the Democrats have basically absconded and won't do their job, actually is triggered by a letter you sent Texas telling them that some of their districts were illegal. Tell us about that.
Well, yes. So I mentioned that the courts are beginning to percolate these decisions that are striking down portions of the precedents that have, some would say required, but certainly enabled race-based districting. And so one of the flavors of race-based districting that states have tried to do over the years, and tried to do because they've been forced to do by plaintiffs, minority groups, plaintiffs, is that you can combine multiple minority groups or count on a certain white crossover group to a minority group to make what's called a coalition minority district under Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. And in the Fifth Circuit, which Texas is a part of, there was a recent decision in 2023 that struck down this concept of coalition districts, but left alive what is now going to be considered by the Supreme Court a sort of majority minority district. But you have to have a single minority that composes a majority of that district. I know that's a lot, but this is a very convoluted area of the law. So we took a look at Texas, and we found that 4 of their districts in Texas are comprised of these so-called coalition districts. In other words, to get to a special minority district, you have to add together multiple minorities or count on a certain percentage of a crossover white vote. And this is too complex, too weird, and too inconsistent with equal protection. And so we wrote to Texas telling them that even though that law had been struck down a couple of years ago, their districts are now not in compliance with the federal voting rights laws, and so they needed to take action to fix them. That is what triggered the Texas legislature and the Texas governor to call the legislature into session to put new maps together, and that is what caused all these Democrats to spitefully flee the jurisdiction to avoid there being a quorum. And so I think this is very interesting. You can see that from the extreme reaction of certain people that they are very concerned. And you've seen members of Congress come out, and you've seen Governor Gavin Newsom from my former state of California come out and troll governors of other states over this, that this is an existential threat to the seats that have been gerrymandered for minority congressional candidates who get in there and then keep them for years. And some of these districts stretch 200 miles, and they go around multiple counties, and they cross bodies of water, and they violate concepts in the voting rights laws that have to do with compactness of districts, contiguity of districts, and respect for political subdivisions. For example, the types of lines that are drawn for state legislative districts. These congressional monster districts that look like snakes, and they're really quite ridiculous. And so the Supreme Court is actually going to be taking up this issue in one step further than the analysis I did for that letter. And so really a lot is at stake here in this voting rights area.
It's huge.
I was at the White House about an hour ago, and President Trump was asked about this very issue. And the question was posed to him, is it worth it for Republicans to win out on this argument in Texas and Republicans get 5 more electoral votes and seats in Congress? Or, you have these other states, like you said, California, Massachusetts, Illinois, champing at the bit to gerrymander even more. So how do you reconcile that?
Well, that's a very interesting question. I don't know how it's going to shake out, and that's actually not my job in the Civil Rights Division. My job in the Civil Rights Division is nonpartisan. It is to understand and enforce the federal voting rights laws. And so Justice Thomas's dissent from the recent punting of a particular case that is now the center of attention here, Louisiana versus Calais, really very sharply calls into focus the fact that the court's interpretation of Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, which enables and some would say requires racial gerrymandering all over the United States, and not just in Texas, in every state, just about, except for those states that only have one district, is directly at odds with the Equal Protection Clause of the United States Constitution. So it's interesting that in trying to remedy the vestiges, the recent vestiges of slavery in our country, which brought us the Equal Protection Clause, we've had these later laws that are relying on extremely outdated concepts of now completely banned for decades tests like poll taxes and literacy tests to become registered to vote. These don't exist anymore in America, and yet we're still drawing districts to remedy discrimination that hasn't existed for decades. And so California may blithely be trolling other states over their lines, but the fact is that California is rife with majority-minority districts that have been drawn. They're pet little districts for some of the longest running members of Congress. And all of these things are threatened. By the way, whenever you get rid of these types of districts, you're also, of course, affecting the districts around them. And I was talking to a friend about this when Louisiana first passed this type of a district. They were accused of an unholy alliance between Republicans who wanted, safe districts for themselves and, the sort of civil rights lawyers who wanted safe minority districts. Some would say both have safe districts in that situation, but it's 2025 in America today, and people can get elected on their merit. Nobody is banning people or hindering people because of their race from reaching the polls or from competing for office. And so I think that's really the current concept is, and I think the Supreme Court's going to decide that this term, hopefully, whether Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act any longer permits or certainly requires racial gerrymandering. And so Texas is just one example. I can tell you several states have similar problems with their districts. And so we're going to see a lot of this shake out over the coming months.
Will they be getting letters too?
No comment.
I think we know what to watch for. Yeah. Real quickly before we let you go, I want to turn to something else because we now know there's an investigation of what happened during the 2016 Russiagate, maybe continuing all the way into 2024. And a lot of time I think people look at civil liberties and say, oh, that's a civil issue. It only happens on the civil side of the court system. But I know you can't comment about the ongoing investigation, but in general, there are instances where depriving someone of their civil liberties is a criminal act, right? It's not just a civil enforcement matter.
Well, exactly. And this again goes back to those Reconstruction era statutes that sought to remedy the vestiges of racism. And we had some terrible incidents in our country's history of law enforcement officials conspiring to deprive African Americans of their civil rights. And that is where some of these laws stem from, but they're broader than that. And so it can be a crime for government officials, either together or in conspiring with non-government officials to violate people's civil rights. That's also a civil violation. I've actually sued over that in California for pro-life activists. And, we have longstanding cases involving these issues. And so I think, government officials may think because nobody ever bothers to enforce these statutes that they're immune and they can do whatever they want. Not so. And so I think that's why you're seeing some people tongue-in-cheek saying that in D.C. every lawyer is, being retained or retaining a lawyer themselves these days as these investigations have begun to hit the news wires.
Pretty amazing. Pretty amazing stuff ahead of us.
Harmeet, I want to ask you about a little-known case. It's not getting a ton of media attention, but I'm sure that you've been following it. Chuck Gray who serves as Wyoming's Secretary of State, just won a big case against very well established and some would say infamous Mark Elias, the Democrat lawyer. And they now have what I think is the strongest U.S. citizenship requirement to vote in that state. Is this somewhat of a prototype for other states and other states' secretaries of state to use in their own?
So I was recused from that case here at the Department of Justice because in my prior life, before I joined the government, my law firm was actively involved in that case. But so now that it's over, I think I can say, I don't think anyone would be surprised to know that as a longtime election lawyer, I fully stand in favor of election integrity. And there are multiple reasons for that. First of all, we don't want people cheating. But second, we want all citizens of all political stripes and backgrounds to have confidence in the outcome of elections, because we really need that for people to pull together and work with the government, whether they voted for it or not, and feel like they're properly represented. And we don't have that today in America. I think there's been so much laxity that is occasioned by COVID, loosening of rules that became permanent in many states, and then just frankly laziness on the part of many states and refusal to comply with our federal civil rights laws that require list maintenance and certain procedures to be in place to help citizens feel confident that errors are rectified, that it's chaos. And so we are at the Civil Rights Division with our staff, or going through one by one, writing letters to these jurisdictions, asking them to clean up their voter rolls and make sure they're complying with federal law. But this law is something that states can do. They don't have to do it, but states are beginning to do this one by one. A lot of states are doing this, and Democrats like Mark Elias, activists, have tried to prevent that, saying that somehow requiring voter ID in 2025 is some kind of racist concept. This is ludicrous. This is wrong. And I think you are going to see a wave of state leaders who are and legislatures who favor election integrity and confidence of the voters in the outcome of these elections, requiring voter ID. And it's a good development for democracy.
It is indeed. It's going to be very good to see. Harmeet Dillon, Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights at the Department of Justice. Thanks so much for being here tonight. All right, everybody, we're going to take a very quick break, and we'll be right back on the other side of these messages.
Hello, my friend. Pat Boone here. You know our country's under financial assault like never before. Our government has put us $34 trillion in debt. The interest alone's more than we spend on military defense. And what's worse, other countries no longer believe the U.S. is a safe place to invest. There's a growing international movement to dump U.S. dollars at a record pace. Some economists say this may signal the end of the dollar. Now, these countries are instead buying gold, and I'm suggesting you do the same. My friends at Swiss America have been helping Americans like you and me for over 40 years to buy physical gold and silver for delivery to our homes or held in our IRAs. I've trusted Swiss America for nearly 25 years now, and you can trust them too. So don't wait. Call or text the number on your screen today for financial peace of mind in these troubling times.
Selling your home shouldn't be expensive or stressful. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
Ideal Agent connected me with the best realtor in my market, and I saved $12,500 as a result of it, and I got more than my asking price.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Welcome back, everybody. For those who follow my career, you know one of the big stories I spent a lot of time at the Associated Press was covering the Oklahoma City bombing and some of the unanswered questions. In fact, some of my stories prompted the FBI to reopen the case around the time that Timothy McVeigh was executed, not because he didn't commit it, but because maybe other co-conspirators weren't pursued aggressively enough. We're lucky to be joined by right now the former news director for America's Most Wanted, one of my favorite shows going up. She's an award-winning journalist and author of the new book, Blowback, which takes a closer look at the FBI's role in the 1995 Oklahoma City bombing. She is a good friend, Margaret Roberts. Margaret, good to have you on the show.
Thanks, John. Great to be here.
This is a fantastic book.
Hi, Amanda.
Yeah.
Great to see you.
This is a fantastic book. I think I know a lot about Oklahoma City. I learned a ton about things I didn't know. This is an incredible contribution to the record of what happened here and on the 30th anniversary of one of the deadliest terror attacks. Tell us what inspired you to do it.
It was partly America's Most Wanted, John. I had that dual perspective. Like millions of Americans, I witnessed in horror what happened on April 19, 1995, the devastation, the injuries, the deaths. And at the same time, having that America's Most Wanted experience, I was also focused on the manhunt that immediately unspooled and became the biggest manhunt in the world for the unknown and never identified accomplice of Timothy McVeigh's, who rode next to him in the bomb truck and was seen by 24 eyewitnesses that morning as they headed for the Murrah building and detonated that deadly bomb.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
So important.
John and I, especially on this show, but at Just the News, we truly, truly value whistleblowers and their contribution to transparency and fighting corruption. And I know whistleblowers played a big part, an integral part of your book. Tell us about that.
They sure did, Amanda. The first whistleblower of sorts was actually a member of the federal grand jury, a horse breeder named Hoppy Heidelberg, who was so disturbed by what was going on behind closed doors that he went rogue and eventually wrote a letter to the judge accusing the federal prosecutors of rigging that grand jury by hiding the identity of John Doe 2. The next whistleblower of note came a couple of years later when an Oklahoma journalist found a federal informant. Her name was Carol Howe. She had actually, few people know this, she had actually been embedded in the bomb plot in a rural Oklahoma enclave called Elohim City, and was warning her ATF handlers for months in advance of the bombing that a bombing was coming and that Oklahoma City was on the short list. Another whistleblower really comes out at the end of my investigation, which, believe it or not, spans over 20 years. And this is John Matthews, a top FBI operative in the 1990s who came forward to the primary source for my book, who is Jesse Trinidou, a lawyer in Salt Lake City, and a Marine. And John Matthews, also a Marine, came forward to tell Jesse about PatCon and his years as a top FBI spy against right-wing extremists, but his experience was that this program was basically inciting the violence that he had signed on to stop. And so he left disillusioned 8 years later.
I remember talking to all of those extraordinary figures as I was winding through my journey. You've done such a great job of pulling it together. And people say, well, 30 years later, why does it make a difference? But I think there's a really important character in this book that a lot of people forget about. He later would become the Attorney General, but Merrick Garland was the key supervisor of how this investigation unfolded, how it was controlled. 30 years later, where he's still facing some pretty serious questions about his conduct. Talk a little bit about what you learned about him.
Absolutely. Well, he was the hands-on manager of the lone wolf prosecution, and shaped that investigation from the beginning to focus only on Timothy McVeigh and his role as the mastermind and perpetrator, nearly single-handed, of the crime, when in fact, as our investigation reveals, and John Solomon was central to this in the early 2000s, this neo-Nazi bank robbery gang known as the Aryan Republican Army come into view as suspect candidates, and they were completely ignored. So it is quite noteworthy that after all those years, when Merrick Garland became the Attorney General, he was, he announced that white supremacy was the gravest menace facing America. But when you look back at PatCon, which the whistleblower John Matthews revealed to our investigation, PatCon inciting the violence that it was supposed to be stopping really raises the question about manufactured terror and whether how Merrick Garland could have traveled all that time up the ladder of the Justice Department and not have known about PatCon and its actions.
Yeah. Before we let you go, Margaret, I want to make one more connection because I hope I don't look real silly here. I think the years were 92, 93, and 95. You have these cluster of events that draw in the FBI and bring in questions about the FBI. This, Waco, and Ruby Ridge. Do we still have the same problems in our intelligence community as we did back then, and with all the scandal that happened around those as well?
Well, it certainly appears that we do. And that is one of the threads that we follow in my investigation. You see, we encountered suspected undercover informants in numbers in this case. Yep. And it came to look a lot more like the Gretchen Whitmer kidnap plot than the government's case of lone wolf terror as it was prosecuted against McVeigh, and as history books still tell us today. Yet, credibly, people have looked at tragedies that ensued afterwards, including the Boston Marathon bombing. Yep. And some other more recent events. And just today, the talk of the town is Jeffrey Epstein. Was he an FBI informant? It's clear that this is a major problem, and yes, it's still with us today.
Yeah, that's why your book, Blowback, is a must-read. Folks, go get this book. It is a fantastic read. I learned a ton, and I did a lot of reporting on this. Margaret Roberts, you have done a great contribution to this country. Thanks for writing the book, and thanks for joining us today.
Thank you both.
All right, folks, we're going to take a quick commercial break. We're going to change things up. We're going to do a little 3-minute wrap on the first 3 interviews, and we're going to finish up with my good friend, my good friends at...
Natalie Dominguez.
Natalie Dominguez. I'm sorry, I lost the script there for a second. Natalie will be up. We'll have a great conversation about Hometown Unlocked. But first, a little wrap. Let's take a break. We'll be right back.
Hey there. Hey. Hey there, how are you? I'm with Disabled American Veterans. I was wondering if you had a quick minute to thank America's veterans for their service and sacrifices.
Of course, why not?
Oh, sure. Absolutely. Sure.
All right. Hey, well, come on in here. I'm just going to hit record on this.
I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I can't even think of the words to say of how grateful I am.
I just want to tell you guys how much you appreciate it.
But most importantly, I want to thank you for your courage and bravery.
Wow. Just thank you.
Someone here who'd like to say something to you.
Oh my God, you guys are awesome.
Someone has something they want to say to you.
Goodness.
How's it going?
Oh. So I just want to let you know how much you appreciate it. How much you appreciate it.
I just feel honored for everything you've done.
thank you for myself. Thank you for everybody.
I get to live every day, in peace because of you.
A lot of people thank us, but we want to take the time to thank you, honestly, for giving back. And when you give to DAV, you are supporting veterans like Dave, myself. So thank you so much for your.
Thank you. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Thank you.
You can say thank you to our nation's heroes by calling the number on your screen right now and giving your monthly support of only $19.
Say thank you by going to helpdav.org right now and give just $19 a month. When you do, we'll send you this DAV t-shirt as a thank you and a reminder that you support those who serve.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org right now. Your support says thank you to our nation's disabled American veterans.
Welcome back, America. All right, we've had some great conversations. I want to, before we lose our train of thought, a couple things we picked up. I wanted to remind people, in Oklahoma City, the FBI's investigation was so bad under Merrick Garland that this little reporter here found the missing explosives that the FBI missed. There was all these blasting caps. They didn't know where they were. They were sitting right in one of the suspects' home. I led him right to it just from my reporting, and they found it, had to raid the home, scare the new owners of it. But there were blasting caps sitting under their stairwell. No, they never found it.
Unbelievable.
And my reporting stopped the execution of Tim McVeigh for a while, not because he was innocent. He was a bad dude, but because they had not given him Brady material, things that were required. That was Merrick Garland and the FBI. Not a whole lot's changed 20, 30 years later. Isn't that crazy?
Fumbling all over.
I love the questioning we did with Harmeet Dillon, and I think I just heard a big headline in that interview. People are getting lawyers because it's possible this Justice Department is going to treat the government's actions as a criminal violation of civil liberties. I don't think a lot of people were thinking that a month or two ago, thinking perjury and other things. Criminal violation of civil liberties. You know what that means? Democrats' favorite law, the Civil Rights Act of 1964.
Used against them.
Could be used against them, potentially against their actors. Yeah.
Okay, I want to make another connection related to what we spoke to Devin Nunes about, because this letter signed by the 51 Intel officials that Mike Morrell both co-authored and organized. Do you remember, I know you do, does our audience remember, who called Mike Morrell to thank him for that letter?
Tony Blinken.
Steve Ricchetti.
Oh, Steve Ricchetti, that's right. Tony Blinken spurred the idea. Steve Ricchetti.
Who went on to be Joe Biden's campaign chairman.
That's right.
Golly, all of these sticky, gross relationships.
Yeah, no,
too many connections.
It's Washington at its worst, and now the question is, does this wash, rinse, repeat cycle that we've seen protect the Democrat, injure the Republican, maybe violate their civil rights, as Harmeet hinted at? Does that rise to criminality? I guess we're going to find out in the next 6 months.
It's the same thing with both these letters, wash, rinse, repeat. They get somebody to put the letter out there, and in the case of 2016, Hillary Clinton used it to bolster the argument, to bolster the Russia collusion narrative, and then in 2020, the same thing with the Hunter Biden laptop, all over again.
In Watergate, Nixon loses them because the CIA is asked to interfere with the FBI. In Russiagate, the opposite occurs. The FBI is forcing the CIA to change its intelligence community assessment and make a fake assessment. Same abuse, just in a different direction.
Incredible.
Those are the sort of things that we can educate the public on, because that sizzle reel reminds us all that the legacy media is not telling the truth, the American. They are withholding really important stuff. You know it because you're lucky enough to watch this network, and we appreciate that. All right, quick commercial break. When we come back, home title lock. It is a real theft, this home title theft trend. It's really happening. Natalie Dominguez is one of the best at describing why you want to protect yourself and how you do it. We're going to have that next, right after these messages.
It's just like our new house. I hope you have an American Home Shield warranty. Leaky toilet? Fixed. Oven beyond repair? If AHS can't fix your covered item, they'll replace it, no matter its age.
Sign up today at ahs.com.
Why aren't you getting results? Random workouts, overtraining muscles, completely missing others, wasted time. Don't do that. Do this. This is 25 minutes speed train. Follow me for just 25 minutes a day, 7 days a week, with minimal equipment, and get actual results.
Look at the definition. I didn't have these arms at high school.
Subscribe to Body in the next 24 hours for less than 50 cents a day and get 25-minute speed train free at bodywithaneye.com.
Tired of the hassle and high costs of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker. Watch, 1 add the white cup for rice, 2 add the blue cup for water, 3 click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it.
The secret is perfect cook technology for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops and keeps it warm to serve.
It won't burn, overcook or undercook, guaranteed.
Get the complete Rice Robot cooking system, all for just $39.99. Order now.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
Welcome back, everybody. There is a dangerous rising crime in America the FBI has dubbed house stealing, and it can happen to any homeowner. In fact, that's exactly what happened to the Kelly family from Houston, Texas, who decided to put a home that was in their family since the 1960s up for sale. And what happened next is the stuff of nightmares. Here is their family lawyer explaining it.
They were approached by local fraudster and real estate mogul Jerry Gurley. They received a poor offer from him, and they declined. Unfazed, Jerry Gurley, with the help of his notary, forged all 6 signatures of the family members onto the deed, filed into the property records, and with the help of the corrupt and now
Now to talk about how you can protect yourself from this very same thing happening to you. Title theft education expert from Home Title Lock, Natalie Dominguez. Natalie, welcome back.
Hi, Amanda. Hi, John. It's lovely to be back with you guys. Always wish it was under better circumstances, but I'm so glad that we're able to be here and talk about these very real stories that are happening to people.
Absolutely,
because all over America.
Yeah, I mean, this Jerry Gurley story is scary, but there are a lot of Jerry Gurleys out there.
Absolutely. The one thing that I like that the attorney talked about was, him coming in and giving a lowball offer. This is something that we are seeing more and more. And, we have to deal with all these scams on a daily basis, regardless, right? I get probably 15 calls a day from numbers that I don't know and don't recognize. But now we're getting these scams where people in the industry that are actually doing this professionally are approaching homeowners. And my personal opinion, we don't know this for sure, this is all alleged, but I don't even think that Jerry Gurley ever attempted to even purchase their home. The attorney says he gave them a lowball offer. I think that this was his way of getting in on talking to the family, seeing what their family dynamic is like, figuring out what happened after the dad's death. He approached them 2 years after the father had died and they inherited the home. And most people aren't thinking, oh, this person's out to scam me, when there's someone in the industry that does this for a living, right? Terrifying. Now we have to worry about people that are, actually real estate moguls and lawyers and attorneys and community organizers, like that community organizer in Detroit. Who do we trust anymore?
Yeah, that's really a big deal. The insider threat is real on this, and these criminals are picking off their friends now and trying to get them in. What happens in that case? Is there a criminal prosecution or a civil? What happens to make sure that some accountability finally happened there?
So we can actually use this story as a really good example. Unfortunately, there is no title theft crime on the books, right? If someone gets arrested for this, generally they're charged with something like wire transfer or identity theft or something like that. Luckily, in some states like New York, last year they finally passed the law that made it a grand larceny charge, but this is not the case in every state. So unfortunately, with this example, and I think it didn't get played in the actual clip, but what happened with this family was Jerry Gurley transferred it into his name. He sold the property behind their back, and this company that thought that they had purchased this property for gentrification purposes legally went and actually bulldozed this family home. So I don't think we covered that in the beginning. Their home is gone. 60 years of memories, a family legacy, it's gone. So they they went after this guy civilly because it was a paperwork issue, right? They were able to get a civil settlement of about $200,000. But as of when this report came out, he has paid the family nothing. The amount he owes is up to $280,000 with interest. And so basically what happens is this family's house and memories and, financial future is gone. They're owed $200,000, and this guy is getting off with a slap on the wrist. Yeah. And allegedly, he's been charged with multiple counts of a similar thing over the past decade. So this isn't even the first time it's happened, but no criminal charges have been placed.
Yeah, at $200,000, I'm quite sure that the home is actually worth more than that. But if 100%. This family had home title lock, where in the process would this have gotten stopped?
Oh, as soon as something is filed with the county and they've, done their thing, they've taken the paperwork, they've indexed it. What happens is if you are a home title lock subscriber, right, the beauty of our $1 million triple lock protection is monitoring, alerts, and then restoration. So the monitoring part is really important because a lot of people tend to think, oh, well, I have, identity theft protection or credit monitoring or whatever. So if something were to happen to me, it's going to hit that. But we monitor the property, not the person. So if someone like Jerry Gurley comes along and tries to sell your house or take out a loan against it, that's not going to be hitting your credit because the house is no longer in your name. So we monitor the property. If we were monitoring this home, the moment that paperwork was filed and processed, you guys would be getting a notification of that. So we would have been able to jump in and fix everything with our restoration team and put a stop to it before the house ever got a chance to sell. It would have been put to a stop.
Wow, pretty powerful. All right, we know from the FBI agents that we brought on this show over the years and Matt and others who were involved in the creating of this crime, this is growing by the day. AI is going to make it worse, isn't it?
Absolutely. AI, we talk about this all the time post-COVID. Jim Dennehy, who is a now retired former FBI, said last year that in the 4 years since COVID, vacant property fraud alone raised 500%. Everything can be done online now after COVID. You can sell your house without ever meeting a buyer, a notary, anyone in person. You can do all of that online.
Yeah. Gosh. So this is a crime that is already so much bigger than people realize. And with the advent of AI, it's going to explode even worse. Thank you so much for joining us, Natalie. And to all of you, our wonderful viewers, if you want to protect yourself from the crime of house stealing, go to HomeTitleLock.com and use the promo code JTN. You're going to get a free title history report and a free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection. So that's all the time we have for tonight. Thanks so much for being with us. We'll be back here at 6 p.m. Eastern tomorrow.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. Improve your protection against trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the deal now.
Being single for years, what would it do to you? Would it make you sad? Would it make you lose hope? Would it make you feel disconnected? I wouldn't know. Because I'm using datemyage.com. Grab your phone or laptop. Go to Date My Age. Get started for free.
Join datemyage.com today.
Some people are worried that they won't be able to get food, whether it's because of food shortages or rising prices or, God forbid, even a disaster. But right now, check this out. This tote right here, it's got breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and even snacks for 4 weeks. And right now, when you get one of these 4-week food survival kits, you'll get a second kit completely free. Now, you see that QR code right there? Scan it now to claim this deal while supplies last. These kits last up to 25 years. The food tastes absolutely amazing and ships for free. So go on, scan the QR code so you can get this deal before it ends.
Attention homeowners. Are you behind on your mortgage payments? Is the bank threatening to take your home? Is your home worth less than you owe? If you answered yes to any of these questions, then you need to call this number right now.
Call 800-714-8615.
Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Stinchfield. All we ever wanted as Trump-loving MAGA conservatives is to have some accountability from Democrats who went after President Trump with a vengeance, to have some accountability from those who are responsible for victimizing, as we're told, so many young girls in the Epstein case. We now know we have at least 2 grand juries, one for Jack Smith, who tried to prosecute President Trump over his actions over January 6th. Grand jury called for that. We're now learning a grand jury has been called to look into the Russian collusion, I call it the Obama collusion case. Now, this is very important as well. All of that happens, starts to make you feel a little bit better about things. I'm still skeptical, but feeling a little better. And then we get word that the House Oversight Committee is going to call 10 witnesses, subpoenaing them. And this is a who's who of the deep state. You've got Bill and Hillary Clinton, Attorneys General Merrick Garland, Bill Barr, Alberto Gonzales, Loretta Lynch, Eric Holder, and FBI Directors James Comey and Robert Mueller. So now we're starting to get some traction. What would happen here? I'm sure all of them are going to take the fifth. How bad would that look for those people, as high up as they are, to take the Fifth Amendment in all of this? Now, this is about Epstein, but the list I just read to you could most certainly be about Russian collusion. You see the connection of all of this with the deep state and the wrongdoing. All of it not good, except if you're us and want to see them, well, as this Fox News reporter pointed out.
Historic move for the Oversight Committee. Just imagine for a moment Bill and Hillary Clinton walking down this very hallway here on the way to their closed-door deposition. That is what this committee wants to see.
It's not only what the committee wants to see, it's what all of us want to see. And once they're in there, I believe it would be open season. You could start asking Bill and Hillary Clinton all kinds of questions about Russian collusion as well. Why not? So is this all for show? Is it just to appease us? Or is this real? Are House Republicans trying to get to the bottom of what really happens when it comes to Epstein and ultimately, I hope, the Russian collusion case? Well, on with me now is U.S. Representative from Missouri, Republican Eric Burleson. He's on that Oversight Committee. Congressman, it's great to have you back on.
Good to be back, Grant.
All right, so what do you say to those folks? A lot of Democrats saying this, some Republicans questioning it. I quite frankly don't blame Republicans for questioning this. Is it for show, or are you guys sincere here, Congressman?
No, I think this is being done with all sincerity. Look, we're hearing from our districts. I personally want to know the details and what happened with the Epstein case. I want to know if there were other individuals involved. I think the American people want to know that. And so I think we owe it to the American people. And look, if we're not going to get answers on something as simple as this, then we have to really start questioning whether this government works for the American people or the American people work for this government. I hope it's the former. And I think that's why we're fighting to truly get this information.
All right. This list, and it's not an understatement when you talk about a who's who with the deep state, from the Clintons to Merrick Garland, Gonzales, Loretta Lynch, Comey is on the list. Do you think they will answer your questions, or are these guys going to take the fifth like they always do?
Well, I'm sure that they all will lawyer up. But look, Grant, keep in mind, when somebody takes the fifth, it looks horrible. I mean, can you imagine Hillary and Bill pleading the fifth, saying that they don't want to incriminate themselves, which begs the question: what crimes did you commit, right? So, I think these subpoenas, Congress does have the authority to do this. These individuals owe it to the American people. They were all public servants. They owe it to the American people to come and provide truth about their interactions, whether they were involved in the investigation and they failed to do their part, or they were a part of the Epstein conspiracy from the beginning.
How does it work? I'm not sure I've been in a situation where I've so wanted to ask so many questions of so many different cases. Can the Oversight Committee then venture into Russian collusion? I know you have ventured into it before on other situations and interviewing other witnesses, but if you bring Hillary Clinton in, is it open season? Can you ask her about anything?
Generally, what their lawyers do is kind of create the framework for the behind-scene deposition. And in that framework, they will create the scope of what we can discuss. And that's part of the agreement, usually whenever we get someone that's going to be a willing participant in testifying. If they're not going to be willing, and if they're not going to negotiate ahead of time, then those are the key indications that they're probably just going to plead the fifth.
All right. What are the reasons why we do this closed door when the American public would love to see Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton on the hot seat?
That's a really good question. And before I was in Congress, I asked the same question. But having been through a deposition, I can tell you the attorneys that are on staff are able to ask they're trained at this. They know which questions to ask. They know what follow-up questions to ask. They know how to drill into the facts of a situation. And what it does is it gives members of the committee, myself included, an insight as to what questions we need to ask in a public hearing. And so first, you want to have the deposition behind closed doors, and that gives you an understanding of what you should be asking in the public hearing.
What happens if they don't show up?
Well, they can be found in contempt of Congress. I mean, look, we do have the authority to subpoena these individuals, and I think that if they're not going to show up, that's showing disrespect for Congress, and I think we can hold them in contempt.
Look, we know the Democrats were fully willing to do that to Republicans. Republicans haven't always been willing to do that to Democrats. I do think it is somewhat of a different day for the amount of persecution that Democrats offered up on President Trump and his confidants, that payback is going to be a real witch with a B if it comes down to all of that. Before I let you go, Congressman, say you get these folks on the stand. I know you'd have different questions for each one, but what's the one burning question you want to ask about Epstein, and maybe who would it be to?
I would want to ask former President Bill Clinton, how many times did you fly on the plane with Epstein? How many times did you go to Epstein Island? Did you have inappropriate relations with any of these young victims? Did you see any inappropriate relations with these young victims? Did you have any interaction? Did you have any knowledge of this? Those are the kind of questions that I would want to drill into.
Well, they're the questions we would all love answered. I appreciate, as always, Congressman Burleson, getting the straight scoop from you. It's great having somebody on the inside willing to talk to us openly about all of this, and keep up the fight up there. I know it's got to be awful frustrating for you, but we appreciate you, sir, as always.
Thank you, Grant. Appreciate you, too.
Absolutely. Happy to do it. All right, folks, as we move on, as I said, we now have another grand jury called. This to investigate Obama collusion. That's what I'm calling it from now on. President Trump responded to this.
The Justice Department now tapping a grand jury to look into the intelligence community's assessment of what was happening with Russia. Is that you have nothing to do with directing the Justice Department?
No, I have nothing to do. Pam is doing a great job. I have nothing to do with it. I will tell you this. They deserve it. I was happy to hear it. I actually read it just like you did. I have nothing to do with it. But what they did in the election, what they did in even the last election, but it was too big to rig. But what they did in the 2020 election is grotesque.
It surely is. And we all see that. And again, it's why we want accountability. Now, I mentioned to the congressman that much of us, all of you guys out there, we're skeptical. We haven't gotten a lot of action right now. Do we believe in the sincerity? I certainly believe Congressman Burleson is sincere. How sincere is Republican leadership to get to the bottom of this? I know James Comer, he's a good man, but I'd love to see more action going back years from those committees. I want to bring in with me now someone who knows the MAGA base, investigative reporter and conservative influencer Nick Sorter. Nick, it's great to have you back on.
Don't be calling me an influencer, Stinchfield. We don't. That is a slur at this point.
All right. Well, I mean it in the nicest of ways.
I know. You're great.
I'll tell you, here's what you are. You're a news breaker, and I follow your X account because literally I'm watching as all this stuff come out. You're on top of all of it, Nick, which is why I bring you on, because you do have your ear to the MAGA base. Are you convinced that we're starting to see some action with these grand juries, with the calling of this deep state crew for the Epstein case in front of Congress? Or are you still a little skeptical like I am?
I mean, definitely skeptical, Grant. I mean, because so here's the issue is, like it or not, let's just be frank here. The DOJ, Pam Bondi, overpromised us before and then has sort of like underdelivered on the entire Epstein situation, right? So I think we all have a right to question, what's actually going on. Like, you don't want to get too excited and be let down again. So it's good. This is a step in the right direction to have a grand jury forming. And luckily, it seems like this is not confirmed, but a lot of sources have been telling me this, that the grand jury is being formed in Florida, not Washington, D.C., not Northern Virginia, in Florida. So that could be, a huge difference into whether or not these people are this is the Russian collusion situation, whether or not these people go to prison versus whether or not they're let off by a bunch of activists. And then when it comes to the Epstein situation here in D.C., that's another thing to be skeptical about with James Comer. James Comer was the same guy that was running the Hunter Biden laptop investigation and the Burisma investigation in Congress, and what came of that? Really nothing. So these people have a lot of ground to make up. Like, I'm not going to blindly trust these people to do anything and get anything done here. They have to prove it to us at this point. We're no longer going to just accept, well, we're doing things. We're filing subpoenas. In Congress, especially with this oversight committee hearings, that when you have Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton and such being dragged in, these are not public hearings. These are private hearings. How many times, Grant, have you ever heard anything really substantive come out of a private hearing in Congress?
Yeah, it certainly doesn't have the same effect. And as I pose that question to Congressman Burleson, I think he understands where the base is on these things. They try to explain it away about why. I think a lot of it has to do with making deals with these witnesses in order to get them to come in without having to charge them with contempt. They make them a deal to go behind closed doors. And maybe you can ask them more about some classified information that maybe you couldn't ask in public. But still, I'd rather it be out in the open. Let me play you a clip, Nick, from MSNBC. For the guys behind the glass, cut 5. This is what they're claiming this is all about. And then I want to get your reaction here.
I think one thing that the Trump administration is trying to do is throw a bone to their supporters, many of whom believe legitimately in their hearts that people involved in the Biden and Obama administrations committed crimes and should be in prison. They believe that. There's no evidence to support that. And in fact, what's happening here is quite troubling. It doesn't take a lot of predication to open a criminal investigation.
All right, so I totally disagree with him on the not a lot of evidence. It's just the contrary, in fact. But I guess my question to you is this just a bone to Trump supporters?
Of course it's not a bone. We've been calling this out for years and years and years, and we finally had somebody with the balls who did, well, maybe not literally, luckily, Tulsi Gabbard. It takes a lot to go against the deep state. I don't just say this, Grant. I know that these are dangerous people that you're dealing with here. These are some of the most powerful shadow figures in the world that Tulsi has gone up against to release this information. That's not just a distraction. They're not just saying, oh, well, the info is there and we're going to be releasing it. She released the documents and the proof before she went on TV or did anything. She did the opposite of what people that are trying to just distract you do. She produced the evidence and the proof and then started talking about it. That's not a distraction. That's how you're supposed to do it.
Well, that's a great point. Tulsi Gabbard with the proverbial cojones, we'll say that. Newsbreaker Nick Sorter, we'll call you that, buddy. Thank you, as always, for the insight. It's great having you on.
Appreciate you, Grant.
All right. newsbreaker as opposed to cojones breaker. But he can break some cojones too, Nick Sword can. You better believe it. All right, folks, turning now to another very important story. Texas state troopers are on the hunt right now. A manhunt out for Texas state representatives with a D next to their name that are also runaways, leaving the state house so they don't have to vote on these redistricting maps. This is Governor Greg Abbott.
So that is correct. And, Will, as we're talking right now, Texas Department of Public Safety officers are on the streets looking for those Democrat House members to arrest them and to take them to the Texas Capitol and hold them there until a quorum is reached.
All right. Beyond that, it gets even better, in my opinion. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton, not 12 hours after he was on this program, offering up this idea, roll it.
Or we can do this thing that we researched a few years ago, which has never been tried, which is this core warrento action that would potentially allow us to take them out of office. That's what we're looking at considering right now. We may go forward with that very soon. We're just trying to figure out what our best option is in dealing with that particular issue.
Well, the Attorney General went through with it, as I said, less than 12 hours after appearing on this program. He now is seeking judicial orders that anybody who does not show up, any of these Texas Democrats, does not show up by Friday, the 8th of August, would be said to have vacated their office and they will be removed for dereliction of duty. What will happen? Let's bring in now to discuss Republican Texas State Representative Mitch Little is with us. Mitch, great to have you on the program.
Great to be with you, Grant. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. All right, so we now have them looking to arrest them. There's a civil arrest to bring them back to the Capitol. They could be removed from office come Friday. Are we making the right moves here? What do you foresee, and how does this play out, Representative?
Yeah, this is not 2021 anymore. This is not the previous Democrat quorum break in the Texas House. The Democrats are now on the battlefield, and it is truly a 360-degree battlefield. They're facing $500 a day fines in the Texas House that they can't pay from their House budgets. They can't pay from their campaign. As of the last 30 minutes, Governor Greg Abbott filed a quo warranto proceeding in the Texas Supreme Court to ask the Supreme Court to vacate the seat of House Representative Gene Wu out of Houston, who is the Democrat caucus chair. These guys, I think, have it coming from every angle right now. The Attorney General is also expected to file his proceedings on Friday. They've got until 1 o'clock on Friday before all the missiles get turned loose from the Republican Party. I think they're in deep trouble. This is serious business.
Another option here is to possibly charge these Democrats if it can be proven that they took donations to pay for their $500 a day fines, to pay for their travel to another state, because that is related to doing a certain job. That would account for bribery, in my mind. They've offered up ideas. The Texas Attorney General, the governor, has said we could charge them felony bribery. This is how one of the Democrats responded to that charge. Cut 21, guys.
Well, it's certainly offsetting that the governor has threatened us with felonies. I don't know that he has anything to back that up. None of us are accepting money right now to, at least I am not personally, to defray any of the fines. Those are part of the House rules that we passed at the beginning of our session.
I don't believe that some of them are not fundraising. I'll bet you they're making big fundraising calls off of all of this, Representative.
It's not just the fundraising, Grant. You'll notice very carefully what Representative Flores said there. She said, I'm not taking any money to offset the fines. What she's not telling you is that she has been, she's had her costs for travel to Chicago or New York or Boston, her hotel stays, her meals, everything taken care of outside of the state by Power to the People, which is Beto O'Rourke's PAC, as well as National Democrat representatives and a George Soros PAC. The bottom line is, and Grant, this is something I feel very passionately about. If it had been any other bill in the Texas House besides House Bill 4 redistricting, and someone paid you to walk the vote, you're going in front of a grand jury. That is very clearly public corruption. I think there's no doubt about it. I asked Speaker Burrows today to convene the House General Investigating Committee to investigate it. This is a very serious issue. We can't have Democrats taking money to walk votes. It's against the law.
No, absolutely. Of course, can't have Republicans doing it. I mean, that's the difference between us and them. We don't want anybody breaking the law, but they're okay if they do it. Here's the deal that I look at. You guys come up with the maps. We elect you into office. By and large, Texans wanted a Republican majority. We gave a Republican majority. You're going to draw the lines the way you're going to draw the lines. If the court somehow sees it's unfair, and this will go to court, they'll tell you it's unfair, and they'll force you to go redraw it. I was part of that. I ran for Congress back in 2011 here in Texas. It was a nightmare with the maps keep changing over and over, trying to run a campaign. But the courts will get involved. They know this, so what are they doing? Are they just stalling? Are they grandstanding? At some point, they're going to have to come back.
They are stalling to try to find a way to survive the 2026 midterm election without these 5 seats. You know, we keep hearing cries of racism. Nobody talks about that 3 of the seats we're trying to craft in South Texas are Hispanic majority seats. The reality is, Grant, our voters sent us to office to win. That is the objective, to win the game. And political performance is legally a basis on which to redistrict. We're doing exactly that. We have the time, we have the votes, we have the opportunity, and our voters expect us to seize it. The Democrats are just hoping to buy enough time and avoid enough consequences so they don't have to have a vote on it.
It's amazing. It's like telling my kid to take out the trash and he runs out the back door screaming and yelling, crying, as if you're not going to go get him and take out the trash. It's literally doing your job, and they run. It's everything Texas is against. I don't care what side of the aisle you're on. In Texas, we got strong, upstanding people that fight, and this is the opposite of that, which tells you who they elected to represent them in this state. Representative Little, it's great having you on the program. I appreciate your fight up there, or down there in my case, from here in Dallas. But thank you, sir, for coming on.
It's my pleasure. Thanks for having me, Grant.
Absolutely. All right, so we'll continue to cover that. This should get interesting. If they fail to show up by Friday, make no mistake, I believe they will move forward with trying to get them to vacate these offices and ruling them as vacated. Imagine the court cases that will follow after that. Democrats, just do your job. Get into the chambers, vote, you're going to lose, and then you fight some more the next election. That's how it's done. All right, if you're stressed about back taxes, missed the April deadline, or have messy books, don't wait. The IRS is cracking down hard on penalties. They add up fast, but Tax Network USA can help with direct access to powerful IRS programs and expert negotiators. Tax Network USA knows how to win. Get your free consultation and see if you qualify to reduce or eliminate what you owe. They can also help protect you from wage garnishments or bank levies, so don't wait for the next IRS letter. Call 800-905-8000 or visit tnusa.com/RAV to talk to a real expert at Tax Network USA. All right, folks, after decades of use, RFK Jr. has now banned mercury from vaccines, okay? How is mercury still in vaccines? We'll talk about what this means next.
What do you do when your tire goes flat and there's no air anywhere to fix that? You reach for Bullseye Pro, the smarter, faster, hands-free way to fill it up with air. Bullseye Pro is equipped with a rechargeable lithium-ion power plant. So fast, so strong, and so convenient. It's like putting the power of an air compressor in the palm of your hand. Look, you can inflate all 4 tires of your car on a single charge, or inflate a bag full of soccer balls at practice. Bullseye Pro is so advanced, it has a built-in smart pressure digital sensor that gauges and automatically stops when the set tire pressure is reached. Plus, it can be 100% hands-free. You simply set the target pressure and walk away, keeping you out of harm's way. Bullseye Pro is lightweight, durable, and powerful enough to inflate this massive monster truck tire. Plus, it has 4 ultra-bright LED lights to safely inflate at night. Bullseye Pro comes with 3 custom air nozzles on board, so you can easily inflate pool toys, exercise balls, and more. Forget driving to the gas station. Bullseye Pro is your anywhere, anytime inflation station. Call or go online now and get the complete Bullseye Pro inflation system, all for the factory direct price of just $79.99. It comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free. That's right, free shipping. But to really inflate this offer, we'll give you a 50% discount on a second one. You get it all. An incredible value for one low price. Call or go online to order now.
To order, call 1-800-976-9718 or go to getbullseyepro.com. So call 1-800-976-9718. That's 1-800-976-9718 or order online at getbullseyepro.com. Order now.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes, and let's run it up to #1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the Truth Bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they played pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
Welcome back, everyone. I don't want my tax dollars being used to make people fat. Now, if you want to use your own money to buy candy and sodas and chips and all that stuff, you have at it, okay? But I don't think you should be using food stamps to buy that stuff. It's only going to cost us more money down the line, which is why RFK Jr., Health and Human Services Secretary, took this step.
The U.S. taxpayer should not be paying to feed kids foods, the poorest kids in our country, with foods that are going to give them diabetes. And then my agency ends up through Medicaid and Medicare paying for those injuries. So we're going to put an end to that, and we're doing it step by step, state by state.
So you're not going to be able to use food stamps to buy junk food. It's a smart move. Now, I don't think you need to be a doctor to figure out that if you inject mercury into your body, that's probably not a good thing. Well, that's what thimerosal is. It's a form of mercury, and it's used as a preservative in many vaccines, including the flu vaccine. Now, it's been taken out of most childhood vaccines since 2001, but it's still in many vaccines. Mercury into your body? Like, who says this is a good idea? Again, I don't need an MD next to my name. Well, RFK Jr. also coming to the rescue.
The thimerosal has never been shown to be safe, and that it causes mutations in mammals. Thimerosal's material safety data sheet acknowledges that thimerosal is toxic, that it has nervous system and reproductive effects, that it's mutagenic in mammalian cells, that exposure to mercury and thimerosal in utero and in children could cause mild to severe mental retardation and mild to severe motor coordination impairment.
It's on its own data sheet. And yet we've been pumping this into our bodies? Why? I believe for money. Big Pharma wants to preserve the vaccines. That's the best and easiest way to do it. Your health be damned. And so now we're pumping mercury into our bodies. Well, no more. RFK Jr. has banned that. And this comes after a whistleblower by the name of William Thompson has come forward, and he worked inside the CDC. He was somewhat of a higher-up. Well, he was captured on a recording admitting this.
Thimerosal causes autism-like features, and that's the way I would say it. I'm completely ashamed of what I did. the higher-ups wanted to do certain things, and I went along with it. Colleen is a center director. Frank is the director of immunization safety, and Marceline is the branch chief. They're still all much more senior than me. I'm like, oh my God, I cannot believe we did what we did. But we did.
And that was allowing thimerosal in these vaccines no longer, thanks to RFK Jr. Want to bring in now a very strong voice when it comes to common sense and our healthcare system, primary care physician and author of Unavoidably Unsafe Childhood Vaccines Reconsidered. Dr. Jeff Barkey is with us. Doc, it's great to have you back on.
Stinch, thanks for having me. Great to be with you.
All right, so this is a big move by RFK Jr. I can't believe nobody in decades made it before him. Why is that?
Well, listen, they say there are no scientific studies that show that thimerosal or mercury is dangerous, but keep in mind there were no scientific studies that told us that smoking tobacco was dangerous either back in the day until it was. Listen, I'm happy to get rid of mercury in vaccines. Most vaccines don't have mercury. There are far more problematic things about these vaccines than whether or not they have mercury in them. For example, not a single childhood vaccine has ever been tested against an inert placebo in a randomized controlled trial. And Stinch, every single childhood vaccine, the package insert section 13.1 says this product has not been tested to see if it causes cancer or interferes with reproductive health. Yes, let's get rid of the mercury, but we need to revisit all these vaccines and make sure they are actually safe and effective.
All right, so as I'm looking at this, and I've been talking about this with you and other doctors I respect for a long time, I look at thimerosal has basically been banned from childhood vaccines since 2001. We've still seen the autism rate go up, so it wasn't the thimerosal in the vaccines. I'm under the conclusion, and again, I'm not a doctor, but the sheer number of vaccines, that's what's increased. And when you load up a kid with 70 vaccines, and many of them all at once, that's what's causing all of these problems. Your thoughts on my assessment?
Well, listen, some people think that I shouldn't be a doctor either, but never mind. You're right. Grant, when you and I were kids, we got maybe a handful of vaccines. Nowadays, about 75 injections to make it through high school. I think that plays a critical role in the chronic disease we're seeing in kids, including autism. There's probably more to it than that, considering our kids are obese and they have diabetes and all kinds of other issues as a result of the terrible food that we're putting in their body as well. But the childhood vaccine schedule needs to be revisited. The vaccine companies need to be responsible and have liability for the products that they put in their market. And then Congress needs to pass a law that says under no circumstances should any vaccine ever be mandated. And by the way, that includes the military. If we can do that, then we can finally get to the bottom line of what these vaccines are doing. All right.
Is it true that as I'm looking at this, I say, okay, well, mercury, some of this mercury is still in the flu shots today, but aluminum is common in many vaccines. How are we pumping aluminum? You make soda cans with aluminum, not vaccines.
Right, because aluminum is an adjuvant. It's a product that's put into the vaccine to stimulate our immune system against whatever the antigen, the viral or bacterial particle that's in the vaccine. Without that, the immune system would be bored with these shots that are injected. So the aluminum wakes up our immune system indiscriminately, by the way. So if it's allergy season and pollen season, if a kid is around peanuts or eggs or other things, lo and behold, now they've developed asthma, allergic rhinitis, peanut allergy, egg allergy, and the like. So aluminum is a neurotoxin. Now there's some aluminum that we get naturally by eating foods, but we don't inject it directly into our muscle and our bloodstream. Listen, the American Academy of Pediatrics wants every kid to get hepatitis B shortly after birth, a vaccination that contains 200 micrograms of aluminum. This is insane. It needs to stop, and we need to educate the public as to what's going on.
All right, one more law for you I would like to see, and a quick response from you if you can. We heard the whistleblower talk about the names, and he couldn't believe they were allowing this to go on and on and on. One of those names, she went to work for Merck as a big higher-up executive shortly after leaving the CDC. I'd like to see a law that if you're working in one of these government agencies, you can't go into work for one of the agencies you were regulating within a certain amount of time. 5 years, 10 years, I don't know what it is. Let Congress figure it out, but not the next day.
Yeah, that happens routinely at the CDC and the FDA. After a director has been at any one of those agencies, then they are recruited to work for the vaccine companies or drug companies, and then they turn into lobbyists for our government. That needs to stop immediately, and I think RFJK wants to do that, and shortly we'll put that into action.
All right. Lastly, where can people find you, Dr. Barkey?
RX for Liberty is my Instagram. RX4FOR Liberty is also my website. My books are available on Amazon.
All right. Dr. Jeff Barkey, thank you, as always, for your powerful voice and insight. We appreciate everything you do to keep people safe.
Thank you, Grant. Great to be with you.
Absolutely. Feeling is mutual. All right, folks, if you want to fight for this country, AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, is the organization you need to join. They're the conservative alternative to AARP, and they're fighting every day to protect faith, family, freedom, and our American way of life. When you become a member, you get access to powerful perks, exclusive discounts on travel, insurance, and more, plus valuable member tools and a subscription to the AMAC magazine, which tells the truth the mainstream media won't. And right now, you can join AMAC for only $35 with a 5-year membership. Go to amac.us/grant and join the movement to save America. All right, this is going to be a good segment coming up next. After years of having their rights trampled by the Biden administration, that man and his wife finally get back their firearm, their beloved AR-15. We will talk to Mark McCloskey next.
Friend, do you remember when it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank to expand a business, go on vacation, or buy a new car? Well, today, withdrawing your own cash has become a very risky business, according to The Secret War, a shocking new research report. I just read it. And folks, I was amazed to learn why banks are now required to spy on us for the government and then report any suspicious or unusual behavior. I suggest you get The Secret War free. Just call the number on the screen, no charge, from the folks at Swiss America. And get this, did you know simply spending cash today may be enough to have you branded as a potential criminal? That's right. The new war on cash is really a war against all freedom-loving Americans. The Secret War is yours free, so call the number on the screen and you can tell them Pat Boone gave you the number.
Why aren't you getting results? Random workouts, overtraining muscles, completely missing others, wasted time. Don't do that. Do this. This is 25 Minute Speed Train. Follow me for just 25 minutes a day, 7 days a week, with minimal equipment, and get actual results.
Look at the definition. I didn't have these arms at high school.
Subscribe to Body in the next 24 hours for less than 50 cents a day and get 25 Minute Speed Train free at bodywithaneye.com.
Selling your home shouldn't be expensive or stressful. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
Ideal Agent connected me with the best realtor in my market, and I saved $12,500 as a result of it, and I got more than my asking price.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Welcome back, everyone. I'll tell you what, I was shocked to see this video on my friend Mark McCloskey's Twitter page. That's him. You remember the McCloskeys defending their home in St. Louis from a Black Lives Matter mob. They got hung out to dry, charged with crimes. The cops take their AR-15 and that little gun that Patty McCloskey was holding. He just now got his firearm back. Just now. What is that about? That was 5 years ago, folks. You want a trip down memory lane? This was it. This is when he became a hero to gun owners standing up for their own rights. Watch. Well, folks, you know what happened. We know that Black Lives Matter mob had a history of violence. No wonder they want to defend their home. Well, a radical district attorney went after them with a vengeance. I want to bring in now St. Louis attorney, former candidate for United States Senate, Mark McCloskey is back with us. Mark, welcome to the program, my friend.
Hey, thanks for having me on, Grant.
Mark, it was 5 years ago. I can't believe it was that long ago when I first met you that started all of this, and you're only just now getting that gun back? Why?
Isn't it amazing? You know, here's the thing, right? First of all, you got to remember back 5 years ago in the summer of love when George Floyd and BLM was destroying cities all over the country. We were really like the first people in the country to stand up against BLM and say, you know, we're not going to take it if it comes our direction. We're not going to take it sitting down. That was too much for a George Soros-sponsored circuit attorney to, not react to. So she charged us each with 2 Class E felonies that would send us to prison for 4 years and cost us our law licenses and everything else. But, the president of the United States, God bless him, Donald Trump, came on television a couple of days later and said that not only had we not done anything wrong, but if we hadn't done it, we'd have been severely beaten or killed. And then Governor Parson came on TV and said that he was going to pardon us no matter what. And so eventually the governor pardons us. And I figured, hey, the governor's pardon expressly says it eliminates any disadvantages associated with our charges. And I kind of figured that taking my property from me was one of those disadvantages. So I filed a writ of repletion to get my gun back. Well, the judge said no. We took it up to the Court of Appeals. Court of Appeals ruled that the governor's pardon obliterated my conviction, but not my guilt, whatever the heck that means. And I didn't get my guns back. And so then we file a new lawsuit. And this is a lawsuit to get our records expunged. And under the law in Missouri, an expungement means, quote, as if the underlying event never occurred, unquote. So we got expunged. And then I file another lawsuit to get the guns back, saying now, under the law in Missouri, since I've been expunged, I've never been arrested. I've never been charged with anything. I've never been convicted of anything. Why the heck do you have my guns, right? And so what did the city do? It appealed the expungement, right? Saying I was still a threat to humanity and I shouldn't be allowed to get expunged because if I get expunged, I get my guns back. Well, on July 1st, the Court of Appeals ruled in my favor on that. And so I filed another motion. And then last Thursday, we went up in front of the judge. The good news is that the St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department, City of St. Louis is so corrupt, the state government has taken back over the City of St. Louis Police. Their lawyers are now the Attorney General's office. We've got good, deep red Attorney General in Missouri and Assistant Attorney Generals. And they said, okay, last Thursday, we consent to you getting the rifle back. The fun thing is that little dumb Bryco pistol Patty had is now in the possession of the Sheriff's Department, which is under the control of the City of St. Louis. And I talked to the city councilor this afternoon saying, well, when are you going to get me that back? And it's like, well, we probably get it to you this week. We'll see.
So this is literally them just being vindictive against you. The other thing I have to say here is if this was me, I don't really have the money to fight this. Thank God you're a high-powered attorney and you can do these things. An everyday citizen doesn't have the money to go file all these cases to appeals court for what amounts to what, a $700 firearm? You could easily go buy another one. But I'm so grateful that you put up this fight for the stand. And again, it's the McCloskeys taking a stand for liberty and freedom.
Well, you know, and part of the whole process is the prosecution is a punishment. It's designed to bankrupt people. It's designed to crush them. And it's, you know, we were fortunate in that we're lawyers. We could do most of this ourselves. It still cost us a ton of money. But, you know, if it's a toothpick that the government takes from you wrongly, you have to fight it to the end, because if they violate your rights in a small way, they'll violate your rights in a big way. And each and every one of us owes a personal duty to our own freedom to stand up against even the smallest of tyrannies, let alone the biggest of tyrannies. And I'm gonna do your viewers one better. Here she is.
Yeah. There it is. That gun seen around the world is back in good hands.
There's the evidence sticker. There's the evidence sticker.
You ought to put it up on the wall for sure, because I'm sure it changed your life. When you look back now at the last 5 years and what you went through, the days following it, I remember watching you, Mark, and Patty move from almost a level of somewhat shock, yes, defiance, but shock, to all-out defiance, to now a total warrior for freedom. You went through somewhat of a series of transformations. Do you look back on this and I don't want to say happy it happened? Are you better off for it? Are you worse off for it? What do you say 5 years later?
You know, our life will never be the same. We went to the grocery store on the way back for work today. On the way out, a middle-aged African-American gentleman comes up to me and said, "You guys are McCloskeys?" And I said, "Yeah." He took my hand and said, "We're so proud of you for standing up for all our rights." I mean, it is in our day-to-day life now. We sometimes say, "I wish we had our old life back," but that ain't going to happen. And you know, we work every day to try to help people recognize the threats against their liberty and how hard you have to work to preserve it. And you know, if we hadn't won this last election, you and I, Grant, we'd probably be wearing stripes right now.
Yeah, I think you're right. Last question for you, because so many people decide what to do, how to speak out based off of business. And I understand that when money's at stake, you got to feed your families. And I know that you can't always be, you know, screaming and yelling and flame throwing like me or you, Mark. But did this have a negative, positive, or null effect on your business and your firm?
Well, it destroyed our firm. If you Google the McCloskey Law Center for 2 years after this event, it said permanently closed. I mean, if you Google my name right now, it says Mark McCloskey is a former personal injury lawyer in St. Louis. Nobody told me I retired. I mean, our staff quit. We had to have the office boarded up because that BLM group threatened to burn down my office building. So our office is an 1885 Victorian building. And so you board up the windows, it's like working in a cave. And so we've had to adjust to an entirely new life. But it's had tremendous rewards as well. The Lord moves in mysterious ways. And the darkest day of your life opens up opportunities to give and to help that you would never have had before.
Well, I wouldn't have met you if it wasn't for all of this. And, you know, I'm such a fan of you and Patty and your strength. It really is an inspiration. And again, you said yes to coming on this morning when I texted you in a heartbeat. And I'm so grateful for you and your voice. Mark, say hi to Patty for me, and thank you for coming on today.
I sure appreciate it, Grant. And you keep up the good work yourself.
I appreciate that. Absolutely. Never stop. And one of the reasons we never stop is for guys like that. Man, I'd stand shoulder to shoulder with them any day of the week, as I know all of you would as well. All right, folks, the leftist base is clamoring for AOC and Zohran Mamdani as their new leaders. It's true. We'll get into this next.
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching, even moving better.
Nature's Blend works because it's freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, they all get right into your dog's body.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
For a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV.
He was only 47. Aneurysm. Did he have life insurance? Do you? No. You gotta get on it. Check out SelectQuote. Trust me, the peace of mind, It's worth it.
Life insurance is too important to put off another day. That's why SelectQuote makes getting coverage you need easy, for less than $1 a day. Now get up to a $2 million policy with no medical exam and same-day coverage.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing. There's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
Welcome back, everyone. If you can imagine, Democrats are now looking to Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the congresswoman from the Bronx, the former bartender, as the leader of the Democrat Party. And who's standing next to her, of course, is this Zofran Mamdani character, who is running for mayor and appears to be the front runner, who is a self-described socialist. He's really more of a Marxist, maybe quite possibly a jihadist. Not sure about that yet, but maybe. This is Elizabeth Warren defending them.
Progressive social. Is this what the party should look like?
Yes.
The Democratic Party
You bet. The Democratic Party needs to stand up and be clear. We are the party that fights for affordability for working families. That means child care. That means housing. It means health care. It means making this country work better for the working people who make this country work.
All right, last question.
I get a little excited about this. Okay. All right.
Yeah, because you're a communist. That's why you get excited about it. Literally what she wants to do is bring everybody into lower middle class. So there is no opportunity in America anymore. Just a government job, and they'll hand out your bread if you're lucky. The fact that she admitted that Mamdani represents the Democrat Party is exactly what I've been telling you for a long time. Believe her. It's one of the few times she's telling the truth. Well, on CNBC, okay, not the bastion of conservatism, they let her have it.
Do you know how many working families are chased out of New York City every day because they can't afford housing, they can't afford groceries, they can't afford child care? What Zoran is saying is, I want people to be able to afford to live in New York City. That's what keeps it a vibrant city. That's what makes people want to live
Nobody
here.
disagrees with that, Senator, but raising taxes in order to do it? Why is that the answer?
Oh, dear. Are you worried that billionaires are going to go hungry?
No, I'm worried that they're going to leave and spend their money elsewhere.
That, folks, is exactly what happened in Greece. They taxed the rich to death. And you know what happened in Greece? The rich left. We're seeing now mass migration out of California and New York. Why? Because they're taxing the rich to death. Well, what do you think young people, young Democrats, not our young people, and I know there are many of you watching right now, but what do you think your fellow Democrats the youngsters of today think about all of this. They were asked about it.
I think that, me being also a young person, a young voter, a college student, seeing people like Dr. Mamdani, AOC just gaining so much more footing and so much more recognition in the policy field is very empowering. It's giving me a lot of optimism. I think it's mobilizing a lot of youth to also really align more with the socialism platform, because there's a lot of stigma, especially in the more conservative side with socialism. So the fact that people are really advocating for very common sense policies like healthcare for all.
Hold on a second. So, yeah, it's word salad, but I'm actually shocked about something. I may have seen it first. Can you put a freeze frame of her back up on the screen, please? This is very important if we could do this, because I want everybody at home to witness something, what I've just witnessed. This is the first time on this program that I've actually seen a Democrat that is actually halfway good looking, that is actually put together with their hair brushed and not wearing a tablecloth. This, folks, is amazing. We've got a young Democrat who actually isn't ugly as sin. My mom's going to be so mad at me for this segment, but it's true. Oh, my Lord. Anyway, do they have a brain? No. Really, the brains are the most important, okay? You get further, well, a brain and good looks, you go really far, okay? Check it out. Anyway, there will never be a more entertaining president than Donald J. Trump. He is on a roof. That's next.
Why aren't you getting results? Random workouts, overtraining muscles, completely missing others, wasted time. Don't do that. Do this. This is 25-minute speed train. Follow me for just 25 minutes a day, 7 days a week, with minimal equipment, and get actual results.
Look at the definition. I didn't have these arms at high school.
Subscribe to Body in the next 24 hours for less than 50 cents a day and get 25-minute speed train free at bodywithaneye.com.
Selling your home shouldn't be expensive or stressful. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
Ideal Agent connected me with the best realtor in my market, and I saved $12,500 as a result of it, and I got more than my asking price.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes, and let's run it up to #1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the truth bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they played pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
Every person who has taken me on this road to that prison is a friggin' Democrat and a Trump hater.
When former White House advisor Peter Navarro stood on principle, he never imagined it would land him behind bars.
They demanded that I break the law.
But he refused to betray Donald Trump or the Constitution and paid the price as a political prisoner. Locked inside a Miami federal prison, Peter found 2 lifelines, postcards of hope to his fiancée Bonnie Pixie Brenner, and a hidden multi-million-dollar prison scandal he's now exposing. Went to prison so you won't have to. Peter and Pixie share a riveting prison diary, a heartfelt love story, and a shocking look at injustice in America's prison system. Stand with Peter. Scan the QR code now or go to Amazon.com to order your copy.
I went to prison so you won't have to.
All right, folks. What in the world is President Trump doing on the roof of the White House? Check this out.
Mr. President, what are you doing up there?
Come down and talk to us.
What are you building?
Let's go and look.
Are you considering more renovations, sir?
Are you going to build up?
Aye, sir.
So, that's the president. Of course, taking a look because he's going to build that big, beautiful ballroom for $200 million, and he's going to offer up to pay for it. And, of course, that was Peter, what's his name, the White House correspondent for NBC News, President Trump. I like rooftop Trump. It's going to do it for us. Stinchfield's Army Rolls. See you tomorrow.
Sounds funny in the evening. You're watching live from Studio 6B on Real America's Voice.
All right, live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Tuesday night. Welcome to the program. Dish Network Channel 219, Pluto TV Channel 240, 1175 on Samsung TV Plus. Also the Roku channel on Roku TV, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and Flex TV Channel 106. As well as follow us on all of the socials, Rumble and the Rumblers, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter X, Kick Getter, and on Instagram, it's LFS6B Show. And again, it's like and share the show. We could use the likes, we could use the shares, but we could use you guys tuning in for the next couple hours. Damon again is out sick. Talked to him today. He says he will be in tomorrow. He's feeling better. Still sounds terrible, but he'll be in tomorrow. So he'll be in tomorrow night to lead the program. In the meantime, Slick Rick is here. Vinnie Mac is here down in West Palm Beach. Let's say hello to Slick first, since he's the closest to me. Slick, how are you?
I'm doing good tonight, Rick. Sorry, Big D's out again tonight.
I know.
Wow. Hopefully tomorrow night when he comes on, we're back on 103.9. Hopefully he's rocking something around 98.6. You know, but yeah, we miss Big D, but you're doing a great job, Rick.
Well, thank you. Well, you know what I was thinking? We don't tell him, and we don't show up tomorrow.
Yeah. He'll be brokenhearted over that. Let me tell you.
That'll
go over well. Yes.
Anything up in sports you got coming up?
Well, big news today. The president he launched his 2028 Olympic task force. So that's a big announcement. And then we have a 16-year-old Texan who set the 800-meter world record earlier today. And well, unfortunately, a speed driver was killed trying to break the record there, 283 miles an hour. So we're gonna have that report. We'll have a little rodeo. We'll dip into it. And of course, we'll get into the Major League Baseball scores.
All right, very good. So we'll do that with Slick Rick Sports coming up later on in the show. Vinnie Mac is joining us again from way down yonder at the West Palm Beach studio of Real America's Voice. Vin, how are you?
I'm doing quite well. It's an interesting trip down here. I don't know, those of you who have taken the pilgrimage to Florida during the summer or winter, there's a good 15 to 20 wheelchairs before you board the plane. And then there's a bunch of people that must have some disability that I don't recognize, also waiting to board the plane before everybody else. See, by the time I got in, and I was the first one on the plane of normal boarding, there were like 10 rows taken completely.
Really?
Yeah, so that's been my day, dealing with that level of frustration with people deceiving us that they have a disability.
Right, much like
I don't
yourself.
think there really is one.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, yes. Yeah, but I do have a quick shout out. Delaney Miller, there's some people in our audience have been watching a movie tonight, and they sent me a message that they are going to stop the movie and invite their entire family, and Delaney, of course, to watch our show tonight. So we say hi to Delaney Miller.
Wow.
And thank you for stopping that incredible movie. Not sure what it was, but my guess is Spies Like Us. All right, if it's Spies Like Us, you let me know.
All right. So Delaney Miller, thanks for stopping your movie and watching us. Hopefully we do better. And bring lots of popcorn. You're gonna need it.
Yeah. Big news day.
Yeah,
right. We got a lot to talk about.
It's funny because you weren't on the show yesterday. And yesterday I was kind of, we were kind of bantering about it wasn't as busy a news cycle over the weekend coming from the president as we've normally seen. I think, and I told Slick, I think we had more sports news that was kind of breaking and more, that was out there than really anything coming out of D.C. And then, of course, today we flipped the script, and there is tons coming out of D.C., right?
Oh, yeah.
Right?
You asking me that question?
Oh, yeah. Well, you were shaking your head like you were about to say something, so yes.
Oh, man. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a dream come true today. Today is like one of those days as a MAGA where you're seeing things actually happen, subpoenas, grand jury, potential indictments, at least getting to the grand jury. I think we were all hoping for, a little skeptical that some of these matters would get right to a grand jury. And then we were also thinking they'd never subpoena Hillary or Bill or any of these people. And they subpoenaed so many today, like they went through the whole list. They have to have information. I think they just want to catch them in lies and get them for perjury. If they say anything, I guess they could take the fifth. The fifth of what?
Yeah, I know. It's just a crazy day. I made sure to grab a bunch of this stuff because there is, as we like to say, so much going on. Right, Aaron? We're talking about. You're talking about the subpoenas. There were at least 10 new subpoenas that were issued today. Tulsi Gabbard also pulled a security clearance of a ton of Obama officials and other former officials as well. What else? I'm just looking here that we had the redistricting fight that's continuing on in Texas. We've got basically the left freaking out about everything, and we see it. We see it on MSNBC especially because Joe Scarborough. I don't know if you saw Joe Scarborough today, Vin. He was.
No, I want to.
He was making the case that this is all craziness to go after Barack Obama.
Oh,
yeah. So,
I mean, the head of the snake.
Yeah,
right.
And
totally.
Of course, they always couch their statements with this has already been debunked. Whenever you hear it's already been debunked, it hasn't been debunked because there's nothing that debunks it. They just say it and they think it's so. They think they have the power of the force with them. I don't know what it is. But anytime you hear, oh, this is already a debunked conspiracy. No, it hasn't been because we just found the evidence. So
they think they debunked it.
Right.
They come up with the stories that they have. It's almost like that arrogant guy that just wants to dismiss you from a conversation and say, I told you what that was. And then he walks away. Right. And meanwhile, you're like, you're totally full of it. They think they debunked it. Man, there's so much evidence here. Yeah. There's so much evidence that it can't be debunked anymore. We found the truth.
It's amazing. And some of the stuff. And again, we're going to start going through it right away, as a matter of fact. Let's just jump into it. Because again, I was telling you about MSNBC and Joe Scarborough. Vin. Since you didn't see it, let's share it with you and get your take on this. This is cut number 10. Again, Joe Scarborough freaking out, basically, about Barack Obama being outed, and not in the way we normally hear people being outed. This is about illegal stuff. This is about illegal stuff, not about anything to do with Big Mike. Cut number 10, check this out.
Jonathan Ramirez, this is extraordinarily stupid. It's extraordinarily stupid on so many counts. If you look at the timeline, the timeline doesn't add up. It's like when Donald Trump is saying that Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton created the Epstein Files. No. That all happened during Donald Trump's first term. You look at the timeline here about what happened and when it happened. Barack Obama had nothing to do with this by anybody's accounts, especially by the Senate Republican Intelligence Committee run by Marco Rubio, who afterwards said that it was Donald Trump's 2016 campaign that created a, quote, grave counterintelligence threat to the United States of America. That was Marco Rubio, the current Secretary of State.
Hey, Aaron, can you pause that? Pause it right there, because that right there is a patent now we know is a lie. And it's not Marco Rubio's fault. He was basing it on the intelligence gathered during the Obama administration, gathered by Brennan, Clapper, Comey, all his henchmen, all Obama's henchmen. They took all that false information that they created in 2016, 2017, and that's what Marco Rubio's basing that statement on at the time in 2019. So that's That's part of the lie that the left tells you. It's the lie of omission. They don't tell you what Rubio is basing his statement on. They just say this is what he said, and it happened during the Trump administration. But they leave out the fact that, oh, by the way, all this stuff was gathered up during the Obama administration, right?
Yeah, that is a great point, because think about how things were back then in the first term. If you're a guy like Rubio, or you're any other Republican really, and there were a lot of conservatives possibly thinking this way, you've got the intelligence agencies, the FBI, the CIA, you have all of these other people that are supposed to be like professional people. Right. Everybody lied. So at some point, you have to think to yourself, well, 51, intelligence officers couldn't write this letter and be lying, could they? Like, that was what was running through Marco Rubio's head. Like, that's not possible. And in my debates with my Facebook frenemies, it's really about that. It's like, are you crazy? Why would 51 intelligence officers lie? Why would the CIA lie? Why would James Comey? And then it comes down to, they lied. But they're catching them in these little statements, because it was hard not to believe those lies if you're within Washington, right?
Right, because that's the world they live in. That's their bubble, and they trust those people because they've been working with them for probably close to a decade now. They're like, well, this is the way, we know these people. They wouldn't lie to us. Yes, they would. Aaron, let's continue on with the panicking Joe Scarborough here. Here he goes.
Again, on the Senate Intel Committee, after pouring through all of the documents, that's what they found. And when poor John Durham was made to sacrifice his professional career to go around the world investigating the investigators, he found nothing and ended up making a fool of himself. I mean, we even found out that the two documents that supposedly, fed into the Clinton conspiracy, that she was the one pushing this, actually was Russian disinformation. So
wrong again, Joe.
Again, they know in the Justice Department.
Oh, yeah. Again, Joe Scarborough lying to your face because he knows that they're busted. He knows that the intelligence coming out of the Obama administration at that time was all rigged. And now we're all seeing it. He's like, this intelligence for John Durham, he sacrificed. John Durham actually did a much better job than I think they thought he could do with what he was given with. Remember, they withhold a lot of stuff from John Durham. And they also withheld his annex, which they found in burn bag. And they're going through the burn bags, going through all this evidence that we've heard from Dan Bongino, from Kash Patel, and from Tulsi Gabbard that nobody knew existed because they hid it and they did not log it like they were supposed to. They're supposed to digitally record it, put it into the system, and make sure that everybody has access to it. That's why, and we've heard, some of the House members complain that we requested this information, we never got it. It's because they never admitted that they had it, right, Vin?
Yeah, the way I equate this to, it's as if there was a cold case murder and the person who perpetuated the crime got away with it. And then suddenly DNA testing becomes available and they find a DNA match, then they go arrest the guy and put him in jail 10 years later. That's what's happened here. Joe Scarborough is being disingenuous. He's being a complete fraud, which he is, by the way, on a daily basis, about all of this, because there's a ton of new evidence that has come out that they hid. To your point, they hid the annex that Durham did, and I was disappointed with Durham. I think you were too. I think Slick was as well. The information he came out with, I thought was going to be, a really big deal, and it wasn't. But the annex is, and the information that they hid is, you'd think he'd even address that. Like, why have a burn room? Right. Number one.
Yeah,
like, why destroy anything?
He won't talk about that.
I mean, because it's a farce.
Yeah, that flies in the face of his narrative. And again, you're talking about DNA. You bring up a great point. Is that I forget who mentioned it. Oh, you know what? I'll try and look it up. But there are fingerprints on all the stuff. There's fingerprints on all that paperwork that is in those burn bags.
That's right.
And they can dust for those fingerprints. Ooh, talk about DNA. Game on. Let's hope they go there. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll do some sports. We'll continue on. Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Tuesday night. Stay there.
Christina again. Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower that's safer at a price you can afford with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel. And now they're bringing you this special TV offer. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year. Jacuzzi bath remodel has a design you'll love at a price you can afford.
Literally, they came in the morning, did the demolition, and installed our bathtub in 1 day. I definitely wish we called jacuzzi a lot sooner.
Okay, so tell me, what are the 2 most common reasons people are calling jacuzzi bath remodel right now?
Well, maybe they're just tired of the old, worn-out eyesore of a bath. Often they have dated colors, tiles that might be cracking and fading, or impossible to clean grout. Christina, did you know that the average shower has up to 300 linear feet of grout?
Honestly, I had no idea.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of scrubbing. So that's definitely one of the reasons people call. And you'll love that the new bath or shower just rinses clean and resists mold and mildew. Now, another big reason people call is they've been feeling uneasy stepping over that tub to take a shower. And we're here to help with a safer, more stylish shower that you'll love and is custom designed for you.
Every time I stepped over my old bathtub, I worried I might fall. I don't have those fears anymore. Jacuzzi bath remodel gave me a gorgeous shower that's safe too.
It was done in the same day. We did not have to wait. It is amazing.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
It's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your 1-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
You can go from this to this, and from this to this, or even from this to all this in just 1 day.
I did not like my bathroom before and was embarrassed by it. Yes. This is unbelievable. It is stunning. I can't believe it.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Tuesday night. Welcome to the program. If you're just tuning in, Damon is out sick again. He will be back tomorrow, though. Spoke to him. He sounds much better. Still not up to it. But we foresee him gracing the studio with his presence tomorrow. So that'll be a good. It'll be nice to have him back in the studio.
Oh, certainly will be nice. We miss him, of course.
So hopefully he'll be feeling much better. He'll be up to having some fun with us. And again, we're wishing him the best as he recovers from his very high fever and fluish kind of thing that he had. Yeah, whatever he had. Yeah. I think he was eating out of too many garbage cans or something.
That could be.
Anyhow.
That'll go over well.
Vinnie Mac is here. We'll do some news with him. We'll continue on with of course, the panic coming out of D.C. Grab your popcorn for that. But let's do some sports with Slick Rick. Slick Rick Sports brought to you by Mike Lindell's MyPillow. Go to MyPillow.com. Use our code LFS6B at checkout and save yourself money on some great stuff from Mike Lindell and the people at MyPillow.com. Slick, what do you got for us?
All right, Major League Baseball. Let's get right to the scoreboard, as we always do, to customarily kick off sports on our LFS6B show. Astros right now 7-2 over the Marlins in the top of the 6th. Bottom 6, the Twins over the Tigers 6-1 there. Giants bombing the Pirates 8-1 middle of the 6th. Mid-6th as well. Phillies 4-0 over the Orioles. I guess all these guys start about the same time, right? Mid-5th, Athletics 10-1 over the Nationals. And Guardians and Mets tied at 2 at Citi Field. Good one there in the bottom of the 4th. Mid-5th, Royals and Red Sox tied at 1. Brewers over the Braves 4-0 down in Hotlanta, top of the 4th there. Bottom 1st, the Reds and Cubs, no score at Wrigley. Yankees and Rangers, no score down there in Texas, bottom of the 1st there as well. 8:40, Blue Jays and Rockies out in Colorado. Rays and Angels way out west in California, 9:38 first pitch there. White Sox take it on Seattle out there in Mariner Country, 9:40. 9:40 as well, Padres and Diamondbacks. And as usual, the nightcap is the Cardinals and, of course, the LA Dodgers, always hosting folks way out. That's why the Dodgers are so good. They start those games at like 10 o'clock at night. Most of these teams on the West Coast and the Mid Coast, they're getting ready for bed. Dodgers are getting ready for like breakfast, right? And then they come out and that's why they win. Dodgers have a great team. I really think there's something to that. But what can I say? There's another conspiracy. And, Donald Trump launched the 2028 Olympic Task Force. And I believe the president is really taking the Olympics very seriously, if I may. I think, he realizes it's in Los Angeles for the first time since 1984, right, Rick? When we were young pups there, right? 20 years old. And now, here it is coming back to the United States, back in L.A. I'd love to see it in New York, but it's just not realistic. But in L.A., and I think the president wants to make sure that this is a world-class, all-time, memorable event with good security, obviously well-run, obviously no men in women's sports. So the president is very focused on this, and he went out earlier today and he named his task force. President Donald Trump signs an executive order creating a task force for the 2028 Olympics on Tuesday. This is Breitbart News reporting. The 2028 Olympics will be hosted by the United States, the first time America has held the games since the 2002 Salt Lake City Winter Olympics. So let me check myself. That was the Summer Olympics back in '84 in LA. Breitbart News conducted an exclusive interview with the president last week in Scotland, covering a range of interviews, which I don't have that right now. But the good news is, like I said, the president did get that kicked off today. It was an executive order. I don't have a clip on that. Perhaps we'll have that tomorrow. But we're excited about that. And to add to that, Trump's administration will not issue visas to foreign transgender athletes. This is Elizabeth Weibel of Breitbart. The U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, USCIS, a Department of Homeland Security, DHS agency, announced that it will no longer be granting visas to biological males trying to compete in women's sports. In a press release, USCIS explained that it would affirmatively protect all female athletic opportunities by granting certain athlete-related petitions and applications that had previously been abused and offered to men only to women. The press release added, you followed that, right? The press release added that this would ensure that biological foreign males seeking immigration benefits aren't coming into the U.S. to participate in women's sports. Now, they could lie and tell me they're going to lay bricks, which means they're going to be lousy basketball players, or they could be doing other stuff. But either way, I think they're going to really be very strict with this. So men do not belong in women's sports. USCIS spokesman Matthew Traygresser said, as he explained in his statement, adding that the agency was closing the loophole for foreign male athletes whose only chance at winning elite sports is to change their gender identity. Traygresser, interesting name, right? Added, it's a matter of safety, fairness, respect, and truth that the only female athletes receive a visa to come to the U.S. to participate in women's sports. The Trump administration is standing up for the silent majority who've long been victims of leftist policies that defy, well, common sense. The policy update applies to volumes 2 and 16 of the USCIS policy manual and is effective immediately, according to the press release. USCIS has clarified eligibility for certain visa categories, O-1A aliens of extraordinary ability, E11 aliens of extraordinary ability, sounds like some of your friends, Rick, E21 aliens of exceptional ability, and so on and so forth. The policy updated from the USCIS comes after President Donald Trump issued an executive order in February titled Keeping Men Out of Women's Sports. One of the most common sense things we've probably seen in the history of the country, right? Under the executive order, Secretary of State Marco Rubio and DHS Secretary Kristi Noem were directed to review and adjust as needed policies permitting admission into the United States of males seeking to participate in women's sports. Right. I think you're seeing something that's very interesting here, that they are really going to hone in on this. I don't know exactly how they're going to be able to really police it. I'm not really sure, but it's interesting just the same.
I think it'll be easy to tell.
Yeah, I guess so. Right.
Anybody that looks like you and wants to jump into the ladies category, well, no, it's not really.
Me, I'm just, if they're wearing a turtleneck, I'm getting suspicious. And then when I look at the Adam's apple, I know I'm on target.
Yeah, that's
a wrap in sports.
All right, well, thank you, Slick. And again, Slick Rick Sports brought to you by Mike Lindell's MyPillow. Jumping back into what we started the show with, again, between the security clearance that Tulsi just pulled, there's 10 new subpoenas breaking. Here is James Comer. He's the guy with the gigantic couillons here doing this, putting out those subpoenas. Cut number 2. Take a listen. Here he is, James Comer. Cut 2.
News. House Oversight Chairman James Comer has just issued subpoenas in the Jeffrey Epstein case. Chairman Comer sent one subpoena to the Department of Justice for the complete Epstein Files and more for depositions from former officials. Those officials include former attorneys general Bill Barr, Loretta Lynch, Eric Holder, and Merrick Garland. Also, former FBI directors Robert Mueller and James Comey, and both of these people now, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton and her husband, former President Bill Clinton.
Yeah. What do you think?
Congratulations. Congratulations. James Comer has the largest set in D.C. He needs a wheelbarrow to get down the street. We're talking about the House Oversight Committee. We've got dates. Hillary Clinton is set for her deposition October the 9th. Bill Clinton set for the former president, October the 14th. Hey, Vin, let me ask you this question. And I was thinking about this today when I saw that Bill Clinton was put in this as issued a subpoena for this. Do you think this is a test run before they go after Obama?
That's a good one.
No, we've got a former president. Let's put him down. Let's see how this goes and see what kind of ramifications happen. And then we can test the waters on going after Barack Obama. What do you think?
Right. On Epstein specifically, which is what this is centered around, I'm not so sure about that. I do believe this, though. I believe whatever conversation happened with Ghislaine Maxwell, in that lengthy conversation they had, I mean, just think of the timing of all this. They have the conversation with her. She spills her guts from what they've said. She answered every question. She did all this stuff. 100 people. And next thing we know, all of these people are subpoenaed. Now, will it lead to Obama? If they talk, if they don't all take the fifth, and was he, where was his involvement or not? I don't know, but I do know all these people were covering something up.
Right.
And I think that conversation led to this opening.
Right. I think you misunderstood my question. I don't think Obama's going to be linked through this Epstein stuff. I'm just saying in terms of throwing a subpoena at a former president, kind of testing, getting people used to it. We were talking about this last night, how Hollywood goes about trying to get people used to certain things before something becomes an issue, becomes something that they roll out. Could this be taking us down that road? Think about it through the break. We'll come back. Man, that's like Vin said at the top of the show, so much going on. Lots of news coming out. We'll cover this. We'll cover a lot more. And Vin's take on the news as well. Live from Studio 6B on a Tuesday night. Stay there.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's Anti-Kibo Breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
When the kids turn unholy, Harrelson's Own keeps my patience divine.
When work flies out of control, Harrelson's Own keeps me cool as a cucumber.
The device madness never ends, but Harrelson's Own keeps me zen.
Life can be chaotic, but Harrelson's Own CBD helps keep you calm through any storm. Harrelson's Own consistently delivers you full mind and body homeostasis. It's an organic, full-spectrum CBD in a refreshing oral spray. Our nano-emulsified technology makes it completely water-soluble, so your body absorbs it immediately. You'll start to feel it in seconds, not 60 minutes. It just makes everything feel better.
And it helps me just take the edge off. It helps me relax. It helps me be there with my kids.
I swear I'm like a mental ninja. Like nothing can throw me off balance.
No matter how many things come at me, I'm like, boom, handled. Next. I'm like crushing it all day long.
Well, some people take it for a release from stress. Some take it to get rid of pain. Others just take it for general well-being. For me, Brett Harrelson, it just makes everything about my day a little better.
Give your life a boost.
It's just the best you've ever felt in your natural state.
My happiness in a bottle is the best.
So to sum it all up, you're going to feel the benefits quickly, love the way it feels, and like the way it tastes. Pay a fair price, and you're going to thank us for it. We are so confident you're going to be satisfied that we back every bottle with a 60-day, 100% money-back guarantee. Give Harrelson's Own a try, from our family to yours. Go to HO.com to order Harrelson's Own now. Yep, it's that easy. Just our initials, HO.com.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
All right, live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Tuesday night. Welcome back to the program. I don't even know where we left off. We were talking about James Comer. Yes, yep. James Comer. Before
subpoenas.
The break, what'd you say?
Subpoenas.
Subpoenas, yes. I thought you said something.
No, I said subpoenas. I had the sub in there.
I thought you were referencing another WNBA game toy that got thrown.
Nope, Subway
okay,
foot
good.
long.
Anyhow, we're talking about the subpoenas issued by James Comer of the House Oversight Committee. That happened today. Vin, so now that you've had about 3 minutes to contemplate my little conspiracy theory there of if they're going to try to subpoena Barack Obama next, what say you?
Now that you have cleared that up, of course, I think that's a great point. I think it's spot on, too. They're testing the waters here. Subpoenaing a former president in Clinton is one thing, and he should be subpoenaed in this case because of the Epstein and all the stuff he's around. But to your point, they might be kicking the tires and seeing what kind of uproar this causes or does not cause. Right. And I don't think there's a chance where Obama's not subpoenaed. They have to get him on record saying something. Yeah. They have to. If there's any chance of actually getting him, they have to do it. And the worst case scenario is he says nothing, or he answers questions and nothing happens. But they got to get him on record.
Yeah, they definitely have to get him on record. And the fact that he's got immunity, it's been pointed out by several people in the know. Not me, because I don't know, that as someone with immunity, he has to answer truthfully. He can't plead the fifth. So that puts him in a predicament, because if he then goes ahead and lies or pleads the fifth, he loses that immunity, and then they can go after him. So he is between what they call a Barack and a hard place. How about that?
A Barack and a hard place. Well,
between one Big Mike and a hard place. How about that?
One thing that is going to be really interesting is if you think about how everything has progressed here, and now they find this room with all of these files that were supposed to be destroyed. Yeah. Well, I don't know about you, but in all the emails and text messages that I've gone through in the last 10 years in my life, I don't remember all of them. And now they're calling people in because they have something that has their names on it. Yeah. It might have Barack Obama's name on it. It might be sent by him. It might have been received by him. He might have answered something. He might have been referred to in here. If you're subpoenaed right now on any of this stuff, all the Russiagate stuff, even the Epstein stuff, and then getting to the Obama question, this is a lot of information they thought would never see the light of day. And how do you remember all this stuff? So I think there's a good likelihood they have a few smoking guns, and they're just going to ask questions till he steps into it.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what they should do, put the pressure on. As a matter of fact, remember when I said about the DNA, you raised that when they found, all of a sudden they broke a cold case because they found that they had DNA, and now with the new technology, they can figure out who it belonged to? Well, it was none other than retired Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, the former director of national intelligence, who called on the FBI to check the recently discovered burn bags filled with classified documents related to Russiagate for fingerprints. He says, all of these burn bag documents will have fingerprints on the documents. He said on Thursday on social media, if you're one of the people responsible for trying to destroy this evidence, you need to come forward now. FBI Director Kash Patel and Bongino, you may want to consider a very short window for amnesty for those who come forward to tell you the truth. And he's right. He goes, the FBI has the largest database of fingerprints anywhere in the world, and they can pretty much match it up with anybody. So it'll be interesting to see, because that was a great thing. He's been the only one that pointed that out. That was late last week when he pointed it out. It kind of stuck in my head. I just forgot it was General Flynn who did it.
It's a great observation. Flynn, could be a real wealth of information for these guys now, because he knew a lot of the stuff that was going on. They got rid of him before he could out everybody. But he's not only a guy that needs to be vindicated, but he's also someone that knows a lot of things. And also, we have to give kudos to John Solomon on our team here at Real America's Voice. Every day, I watch him regularly. I see him on Bannon's show regularly. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I mean, he is and he's been like this almost his whole career, ever since I watched him early in his career. Spot on. You do not get craziness or hyperbole from this guy. He says something, and then you just watch and wait.
Right.
Because it does happen. He's amazing. The best. And I can't wait to hear what he has to say about all of today's events.
Yeah. And, you want the crazy stuff. That's why you listen to us for the real news.
Hey, by the way, John loves our show. We're crazy.
Yeah, exactly. For John Solomon. He's like, oh, good. You guys do the crazy. I'll bring the facts.
He is the facts.
Exactly.
Other people listed on Comer's subpoena list. They mentioned former Attorney General Merrick Garland, October 2nd. Former FBI Director James Comey, October 7th. Former U.S. Attorney General Bill Barr, which is next week, I believe, or just the beginning of the week after that, August 18th. Former U.S. Attorney General Alberto Gonzales, remember him from back in the Clinton administration? Or no, wasn't he Bush? I think he was Bush. Former U.S. Attorney General Jeff Sessions, August 28th. Robert Mueller, September 2nd. Former U.S. Attorney General Loretta Lynch, September 9th, and former U.S. Attorney General Eric Holder, September 30th. So let's hope something happens, because, that's a pretty aggressive list so far. I mean, there's probably going to be more people attached to that's going to come out, but we look forward to at least them starting to get some of these people in front of for a deposition and get everything on record. I'm sure it's going to be closed door, but at least they'll be able to really ask some hard questions that you normally wouldn't get if it's televised, in front of the House, or everybody has their 5 minutes to, pontificate. Nobody ever answers anything. So we'll see about that.
Can't do that. Think about this for a second. First of all, they can't do like the entire public thing with it. But what I think is going on is, if you think about cases like this that have happened in the past with the government, what typically happens? What typically happens is the top people get away with it because they bury a bunch of underlings.
Right.
They make these bunch of old people well below them. They pay the price, and they have nowhere to go. They can't afford to defend themselves like these other people do, and they wind up, getting in trouble for it. I believe, because of what Kash Patel has been doing, and in general with what the changes that have happened with the entire administration with Trump, there's a lot of people talking. These underlings are talking, and they're telling stories. So now they're going to the top. And I think that's where a lot of this is bubbling up from. I think it's the reverse of what we've seen throughout history, where the underlings are like, I am not getting thrown under the bus on this one.
Oh, yeah.
Like, this is what happened. And that's a great thing. We need that.
Right. Because they didn't get paid enough to go to jail for people. And I don't think none of them want to do jail time when they were like, look, this was my job. This is what I was supposed to do. They told me to do it. Who am I to question Bill Clinton or Merrick Garland or James Comey? They were my boss. They told me to do it. I have to do it.
Your boss.
Or else I lose my job.
Right.
So,
and the retribution.
Yeah.
Right? The retribution that goes with being on the other side of this party.
Right.
The Democrats, anyone on the other side of that party, the retribution hits and you're destroyed.
Yeah. You lose everything. Hey, here's cut number 11. Here's Devin Nunes, who, remember him, he was the one that kind of got this whole ball rolling back in 2016, 2017. Here's what he has to say about today, talking about the Mueller team and their investigation. Cut number 11. Check this out, Vin.
I think people need to remember that all of these hoaxes that happened were done by the same people in many cases, and one led to the other. So you had Hillary starts the collusion hoax. Obama continues the collusion hoax. Mueller continues the collusion hoax. I mean, Mueller and that team of witch hunters should also be looked at everything that they did. Then when Mueller completely flames out, why? Because there was no intelligence that tied Trump to Russia. Then what happens? We get this fake whistleblower from inside the agencies that says that Trump's doing something weird with Ukraine. And so you end up with that. And then you get to the Hunter Biden laptop. And then you get to the raid at Mar-a-Lago. All of that is happening with basically the same 24 people and media operatives that are all involved in perpetuating these hoaxes. So, but the problem is you cannot destroy evidence. You cannot hide evidence from Congress. We had multiple subpoenas that went out there. I'd be surprised to see if was any information hid from John Durham. I think Durham and his team could play a role in maybe helping out this new strike force that's put together, because there's probably a lot that was hidden from them.
Yeah, and he makes a great point about the Durham investigation. And I said this, and I don't know if you've ever heard me say it, Vin, but when that investigation was going on, John Durham was digging up a lot of stuff. He had a lot of people testify, though it didn't end up getting him the convictions that he was looking for. A lot of the people that he got to court and got them to testify under oath is still part of the record. And, some of these people were Clintonites who were, pointing the finger directly at Hillary for what she did and what was her part in all of this. And they named names as well, because I guess they thought, well, it doesn't matter. We're not going to jail, so it doesn't matter. Well, I'll tell him whatever he wants just to make sure I don't go to jail for perjury. So I'll tell the truth. And if anything happens to them, well, who cares? But nothing ever did happen to them. And now we find out from the annex, there's a great portion in there, about 30 some odd pages, that was left out. And in those burn bags, there could be that evidence that Devin Nunes is talking about that Durham never had a chance to even take a look at.
Yeah, I think what Nunes said I found really remarkable, because I hadn't fully put it in that context. I mean, think about the same group of people for all intents and purposes.
Yeah.
10, 12 people. The same group of people, even with the Epstein stuff, or whatever the cover-up was there, to the Hillary's email stuff, to the Russiagate, to the laptop, to all of these things, and then to all the farces that occurred that he mentioned afterwards. The same group of people, and then the same, hacks from the media, the major ones, because everyone else just followed. That, I think, is one of the most striking things that I've heard, because I hadn't fully put that in context, and he's so spot on. On the Durham thing, I think Durham uncovered what he could uncover, and some of it was hidden, as you noted, and now is coming out. But where he was going with this, if he actually was able to get access to things and people were being honest, was what's being hidden. Like, he was on that trail. Right. That stuff just was missing, in action. It's like the Kennedy files, you will release it, and all of a sudden, half of it's missing. So he didn't get to see, but he smelled the road and where it was going, right?
Right. Yeah.
So I think that was the bottom line. But kudos to Nunes, man. That's a really smart thing to say. A really great observation, and scary.
Yeah.
Because
it's
this
all
is a
the same
concerted
dirtbags.
effort.
Yep.
All the same dirtbags working together.
Yeah, and you talk about a criminal cabal or a criminal conspiracy or a grand conspiracy, it can start with those people and grow from there. So, interesting stuff. All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll do some more sports with Slick Rick. See what else is on Vinnie Mac's agenda for tonight. Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice. We'll be back. Stay there.
Poverty is unimaginable. There are people who are struggling.
This is where she washes the dishes.
If you're ever going to allow your Christian faith to rise and to do something for God's chosen people, now is the time.
This is the home of Alina. She's 96 years old.
This is what she had to eat for today.
She has one pot with water and wheat.
My father was killed by the Nazis, and I was an orphan. I didn't know about God. But now, in the cold, hungry nights, I pray for food to the God I've never known. There are good people that love you.
You see the tears. Scripture says joy can come in the morning, and you can be the reason.
Right now in Ukraine, elderly Jews are trapped in unbearable poverty. If you will bless these hurting children of Israel, you will receive God's blessing in return. Your urgent gift today of $25 will help rush a survival food box filled with life-saving essentials. Call, scan, or go online now.
I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, I don't know how much longer she could have waited for us to come.
I can't even grow my food anymore. What will happen to me? I'm doomed to starve.
Tens of thousands of elderly Holocaust survivors in the former Soviet Union are living in extreme poverty, hungry, and forgotten. But through the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, we can bring them hope.
Eggs. It's my favorite food. May you be blessed.
You say to them, we see you and we're here to help.
Please don't delay. Call, scan, or go online now.
Is your body ready for summer?
We're gonna build a body you can be proud of. You just give me 30 minutes a day for 21 days, and I promise you, the weight will come off.
This is 21 Day Fix, the perfect program to get you summer ready.
I am in perfect shape for my bikini.
I had that sexy little beef.
Get simple fitness, simple nutrition, fast results in just 21 days.
Get ready for summer with 21 Day Fix. This week, try it free at 21dayfix.com. That's 21dayfix.com.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker. Watch, 1 add the white cup for rice, 2 add the blue cup for water, 3 click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it. The secret is perfect cook technology for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops and keeps it warm to serve. It won't burn, overcook or undercook, guaranteed.
Get the complete Rice Robot cooking system, all for just $39.99. Order now.
All right, live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Tuesday night. Welcome back to the program. Slick Rick has got sports. We'll do that in just a few moments. In the meantime, though, let's head it over to Vinnie Mac out of the West Palm Beach studio.
West Palm.
How is everything there in West Palm Beach, Vincent?
Oh, it's wonderful. We're having fondue in a few minutes. It's
very nice.
Yeah.
Any marshmallows involved?
Have some farquhar while you're there, and a little bit of the champagne.
Do you have any grape poupon? That was the last White House press secretary, remember?
Hey, Vin, what's been on your radar, man?
You know, I have a lot of things, but I'm going to focus on something that hit a little personal, and I think KDJ could talk about this too. If you recall, I went on a rant maybe a month or so ago about being debanked.
Oh, yeah, of course.
By Chase.
Of course.
I was debanked. Damon was debanked. Were you guys debanked or no?
Nope.
Yeah, I was debanked. It was Chase, right?
So Chase. Delgado was debanked.
Yeah, but
a lot of people I know were debanked.
But I was debanked because I didn't have enough money. I didn't have any money in the account, so they
He was debanked.
Okay, then this is not going to help you. This won't help you then.
All right.
But I remember going off on that and talking about it. And of course, we all felt and knew sort of behind the scenes that this is what certain banks were doing, particularly Bank of America and Chase. Well, it comes out today that the Biden administration and their federal regulators put a ridiculous amount of pressure on both of those banks to debank Donald Trump. And I'm sure with that came anybody associated with Donald Trump. And, we may have, a little bit of money in these bank accounts. Trump had mega millions in the bank accounts, and two of the biggest banks in the world debanked him. And now they found this was purposely done by the Biden administration, by their federal regulators that pressured both of those banks to debank them. So anybody who's responded to my rant on being debanked for political reasons, which is really the only thing we can come up with, and I know I speak for KDJ and Damon and anyone else that was debanked that's part of our ecosystem, we were debanked for political purposes and political reasons.
Yeah.
Trump was debanked. Now we know for sure he was debanked because of the Biden administration, and they blamed it on January 6th. And what is ironic, as we're seeing now with the Russian hoax and even with Epstein and everything else going on, we're going to find that January 6th was created to take attention off of an election they rigged.
Right.
And so now you've got all of these activities that go on, people losing. When you get debanked, it's no walk in the park. You have to move your money somewhere else and hope they don't ask, well, why'd they close your account? Like, what did you do? I didn't do anything. That's the answer. I didn't do anything. I don't know what I did,
But it's what you believe and what you like.
What you
That's
believe.
why they went after you.
It's like that guy who was wearing the MAGA hat at the soccer game that you probably showed the clip at some point. Yeah, and St. Louis gets thrown out of it. They can't tell him why, but it's the hat. It's a hat. It's crazy. So I thought it was an interesting story because today it came out that that's what happened, and it was because of January 6th, another fake story, another fake insurrection story. Mm-hmm. And I believe that January 6th, like a lot of things that they've concocted to take attention off, Russia hoax to take attention off, the email scandal that Hillary was on. And so it makes total sense that all of a sudden, with everybody questioning the election and Trump challenging all this stuff, that, they help orchestrate this thing and then make it the number one story so nobody's talking about election hoax. So this debanking thing is based on false information anyhow. But that shouldn't be the case. If you do something bad, if you're, doing something illegal, whatever, fine, get debanked. But for political reasons, shame on them. Shame on Bank of America and Chase. So that's big time on my mind today. I've got a bunch of stories though, Rick. So whenever you want to get to them, you let me know.
Yeah, and it's amazing too because I believe once this story came out today, then J.P. Morgan Chase and Bank of America, they lost a little bit of their share price. Kind of went down.
Good.
Which is good, and things should be looked into because stuff like that is totally insane when you stop and think about it. He talks about here he had to put $10 million in this small bank, he had to put $10 million over there. He was kind of under the gun trying to move this money within a certain amount of time. And we saw it also in Canada. Canada did this to those guys, the truckers that protested.
I know.
Where they found out, you're getting money or you're using money. They tracked them down and closed down their bank accounts on them.
That's insane.
Which is basically tyranny coming out of Canada.
It's what happens in communist countries. It happened in Cuba with Castro. I know families, as I grew up with a couple of Cuban families in the neighborhood where I lived, and their parents fled, and they were big deals from Cuba. And I hear the stories, and you just shake your head. You're like, oh, man, how did that happen? Yep. Well, this is how it happened.
Right.
It started here, except we have a big choice. All of us do. Everybody watching this show, everybody out there in the ecosystem of just being a person in the economy, we have choices. You want to buy jeans? You can go to American Eagle and buy jeans. They got good jeans. You don't want to buy beer? Well, maybe you want to buy Budweiser or you don't. You want to open a bank account? Well, maybe you don't want to go to those two banks. Like, we have choices. that can really impact these folks if we kind of unite and take action together on a lot of these consumer products companies, movies, all of this stuff. The tide is changing, though. I see it big time, but we have control. We have to exert that.
Yeah, exactly. And again, if this has happened to you, it's terrible because it happened to a lot of people across the board, and it's just amazing. Not only did it happen in banking, it happened on social media, it happened everywhere. But like you said, now the tide has changed.
Yep.
And elections have consequences.
They do.
And the consequences is now people are finding out all of this nonsense went on. So the more we expose, the better, I think, for everybody. And it's definitely going to be a positive moving forward.
Yep. We're only 8 months into it, and we can see already the changes.
Yeah, exactly. Let's do some more sports with Slick Rick. Slick Rick Sports brought to you by Mike Lindell's MyPillow. Go to MyPillow.com. Slick, what do you got for 2 minutes?
Yeah, some sad news in the sports world. Speed driver killed while traveling 283 miles per hour in bid to set new world record. This is Dylan Gwynn of Breitbart. Chris Raschke, a speed driver attempting to set a new land speed record at Utah's Bonneville Salt Flats, the famous Salt Flats, right? Yeah. Died in a crash after his vehicle reached speeds of 283 miles per hour. Raschke, 60, had driven just over 2 miles before his Streamliner, a car specifically designed to reach extreme speeds, crashed. Raschke received medical treatment on the scene, but ultimately succumbed to his injuries. Organizers said it's much more of a camaraderie and community, and that builds a lot of friendships and trust, said Keith Peterson, president of the Southern California Timing Association. He's a big part of it, and he will be sorely missed. Peterson says that Raschke was well respected within the racing community. Motorsports is inherently a dangerous sport, said Dennis Sullivan, a car builder and racer who serves as president of the Utah Salt Flats Racing Association. People get hurt, people get killed. That's just the nature of the sport. It doesn't happen a lot, fortunately. Sullivan recalled another somewhat recent death on the famed Utah Salt Flats in 2016 when a motorcyclist, I remember this, lost control of his bike while traveling at speeds of up to 200 miles an hour. The Salt Flats contain about 7 miles of track for racing and contain an aquifer that cools the tires of the racing vehicles. That's where they test all the big vehicles. Yeah. I mean, just about everybody goes down there. You've seen the commercials. It's really a fascinating place.
And that's where they do all the attempts for land speed records, too.
Correct. Well, this guy was one of the big ones, Peterson said, of Raschke, and he had done all sorts of racing, but unfortunately, he was killed in that tragic accident. So our hearts go out to his family, and always want to recognize some of these smaller names in the world of sport. And 283 miles an hour, that's a hell of a speed right there. So, but that's a wrap in sports, Rick, and back to you.
All right. Well, thank you, Slick.
I think Harry did that.
Slick Rick Sports brought to you by Mike Lindell's MyPillow. MyPillow.com. Use our code LFS6B at checkout. What'd you say, Harry was doing it?
I think Harry does 283 going down 95 when he's heading to a shoot.
He does 283 when the check comes to the restaurant. That's when he does 283 out the door.
That's what he's got. That's what he's got in his pocket. $2.83 when the check comes. All right, we'll take a quick break.
It's tighter than a crab's root canal.
We'll take a quick break. That is the end of hour number one. Fast first hour. Hour number two on deck next. We'll do more with Vinnie Mac live from the West Palm Beach studios. And more Sports with Slick and more with you guys in the chats. Live from Studio 6B. Real America's Voice. Stay there.
Who's Dale? American Home Show now provides video chat with live repair experts for home fixes over the phone. Let's go fix that oven. Okay, Dale.
Sign up today at ahs.com.
Who wants to drag out a bulky vacuum? Introducing Horsepower Duck, a super compact vac with ultra-powerful suction. Clean up that mess in the kitchen, the spill on the sofa, even sawdust in the workshop. Just duck it up. The compact design can reach the tightest places, so store it in any drawer where it's always at your fingertips. You can even store it in your glove box for the ultimate car vac. The HEPA filter helps remove dust and allergens. Plus, it dumps out with ease, so it's ready to clean again. Get the Horsepower Duck hand vac for just $39.99. Order right now and we'll upgrade you to the Duck Pro package, a $30 value, yours free. You get the bendable tube, the crevice nozzle, and the soft brush nozzle, but supplies are limited, so there's a strict limit of 3 ducks per order. This may be your last chance to get yours at this low price, so don't delay. Duck it up today.
call 1-800-693-3440 or visit duckback.com. So call 1-800-693-3440 or visit duckback.com now.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie-cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
They tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro,
Steve Bannon,
now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
It's not a prison bill that will ever shut me up.
They call them rebels.
Basket of deplorables.
They call them rogues.
They claim to guns or religion.
And they say they're outlaws.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
War Room presents Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna! Take Vienna!
The national bestseller by longtime Bannon producer Dan Fluette. Take a journey through the pictorial history of War Room. In a culture that celebrates the weak, show your support by standing with the rebels. Go to doitfluette.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back down.
Here's the deal. If your TV sounds funny in the evening, you're watching live from Studio 6B.
Not a joke. Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice. Dish Network Channel 219, Pluto TV 240, 1175, and Samsung TV Plus. Also the Roku channel on Roku TV, Apple TV, Fire TV, Amazon Fire, and 106 on Select TV. Plus all of the social medias. The social medias, Jonas on the YouTubes, Rumble, Facebook, Twitter X, Kick, Getter, Instagram. Instagram, it's LFS6B Show. You are there. We are here. We love you guys in the chats as well. So make sure you jump into the chats. Always great communities. We had what did we have? $100 Rumble rant earlier tonight.
Wow.
People are just so generous. From Barb JS1, just loving the show, and we love Barb. Thank you so much. Kind of comes out of nowhere, and we can't say enough about the people in the chats and what you guys mean to us, because let's face it, you guys make it possible for us to do this stuff.
Yes, no doubt.
You find us interesting enough to tune in and give us 2 hours of your day, so we appreciate it, and thank you so much.
Yep.
Slick Rick has got sports. We'll do more sports in just a little bit. We've got more with Vinnie Mac coming up in just a few moments as well, but I don't know if you guys saw this. Only President Trump. That's all I will say. Cut number one. I don't know if you've seen this earlier today, but Donald Trump is the only president who could possibly pull this off. From Just the News, Trump fields reporters' questions from the White House. Cut one.
Mr. President, what are you doing up there?
The roof.
Taking a little walk.
Are you kidding me?
Come down and talk to us. Good for your health. What are you doing? Come to the Rose Garden, look. Go to the ballroom, which is on the other side. Are you considering more renovations, sir? Hello, Peter. You're looking good, Peter. Are you going to build up here?
Doesn't he need a microphone?
Something beautiful.
He is on. I love him.
Like I said, the only one who can have an impromptu press conference from the roof of the White House. Of course, President Trump just jumping up there, taking a little time. I think he's the only one they said that's ever been up there.
I believe it.
I believe that as well. He was looking for more ways to spend. He goes, Trump quipped that he's looking for more ways to spend my money in an apparent reference to himself financing a ballroom for the White House. He wants to do a renovation, approximately $200 million. That's the number that's been bandied about. And they're talking about adding this ballroom that he's going to pay for.
Wow.
Which is amazing stuff. The footage, of course, as you can see, President Trump atop the White House calling out to Peter Doocy of another network, Fox. Just fun stuff. And again, I think you'd agree, Vin, the only president that can do this. If we saw Joe Biden on the top of the roof, guess what? They would probably have to grab him to make sure he doesn't try and jump because he thinks he's Superman.
Closest thing he's done is a roofie. Right. That's about it for Biden. Give me a break.
To your point, he's the only president who probably intentionally went on the roof. Right. Biden might have unintentionally wandered onto the roof.
Yeah, and chances are, if Biden wandered onto the roof, it would have been at night, and he probably had no clothes on. Because that's what we heard. He used to wander around the White House at night in the buff because he was, really old and didn't know he was naked.
Man.
Ugh.
Jesus.
Oh, imagine that picture.
Skeeve walking.
Ugh. Dry heave. Breaking news, though. I said this just before we went on the air. We were in the break. I held it on purpose. Breaking news, Senator Adam Schiff, Vin, Slick, is now under federal criminal investigation for alleged mortgage fraud violations. This broke just tonight from another network. They were reporting this. Fox was reporting this. The investigation comes a month after a story broke about the Federal Housing Finance Agency, the FHFA, sending a criminal referral to the DOJ, alleging that Schiff in multiple instances falsified bank documents and property records to acquire more favorable loan terms. In a 2011 affidavit signed by the then California Congressman, Schiff certified that a property in Montgomery County, Maryland, was his prime residence. Meanwhile, he claimed also that the condominium in Burbank, California, was his primary residence at the same time. So
he gets around.
Yeah, there you have it. It's breaking. It is now official. He is now officially under federal criminal investigation. The investigation follows a criminal referral, like I said, for falsified bank documents. And Adam Schiff, guess what? He's probably looking pretty shifty right now.
Just a few links from a cuff. He could be, we might see an arrest here.
Yeah.
Well, think about this. I can hear all the lefties out there saying, this is just petty. This is redemption. Yeah. This is the Trump, politicizing the DOJ. You all went after Trump and made up laws. You literally created laws. You did everything you could to destroy any decorum of a legal process. So what do you think is going to happen here? You think he's going to overlook things like this? And I think the DA, or is it, the DOJ or the DA in New York, right? She did the same thing.
Yeah.
She falsified mortgage documents.
Tish.
Right.
Tish, Big James, up in New York, she's under investigation for the same thing.
Yeah, she could be next.
I think she might have as big a problem as Adam Schiff, because she did claim two different legal residents, Maine residents, one in, I think it was Maryland as well.
Yep.
Is either Maryland or Virginia?
I think you're right. I think it was Maryland, Rick. I think you're on point there. Yep.
So they could be sharing time in the pokey, as they say.
Dish to dish.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Different sections, but they might be sharing time. Did you see clips of Adam Schiff? Adam Schiff over the weekend, I was watching clips of just, all the things he was pontificating about having proof and having verifiable proof, and then having, maybe not verifiable proof. He was just all over the map. But at each time he said he had proof.
Yes, he's seen it.
Trump's collusion with Russia. I hope he gets caught in that as well. I mean, I'll take the mortgage thing, believe me, anything to put this guy away.
Right.
But I want him to get caught in what really annoyed us, which was that.
Especially was, all the lying he did regarding, I have the proof of Russia. I've seen it.
No,
I have
Russia.
It's like, come on, dude.
He had it already.
Unfortunately, because of the way things changed during the Obama administration. You can now lie with impunity. The media can lie, everybody can lie, and nobody goes to jail for it. So unfortunately, we have that to deal with. But a good thing is the deep state media, Vin, is starting to really suffer. Not only have we seen it with their numbers, people like Colbert are being fired. Many people are being let go because, let's face it, and again, I point to USAID. They don't have the money to fund these outlets anymore. All of a sudden, the $40 million that they could kind of skate by losing. Now it's like, oh, now we have to actually report it. We can't afford you. We can't afford to lose $40 million for the stupid mouthpiece that doesn't make any money.
I see a couple of things happening with the media. In history, probably when we grew up, the media was a fairly true arbiter of truth, and lies. They were able to call politicians out and people in business, and in general, you just trusted them to be the people challenging what might be right or wrong. We grew up with that for the most part. It started to change over the years, but the last, wave here, 10, 15, 20 years, and more so the last 10 years, they have been weaponized, and they've used that to their benefit. But you guys were talking about the possible changes in media. Here's where the big change happens. This will be a colossal movement. When you see Colbert getting fired because he's losing $40 million a year, right. They can withstand losing $40 million a year. CNN has a tiny audience compared to what we have, and we've talked about this and others, yet they have all these big ads running on their networks. What we're starting to see, and we see it with our own network here, we have a great audience, a very passionate audience, a very loyal audience that stays with this network all day, yet we are unable to fully secure the type of advertising that a network like ours should. Right. So you're going to see that change, though. There's things that are happening that are going to make that change, and then you see this whole genes thing with American Eagle. Oh yeah. That's a bigger story than just this, sort of wokeism. What that story says, if this story came out 5 years ago, this would be boycott American Eagle. Right. This story comes out now, and their sales are through the roof, and their stock is way up, and all these positive things happen. So that's the movement I'm watching, because the money ultimately is coming to the conservative networks. And that includes Fox, Newsmax, Real America's Voice, and so on. It's going to shift there. And when that shift fully happens, lots of power here. Yeah. Lots of power to do good things and tell the truth. This network, by the way, we certainly support the president, but we more so support common sense, faith, and the truth. Those three things. Right. That's what this network's all about. And that's what, it needs to be about in news. Just tell the truth, use common sense, and, have some faith in what you're talking about, meaning, be a good person, do good things. Think good
and again,
things.
It's about, controlling the narrative as well, because they've had control of the narrative for so long, and the mind control and the Operation Mockingbird. Future friend of the show, Jim Brewer, here he is ripping the mind control tactics of the fake news in the media. Check this out. This is cut number 4. Future friend of the show, Jim Brewer. Check it.
Listen, not to what she's saying, but listen to how they interrupt and the words they use.
Released in the months leading up to the November 2016 election concluded that Russia had neither the intent nor capability to impact the outcome of the U.S. election.
Doesn't matter.
On December 5th.
We've been listening there to the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, continuing on what has now been a multi-day effort, not only with public statements like this, but release of documents to attempt to back up the quite extreme allegation.
In the attempt to give these extreme allegations, how do you not understand that is dipping in your mind and telling you what to think before you even have a moment to digest the situation? That is no different than I walk in and go, This person is attempting to give these outrageous allegations, and if you can't stand this person or you can't stand the other news, you're already all in. If I'm a liberal, I'm like, yeah, it's crazy allegations. It's just insane. That is called brainwashing, and if you're falling for it, you're being brainwashed. Listen to the words they use to manipulate your thoughts.
Yeah, and I've said that a bunch of times. It's all about the wording that they use. You got to pay attention. You know, the debunked. Remember earlier in the show? Oh, that's been debunked. It hasn't been debunked. Nobody's debunked it, but they'll keep telling you that. They'll tell you a story, just not the story. Quoting Dan Bonjo. All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll do some sports with Slick, get some more thoughts from Vinnie Mac, and we'll jump into the chat with you guys. Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice. Stay there.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. Improve your protection against trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the deal now.
Be part of a historic event. Join Lech Walesa, Nobel Peace Prize winner and one of the world's greatest leaders, on his first ever grand lecture tour across North America. Meet the global hero who changed the course of history and inspired millions. Now, the greatest challenges of our time lie ahead. Walesa will take you behind the scenes of one of history's greatest turning points to draw lessons for a future we must build together. Register now at historyexplorer.com.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product, so I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie-cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
Sound like the blues. Nice. There you have it. Slick wanted it just like that, and I gave it to him.
Sound like the blues.
Hey, we realize there are many choices when it comes who you choose for your cell phone service, and there are ones popping up, new ones all the time. But here's the truth. There's only one that boldly stands in the gap for every American that believes in freedom is worth fighting for, and that is Patriot Mobile. It's in the name. For more than 12 years, Patriot Mobile has been on the front lines fighting for our God-given rights and freedoms while also providing exceptional nationwide cell phone service with access to all 3 of the main networks. Don't just take my word for it. Ask the hundreds of thousands of Americans who've made the switch and are now enjoying what they believe in, and simply by joining Patriot Mobile. Switching is easier than ever. You can activate in just minutes from the comfort of your own home. You can get to keep your phone number, keep your phone. You can upgrade as well, plus take advantage of all the great stuff that Patriot Mobile offers, including all U.S.-based support teams standing by to take care of you. That means when you call them, it's somebody in this country. You're not calling Kevin from overseas. Call 972-PATRIOT today or go to patriotmobile.com/RAV. Use our promo code RAV for a free month of service. You heard that right. That's patriotmobile.com/RAV or call 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-PATRIOT and make the switch today to Patriot Mobile. Use our code RAV at checkout and get that free month of service. So there you have it. Patriot Mobile, again, doing stuff, for the Patriots in this country. Take advantage of the offer and take advantage of using our code at checkout. Vinnie Mac is here. He's got more stuff we'll jump into, but first let's do some sports with Slick Rick. Slick Rick Sports, brought to you by Mike Lindell's MyPillow. Go to mypillow.com. Use our code LFS6B at checkout. Slick, what do you got for us?
Okay, well, 16-year-old Texan sets 800-meter world record in most impressive athletic feat ever. This is Warner Todd Houston and Breitbart. A 16-year-old high schooler from Fort Worth, Texas, love that place, is being hailed for one of the most amazing performances in the 800-meter run ever seen. Remember this name, Rick? Cooper Luttenhouse.
I already know it.
Yep, well, he might be a household name. A junior at Northwest High School in Justin, Texas, placed second in his race at the U.S. Track and Field Championships in Eugene, Oregon on Sunday, and a come-from-behind triumph that was the world of track and fielding taking notice, with his race being called the most impressive athletic feat in history. Through much of the race, Luttenhouse lagged in the back of the pack, but over the last 200 meters, he poured on the speed and went from 7th place to 2nd, and broke the world record in his age class at the same time with a 1 minute, 42 second, 27/10 of a time. Luttenhouse finished a step behind champion Donovan Brazier, who's a great one, who made it 142.116, running the 4th best time in U.S. history and breaking his own best time by 3 full seconds. Steve Magnus, who wrote The Science of Running, hailed Luttenhouse's race and said that given Luttenhouse's age and experience, it was one of the most impressive athletics feats in history. He said Magnus added that Luttenhouse was competing in a field with no less than 3 world champions, and he beat 2 and nearly beat the 3rd, as Donovan Brazier only won by a 1/10 of a second. Race winner Brazier told the media how shocked he was to see Luttenhouse honing in on him in the last seconds of the race. I saw someone coming up and I said, dang, this could be the high schooler, Brazier told reporters, according to the LA Times. This kid's phenomenal. I'm glad that I'm 28 and maybe have a few more years left in me. Hopefully, I won't have to deal with him in his prime, because that dude is definitely special. Only a few weeks after he starts his junior year, 11th grade, this kid. Luttenhouse will be taking time off from school to become the youngest American to compete in the World Athletic Championships in Tokyo on September 13th to the 21st. So we got to make a mental note of this kid and really follow him. It's unbelievable.
Dude, it's insane when you think about a sophomore in high school, literally a month removed from being in 10th grade.
Crazy. Running
one of the fastest times in the world ever. In a half mile. I used to do the half mile. I was 15 seconds slower.
I mean, that's unbelievable. And you were a good runner, right? I mean, that's
insane. That is once in a lifetime kind of.
Could be another game changer in this sport. Could we see him possibly in the 2028 Olympics setting a world record?
Yeah, we could probably see him there.
That would be phenomenal.
He would definitely qualify
on his own home turf. Here's a story that the media just can't let their grasp go on. This one here: man charged with disorderly conduct and indecent exposure after WNBA sex toy incident. Delbert Carr. Remember Delbert? 23, allegedly told, I think I'm going to tell Delbert, that Delbert, we can't play him anymore, allegedly told police the incident was meant as a joke. This is Ryan Moore. Oh, now it's a joke, right? Fox News. A 23-year-old is facing charges of disorderly conduct, public indecency, indecent exposure, and criminal trespass after allegedly allegedly throwing a neon green sex toy onto a court during a recent WNBA game. Delbert Carver was booked into Clayton County Jail in Georgia on Saturday, about 15 miles away. And I ran this story last night, but Carver's case, according to information online, is currently pending. He was released from jail late Sunday on a bond. According to ESPN, the police affidavit stated that Carver allegedly told police the incident was a joke. Now, this is a follow-up to the story from last night. That was supposed to go viral. It went viral, all right. And it certainly has. Carver was allegedly at the game with friends. The WNBA announced on Saturday that one of the culprits had been arrested and there would be further punishments for whoever threw an object onto the playing surface. The safety and well-being, which I went through all this last night, but this story is really, we're going to see how this goes. Indiana Fever star Sophie Cunningham issued a PSA after the second when it went viral on social media. Stop throwing, well, you know what they call them, on the court. It reminds me of Delgado almost. You're going to hurt one of us, she wrote on X. Angel Reese jokingly. Yeah, well, what can I tell you? That's the quickest I can come up with. Angel Reese jokingly blamed one of Cunningham's and Caitlin Clark's teammates, Sydney Colson, for Angel Reese is blaming one of the teammates of Caitlin Clark. What do you like that? Hey, Sydney Colson, why do you keep throwing your mean green in different arenas? It's getting weird, Reese posted on X Friday. Oh, she's a wise guy. Colson replied with a photo of herself smirking while wearing a green jacket. Man, hold on. Here we go. We got our own version here.
There's our mean green right
here.
Our
mean green, right? But anyway, it is a funny story. I mean, listen, it was like a big rubber toy, but still, you got to be very careful. I mean, throwing that, you don't throw that on the court. I mean, it's one thing to throw a rat on the, what do they throw, what was it, fish in Detroit, right? They throw fish on the octopus, right? So,
yes.
All right, well.
This is not
Well, anyway,
I'll leave that word out of it.
Yeah, right. I know. Well, if you threw 8 of them, you'd definitely have it there. And anyway, that's a wrap in sports. I'm going to leave you with 245 hanging in the rear balance.
Thank you, Slick. And again, Slick Rick Sports brought to you by Mike Lindell's MyPillow. Go to mypillow.com. Hey, Vin, we were talking about the deep state media. MSNBC is becoming a laughingstock. Alex Stein decided to troll them when they were trying to do a live hit. Check this out. This is cut number 13. Watch this. Cut 13.
We just watched the speaker gavel out with a whole lot of anger, Kelly. Here's the state of play. Here's
MSNBC sucks.
Hey, how are you?
MSNBC sucks.
Talk to you for a second.
MSNBC sucks.
Okay. Sometimes this happens, and we understand that can happen. And while we love free speech, we're going to keep control here. So,
of course.
Ryan, thank you. Shaq, thank you.
Keep decorum.
A volatile story. We'll be following
Alex Stein doesn't give up that easy.
Apparently, not only Shaq cleaned up. Okay. Stay with us here because
they are
Ryan
so messed up.
has cleared the set, as we would like to say. The gentleman moved on. So, Ryan, let me turn back to you. Nicely handled there. Can you give us an update on, as you were walking us through this, we'll all take a breath there. Maybe not. Okay. Go ahead, Ryan.
Hold on one second.
Okay. We're just going to pull the plug there. Thank you, Ryan.
This is playing out in real time.
It sure
Passion is high.
Yes.
There's a whole lot of anger here, as you can see. So we're going to get control of this and come back to you when we can.
Fair enough. And we recognize people are expressing their views, and we're there to cover it. You do that job. We'll move on with our audience. Thanks for your patience with all of that.
Now
that's the new ad executive.
That is how you troll the deep state
MSNBC
media.
sucks.
Yes, that's Alex Stein. If you don't follow him on X, you should. He does a lot of great stuff. That just kind of happened. He took advantage of the opportunity. You see the little red light go on. It's like, oh, they're live. Now they're going to pay the price. So there you have it. Just don't do that to us. That's all.
That's why we don't go on the road. Don't worry.
Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice. Stay there. We'll come back. Vinnie Mac got some stuff he's got to talk about as well. Stay through the break.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes in as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger, this is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Tuesday night. What?
Have another drink.
Yes, it almost came shooting out of Slick's nose.
We had a funny moment.
We had an off-color moment, an off-color joke there.
Yep.
Vin, unfortunately,
it was an off-duty comment.
An off-duty poopy kooby. Yeah. Anyhow, Vin is in the West Palm studio. We'll go to him in just a little bit, but right now, welcoming back to the program, precious metals specialist from Birch Gold Group, the one, the only Philip Patrick, joining us live. Philip, welcome back to the program, and how are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you. That was quite the introduction. Thank you, guys.
You're very welcome. Well, you know, things, Damon's not here, so things go off the rails just a little bit.
It's looking good. I'm loving it already. Thank you for having me on, guys.
Well, good. Well, thank you for coming back. And, you know, we've got a lot to cover, so let's jump right to it. Last week we saw the unemployment numbers, and we saw President Trump's reaction to them as well. Somebody got fired. What can you explain what happened? So people can kind of get a grip on because there's a lot of news on both sides saying what happened. Can you give us some context to it?
Of course. So the job numbers came out, and to put it mildly, it was horrendous. Job numbers, only 73,000 were added, far below the 115,000 expected. But the real shock came from the revisions. May and June numbers were quietly slashed by over 250,000 jobs, which is a disaster. Obviously, President Trump shot the messenger and fired the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Look, it's sort of problematic, right? The markets don't love the move. Perception risk is high when data agencies are politicized as they are. But the flip side is President Trump, the Federal Reserve, they have to make decisions based on numbers, right? The Fed decided to keep interest rates steady a week ago because unemployment numbers were looking strong. The reality is they weren't, and that could have been the catalyst to lower rates. So it's a bit of a mess. We'll see how it plays out. But
yeah, because when you stop and think about it, you got one job. It's numbers. And numbers usually don't lie. People do, right?
Absolutely. Look, the system's broken. They rely on surveys and they miss real-time shifts in the labor market. So the system is broken without question. And like I said, this is important. This is how the Fed and the administration make decisions, and they're making the wrong decisions on the back of bad numbers. It's a mess.
Right. And especially when you're relying on the jobs report, like you said, to kind of tell you about the broader direction of the economy. Now with that slash, again, they're slashing that number. Is that slashing of the number based on actual facts and numbers, or is it just, well, we just we went with feeling this way today?
Look, it seems to be numbers come in real time, so they tend to trail the surveys. I hope these numbers are accurate. Otherwise, we're in big trouble. But typically the revisions, I mean, we've seen in the past where the revisions have got revised again. I couldn't answer that question. We hope these numbers are accurate. They're not very good, but we hope they're accurate.
Right. And when it comes to stuff like this, and we're talking about the economy, the direction of the economy, the direction of the country, it's moments like this when, everybody's confidence starts to get a little shaky, like you said. Why does owning something like gold kind of help during this time of crisis?
Look, gold performs, right? We're up 25% almost this year, 40% in the last 12 months. Think of gold as a contrarian asset. During times like this, when the economic outlook is dim, gold benefits from safe haven demand. And we can see it in the numbers. As of August 1st, COMEX gold demand has already matched the total demand for the month of July. So essentially, you've had 1 month of demand in a single day. Very encouragingly, that demand's coming from institutions. It's coming from the super wealthy, and it's coming from central banks. First 6 months of this year, we saw an all-time record for central bank gold buying. And it's almost like whichever way things turn, the climate's good for gold, right? The Fed likely will cut interest rates now in September. That leads to a lower or weaker US dollar and ultimately strengthens gold price. Look, President Trump has a tough job in front of him. There are a lot of issues throughout the economy, whether it's weak job numbers, consumer spending dropping. We've got a lot of ripples that we have to work through, and that's a very good climate for gold. It's why gold's performing as it is. It's why investment banks are upping their predictions now, 12-month predictions for gold. So we expect it to continue, and I think in climates like this, everyone should be looking at it.
Right. And again, you mentioned gold. I feel like gold's been around for a long time there, Philip.
It has, a few thousand years.
Yeah.
It has indeed.
It's been a holder of value for that long. It's going to continue to be that way, and that's why people should reach out to the Birch Gold Group. You can find out more about what Philip Patrick and the people at Birch Gold Group can do for you. All you got to do is text America to 989898. That's America to 989898, and find out what Birch Gold can do for you, whether it's converting an IRA into physical gold, or maybe just some little walking around, little jangle gold, right? That you can hold in your hand, throw it in your pocket, and be like, hey, look, I got gold. You can do that too, right, Philip?
Everyone needs some jangle gold. It's the most important thing. Yes.
All right, very good. Good to know. And thank you for classing up the show, Philip. We appreciate it. Again, reach out to Birch Gold Group. See what they can do for you. Text America to 989898. And Philip Patrick, thank you again for joining us. We appreciate it. Have a great night.
You too. Thank you.
All right, you got it, my friend. And there he goes, Philip Patrick, classing up the show, Slick.
As always.
He's got the nice collar. It's the accent. He classes us up with the accent.
Always. I mean, come on.
He makes us look better.
Well, you're talking about New York.
Yeah,
I mean, he sounds fantastic.
Hey, we're talking about stupid stuff. We're talking about this. Alex Stein.
Right. We're talking about fool's gold over here.
Exactly. That's what we have to deal with. Yeah. Hey, Vinnie Mac is here. He's got some stuff on his mind. Vinnie Mac, his thoughts and news are brought to you by Eternal Life Coin. If you want to find out more about Eternal Life Coin, go to the website, eternallifecoin.com. That's eternallifecoin.com. These are great things. I know you've got one. Damon has one as well. You can go to the website and check it out for yourself. eternallifecoin.com. Vinny, what do you got going on, man?
There's so much I have to talk about here, but one thing popped up today that it really just pissed me off, I have to say. Trump, they give Trump a hard time about, he's going to be a dictator, he's going to be all this stuff. And then you have our cities, especially really only the cities on the left side, the Democratic cities that are completely out of control. And D.C. is completely out of control. And I don't know if you heard this story today, but you remember the guy that worked with Elon Musk, this guy they call Big Balls?
Oh, yeah. He was attacked,
He saw a carjack. Yeah, well, he saw a carjacking. 10 young people in Washington were carjacking a car. And there was a lady in the car. He went to help her and try and fend them off, and they beat him up. And he got injured. And this has been going on regularly in D.C. Packs of teens attacking people and so on. And the president did what we would all do, by the way, as president. That's one of the things I love about President Trump, because his reactions are very much what would be my reaction if I were sitting looking at this chaos going on around me. And that is, if you can't clean this up, we're going to federalize D.C. and we'll take it over.
Right.
And we'll take it and we'll clean it up if you're not going to do it. The left will start screaming about dictator and all the Hitler stuff, the usual rant that they put in there. But innocent people are getting hurt. This poor woman that, she's one of many. And this brave guy, who, by the way, is a hero to this country. Mm-hmm. He is not a villain. He is a hero. What he uncovered, along with Elon Musk, he was a key part of that team. Yep. What they uncovered is equal to all the other things we're seeing that are coming out. I mean, the fraud they uncovered is unheard of. Like, I can't believe was that rampant and bad. I believe it. I say that rhetorically, but I can't believe how much they found. And this poor guy saves this woman, and they beat the hell out of him, and Trump comes out and he says, look, we're going to federalize D.C. You get it under control now. That's a big story, and I'm really happy to see the president, come out with that.
Yeah. And you know what? Did you catch what Judge Janine said about this, too?
Oh, no, tell me.
She was out. She delivered a message from President Trump about Washington, D.C. Here it is, cut number 12. Check this out for yourself. D.C.'s new judge, Judge Janine Pirro. Check it out, cut 12.
Hi, everyone. It's Judge Janine. In case you don't know or recognize the background, I'm at the White House. I just met with the president. We talked about crime in the nation's capital. We talked about fighting crime, and the president is very serious about making sure that as a prosecutor here, that we not only fight crime with a vengeance, but make sure that there are consequences. Make sure that we protect the victims and we make the criminals accountable. And that's the mission of the U.S. Attorney's Office in D.C., not just in district court, but in all the courts, the superior courts. Our job is to get guns off the street, drugs off the street, take care of those individuals who are threatening, carjacking other people, and make this city safe and clean again. And that's just what we're going to do. And if you don't buy into it, you're going to have to deal with us.
There you go. She mentions the carjacking specifically, too.
I'm glad she's out there. I mean, we really need someone like her in D.C. We need people like her in every liberal city, because it's just a tragedy. That thing that happened in Cincinnati, I think we talked about that last
terrible.
week. I still just shake my head. It makes me so angry to see what we saw. But many of those guys that they've arrested, they were arrested for other stuff and just let go.
Yeah.
They weren't held. This whole bail thing is,
catch and release.
I can't even believe we're still talking about it, So Judge Janine, we're behind you, and we know she's going to be strong. So that's the story that got my attention. There's another story that got my attention too, completely off politics here, because I think it's really important to the foundation of our country and the direction of the world right now. And I think that's today is Tuesday, or Thursday or Friday. I think we talked about how faith is becoming, is really moving into the mainstream now. It's catching a lot of air. Yeah. We talked about that on Friday. There was a concert recently in Rome, a faith concert, and they had hundreds of thousands of young people attending it. They called it was the equivalent to Woodstock in Rome. They broke for prayer. They listened to Christian rock and Christian music, and it wasn't like 10,000 people showed up. Hundreds of thousands of people from all over the world showed up. So one of the things that's happening with our youth in this country, and I was almost giving up on them, because I just felt, wow, they're so woke, they're so disconnected, they're so, driven by social media and all these things. It really warms my heart to know that it is the youth of this country driving that movement. And driving it in big numbers. It's astonishing to me, because if we put together, Live Aid concert, or we had another Woodstock, we'd probably have 120,000 people there. Right. There were several 100,000 people at this, and I bet you can't name one artist that was there.
Probably not.
No, think about it. No,
you're right.
They were great.
Definitely. Yeah. But it is amazing how we are seeing the youth, and we're not talking about the late 20s, early 30s. Those people are damaged from their college experience. We're talking about the younger kids. And that's the real surprise, I think, which is also great to see, because they're going to really influence things moving forward. So good stuff there, Vinnie Mac. We'll come back. We'll do some more sports. One more sports report with Slick Rick. We got a couple other clips from the president I'd like to try and sneak in, plus you guys in the chat. Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on Tuesday night. Stay there.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product, so I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes and let's run it up to number 1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the truth bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they play pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
All right, live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Tuesday night. Again, Damon is out. He's hopefully going to be back tomorrow night, taking the reins and driving us towards the Friday night show. Friday night live from the America First warehouse. You should make your plans to get there if you can get there, if you're going to be in the area. This Friday, next Friday, the Friday after that, we're going to have live shows there. If it's in your plans, if you're cruising by, you're like, you know what, I'm near Long Island, I'm going to check those boys out. Come check us out. We'd love to have you be part of the live studio audience. Always a great time. Jobob leads the charge with the Pledge of Allegiance just before showtime. It's always a good time, and lots of great patriots at the America First Warehouse. Plus, it's a place you got to visit if you're a Trump fan and a patriot of this country who loves this country. You got to visit the America First Warehouse.
And we mingle with the crowds.
Yeah.
We, come on out. We take pictures and we, love the crowd. We'll see how we love you guys. We love our fans. Oh, more than you know. We really do.
He loves love.
Amen.
Hey, I don't know if you saw this, Slick. This is a little different. It's in the sports realm. Okay. Especially with fantasy football coming up. Dave Portnoy.
I love Dave.
They came up with a certain what do you call it? What do you call it when you lose? Punishment. For the fantasy football loser. Here it is, cut number 3. Check this out. This is Dave Portnoy and his fantasy football loser, fate worse than death. Cut 3. Check it out.
Your fantasy football league. You've got an interesting punishment for losing. Watch this.
If you finish in last place in your fantasy football league this year, you will be locked in a room with no phone until you finish reading every single page of Kamala Harris's new book. And when you finish all 500 pages, you will be required to give the entire league a presentation. And if that presentation does not pass ChatGPT standards, you will then be required to listen to the audiobook for 24 hours straight.
You're the guy who, you'd make that happen, wouldn't you? You'd actually do that. But that, that's cruel and unusual punishment. You know that.
Some people say there's no punishment worse than death. I think this one is. Yeah, this is a bad punishment.
Where did you come up with it from? You hate the book that
It wasn't
much?
my idea. I can't steal that idea.
You talk about being unburdened from what has been unburdened.
Exactly.
That's perfect.
Forget it.
So maybe we should have a punishment for our football picks, the odds makers at the end of the season. How about that?
Yeah.
That might be an idea. We could steal that from Portnoy.
Yeah. You get to spend a weekend with Damon.
Yeah. Oh, nobody want to lose that bet. Anyhow, I thought you guys might find that interesting. Speaking of sports, since we're using that to kind of kick off in the sports realm, let's do our final sports report with Slick Rick. Slick Rick Sports brought to you by Mike Lindell's MyPillow. Use our code LFS6B at checkout at mypillow.com. Slick, tell us what you got.
All right, one more sweep of the scoreboard, Rick, to wrap it up here in sports. Athletics, 16-6 over the Nationals. Sounds like a football score. Bottom of the 9th there. The Brewers lead the Braves 7-2. Brewers playing good ball. Bottom of the 7th there. Cubs and Reds in a good one, tied at 1, top of the 7th. Bottom 6, Yankees and Rangers. A 4-hit game right there. No score. Good pitchers duel. We got the Blue Jays over the Rockies 3-2, mid-5th. Bottom of the 1st, no score there. Rays and Angels. White Sox 1-0 over the Mariners. Bottom 1st. Also bottom 1st, Padres and Diamondbacks. No score. And the final, Astros 7-3 over the Marlins. The Twins top the Tigers 6-3 there. Giants pound the Pirates 8-1. Phillies, well, they whoop up on the Orioles 5-0. Guardians edge the Mets 3-2. Red Sox 6-2 over the Royals. Cardinals and Dodgers coming up out west at 10-10, or if you're in LA, it's 7-10, as some of the people in the chat like to remind me. I'm on East Coast time, but there you go on that. And just one quick story, if I might. We all know that football season is obviously right around the corner, and the NFL has banned smelling salts for 2025. And George Kittle is distraught about this. Jason Owens of Yahoo Sports. The NFL has banned the use of smelling salts and ammonia packets ahead of the 2025 NFL season. For George Kittle, this is very disappointing news. The San Francisco 49ers tight end broke the news Tuesday on NFL Network. He then shared that the ban has left him distraught. Kittle did so while crashing the set of an NFL Network hit during an interview with his teammate Fred Warner at the Niners camp earlier today. I honestly just came up here to air a grievance, Kittle said, after being handed a microphone. Our team got a memo today that smelling salts and ammonia packets were made illegal in the NFL, and I've been distraught all day. Kittle then joked that he contemplated extreme measures in response to the rule change. I consider retirement. He said with a smile, we've got to come up with the middle of the ground here, guys. Somebody help me out. Somebody come up with a good idea. Why is Kittle so distraught? I'm an every drive guy, Kittle said regarding the smelling salts and use. I'm an every drive guy. Kittle said he draws the line on using smelling salts for each play, declaring that's too much. NFL Network's Mike Garafolo later shared the memo that got Kittle so worked up. It appears that Kittle's use of smelling salts on every drive might not be a good idea. Citing a 2024 memo from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, the NFL explained its reasoning for banning ammonia inhalants, an umbrella term that includes smelling salts. So it goes into this whole long story. But anyway, just the same, they banned smelling salts. So you know what? If a guy gets knocked cold, boy, I don't know how the hell they're going to wake him up.
Yeah.
I just don't know.
Maybe mouth to mouth.
That's the truth. Well, and that's Rapping Sports, Rick. Back to you.
All right, Slick. And again, Slick Rick Sports brought to you by Mike Lindell's MyPillow. Go to MyPillow.com. Use our code at checkout. You know, I was just mentioning the Friday night shows, the live shows that we do at the America First Warehouse. Glenn Irvin wanted to remind me the awakening of Friday night that he experienced, I guess, from the girl from Hillsdale College. Remember Emma?
Yeah.
The guest that Kevin Downey Jr. was speaking to, she was, all full of spunk, and really just a lot of energy from kids like that. And those, again, when we talk about the kids of the future, that's one of them.
Yeah,
that girl Emma, kind of leading the charge from Hillsdale College.
Got a chance to speak to her after with her dad there. Yeah, she's really she's into journalism, and she's kind of aspiring to be in media. Yeah. So that's really good to see a young lady like that who's got her head on straight and not afraid to shout out President Trump and talk about the blue hairs. And I like this. Really great young lady. Hopefully see her again.
Good kid. Hopefully she'll get the success she's chasing. Vin, any other stories that grab your attention in the last 2 minutes here?
Yep, two quick ones. I don't know if you heard about this today, Delgado, but the Senate GOP, which Trump finally had a fit and told Schumer to go pound sand. They were extorting the hell out of it. They're going to come back and use the nuclear option. They're going to come back and change the rules, which is what they need to do. This is people have given Thune a hard time, and I have as well. But I have to say, he's been on it pretty good. And here's something he needed to do. He should do. This is the response I want to see. It's not, we're going to take this time off and try and go back to the negotiating table. Nope. We're going to change the rules, and we're going to try and get this done now. Right. And so that's what he's doing. So kudos to him.
Which is great because again, you know what? Elections have consequences. We won. We should do what the Democrats do all the time and wield the power that we have. Simple as that.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. We're seeing that more now in the first 8 months than we've seen, I think, ever with the Republican Party, because they really haven't done what the Democrats do, which is play dirty pool the dirtiest way you can. Right. At least the Republicans do it with some decorum, and they try. I give them credit for making an effort.
Yeah, they get their butts handed to them all the time.
Every time. Yeah. And then the other story I wanted to talk about. What's that?
You had one more?
Yeah, Gaza. I want to talk about two pieces of Gaza. One, Trump's basically saying, all right, they're not getting the food, they're not getting the supplies, we're going to take it over. The United States is going to bring that stuff in now. Enough. And Israel's basically saying, we're going in and we're going to occupy it now. Enough of holding the hostages. I like this idea of enough is enough. How many times does the world need to be fooled just absolute charade, a massacre of real information about Gaza and the Palestinian people. It's been a terrible experience. People are starving. They can't get their food. Hamas is hiding them. And Delgado, you and I debated an issue recently about the people of Palestine. Will they speak up or not? And you made a really good point. And that point was they're not. They're brainwashed. Well, now they are now.
Yeah.
People are starting to talk. A report came out today that they're talking, and they're talking about they've had it with Hamas. So all good.
Very good. Great to hear. And Vinnie Mac, thank you for that. Time to wrap up the show. As always, we thank you and appreciate you for watching. We salute our military, active and retired, our first responders, EMTs, firefighters, police, ICE agents, Border Patrol, everybody working the front lines. Thank you so much for what you guys do. Everybody at home watching, people in the chats on the social medias, we appreciate it. Aaron and Fran in the booth, Vinny down in West Palm, West Palm Beach, Slick Rick here in studio, and myself as well. Thank you so much. We will see you tomorrow night, live from Studio 6B. Peace.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes, and as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger, this is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Call or go online now to get the super light 25-foot Pocket Hose Copperhead today for only $29.99. Order right now and get our 10-pattern thumb drive spray nozzle free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. There is a strict limit of 3 per order, so don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com.
A sitting U.S. representative says, "I'm a Guatemalan first and then an American if I get around to it." Ulta Beauty, are they about to be the next Bud Light with a Dylan Mulvaney-esque prank? Former CNN contributor, White House correspondent, interviews an AI, which I didn't know he'd be hurting her guests that badly. And also, Assistant Attorney General in charge of civil rights Harmeet Dillon joins the program to talk about the initiatives that her office is taking, explicitly and especially DEI. All that more coming up on this episode of Turning Point Tonight. My name is Jobob. Thanks so much for tuning in. Together, we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. This is Turning Point Tonight. Now, before we get to any of those stories and our fantastic panel, we've got to get to what I think was one of the best ideas. And as you read more into it, you start to wonder, why weren't we doing this before now? I don't know if it's a logistics thing. I don't know if it's a problem having to keep money and then return it. But we're going to have people coming into the United States from countries that tend to overstay visas put bonds up for their visas. Kind of like people putting bonds getting out of jail. Okay, well, you got to put up this amount of money, and if you don't show up for your court date, guess what? You lose all of that money. If you don't leave the country, and we don't have proof of you leaving the country, we're going to get to keep the money. Bonds can be anywhere between $5,000 and $15,000. The State Department is putting this into place. A bunch of the libs are freaking out, including some people at the Wall Street Journal. They said this: the steep price of the bond could make entering the U.S. prohibitive for some would-be foreign travelers, to which I say, great. That's okay. That sounds incredible. If they don't have the money to put up a bond, probably not going to spend a bunch of money, not going to be great help to the economy, in which case, you probably a pretty big risk of overstaying your visa, and I'm not entirely sure how much we need you. Here to comment on that and so much more is founder of We the People Media, Gates Garcia, and professor, among other things, political analyst Sierra Knock. Guys, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate you taking the time.
Thanks, Joe Bob.
Thanks for having me.
Gates, I want to start with you here. I feel like this is one of those, why haven't we been doing this for as long as I've known about travel visas? This feels like a pretty surefire way of making sure that people don't overstay their visas, which, by the way, is the way that most illegals get into the country.
Well, the Conservative Party is the party of laws, and America is a nation of laws, and that starts at the border. The $15,000 bond is about personal accountability. If you want to come here legally, respect the terms of your visa. It's not, if not, there's a consequence. We've seen rampant abuse of tourist visas turn into de facto illegal immigration. Over 40% of illegal immigrants aren't border crossers. They're visa overstayers. When people overstay, it costs American taxpayers in everything from welfare fraud to hospital burdens to illegal employment. The visa bond makes the individual, not the U.S. citizen, carry the risk. Look, Joe Bob, I'm not anti-tourism. I'm not anti-immigrant. I'm anti-chaos. And right now, visa abuse is contributing to a system that's too big, too slow, and too easy to game. The left thinks enforcement is cruel, but what's cruel is setting up people to break rules they were never held accountable to, and then pretending it's compassionate. Compassion without order is chaos, and order is what makes compassion possible.
Gates, I'm not sure about you, but I live in a very heavily populated tourist zone. I might be against tourism. I know I'm not speaking for you, but I'm just saying myself personally, there's a lot of tourists here. I'm not entirely sure. I'm super stoked about that. Sierra, the countries that are, they haven't listed countries specifically which ones they're enforcing this with yet, but the countries that are exempt from this is most of Europe, South Korea, Japan, and other countries who don't necessarily overstay their visas. A bunch of the libs are saying this is some sort of discrimination or whatever. But to me, it kind of sounds like, well, this is the most rational way of doing this. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a great move by Secretary Rubio. You know, as Gates was saying, it's about time we start fixing our legal immigration system as well as, you know, all of the issues that we've seen with the illegal immigration. And I think Americans are waking up to the fact that the two go together. You know, people don't just abuse the system by coming across the border, which is thankfully sealed, but they abuse the system by overstaying visas, coming into our college campuses and causing chaos, you know, all these different types of things. And as you said, isn't it ironic that it's not often these countries that you just listed, you know, Europe and Japan and South Korea, those are not the people who are here to cause problems. They're here, you know, to take advantage of the opportunity, whether it be to study or work or whatever they're here for. And those are the type of people that we want here. But we don't want people here who are causing problems or who are here to take advantage.
Yeah, we don't want people who aren't going to put American values and American culture first. Unlike this elected representative, Delia Ramirez. I'm going to play you guys a clip. Now, the clip is in Spanish. I'm not sure if either one of you speak Spanish. I don't. But the Blaze translated, according to them, here's what she's saying. Watch this clip and we'll discuss. Very short.
Quiero terminar decir unas palabras en español porque yo soy guatemalteca con mucho orgullo. Primero que soy americana.
According to the Blaze, she said, "I'm a proud Guatemalan before I'm an American." Again, this is an elected representative speaking at a summit in Mexico City. Gates, is that acceptable for somebody who's in the United States Congress?
Well, my last name is Garcia, but when people ask me if I can say Spanish, my answer is un poquito, which is just a little bit. But Jobob, check this out. If you're taking an oath or running for U.S. office, your primary allegiance must be to the United States. Sure, celebrate your heritage. But when you claim to be Guatemalan first, you're declaring a divided loyalty. And that's a problem when you're serving American constituents. The U.S. doesn't demand a denial of your past. It demands your loyalty moving forward. My ancestors were from Spain. My dad was actually born in Venezuela. I spent a year learning my family's lineage, and I can't wait to visit northern Spain. But guess what? I'm proud of the past, but there's nothing I'm more proud about than being an American. My last name is Garcia, and I am unapologetically American first. It is fair to celebrate one's roots. Heritage is strength, but identity statements matter. Framing oneself as a foreign national before a U.S. citizen risks undermining public confidence in representation. Voters expect those in office to prioritize U.S. interests. A repeated emphasis on foreign origin first suggests priorities outside of obligations owed to Americans.
Well put, and I 100% agree. Having said that, you might be leaving some victimhood on the table with the Venezuelan family heritage. You might be able to cash in on that if libs take control again. Sierra, I guess your thoughts on this. I mean, a bunch of people on the internet, which, you know, that's not saying much. There's a ton of people on the internet that say a bunch of different things, are saying this is, in their opinion, a bootable offense. Like, you shouldn't be able to serve in Congress and say these sorts of things. What do you think?
I mean, this is just so embarrassing. I really wish liberals would stop going south of the border, because every time they do something so cringe. But yeah, I mean, these liberal politicians are hooked on identity politics and, just these re-election stunts, but governing not so much. And I think Americans are fed up with that. You know, they want somebody who is qualified. They don't just want someone who looks like them. And so now this woman has gone, over into this conference or whatever it was in Mexico City, and it almost sounded like she was trying to run for re-election there, leaning on her identity politics again. The only problem is that she got it wrong. She was in the wrong country and she was pandering to the wrong people. So I don't know how well that's going to work out for her.
I hope the pushback is firm and decisive on both sides of the aisle, because I have friends that are big time libs that would look at that and go, no, what? That's not the whole, the United States idea is not what you're talking about. So I don't know. I hope there's pushback congruently across both sides of the aisle, although I have some skepticism it's going to come from the left at all. Speaking of things that come from the left, the morning show over at CBS, Gayle King's outfit over there is not doing so hot. Gates, the last 3 weeks of the morning show compared to the year prior has dropped between 20 and 30% in the coveted 25 to 30 to 54-year-old demographic. In other words, go woke, go broke. They're known for covering super progressive policy issues. They're as woke as the mainstream media gets in a lot of ways. What does that say about like kind of the media culture? Sorry, I buried the lead there. Their new owner, Skydance, is saying, hey, we're going to get rid of all of that. What does that say about the media culture and where it's going?
And Colbert was canceled over politics, right? First of all, Jobob, your show airs for me in Tampa at 10 p.m. This is late night done right. So thanks for all the success of your show. Advertising dollars follow audience share. and audiences are voting with their remotes. They don't want progressive pontification at their breakfast table. This is why your show, as I said, my show, why we're successful. I named my YouTube show We the People on purpose because I recognized that the media I was consuming didn't represent the people, and I wanted to fix that. Gayle King reportedly earns around $15 million annually, yet ratings continue to plummet. That's a poor return on investment amid internal friction over programming direction. Despite claims of progressive content serving underserved groups, the data shows it's alienating mainstream viewers. Ideology over performance metrics never, ever balances the bottom line.
$15 million a year. I'll do it for half. I can be a black woman and talk about whatever they want me to talk about. That sounds great to me. Yeah, but overpriced to say the least. Sierra, this guy named George Cheeks, who's the co-CEO and is expected to be carried on in the acquisition, which is what everybody's been talking about. If he's going to stay on board, do you think this will actually change, or do you think it's just going to be same story, different script type of thing?
Yeah, I mean, I think it has to change because I think this, and the Colbert example and this example is people are finally feeling free to say what they've been thinking for a long time, and part of that is thanks to President Trump. He's standing up for free speech. But these networks are going to have to start listening to their audiences because nobody wants this woke doom and gloom. People just aren't interested in that. And I think, that's why people like conservatives like this show and, a lot of the shows on Twitter and YouTube and stuff, because conservatives are generally more positive. And that's just something that that I've noticed and I see, and I love to see it because even when there are conservatives, like, for example, on Twitter who, come in and they say, oh, we're not doing enough deportations or, things are so bad. It's like you'll see so many people coming in and saying, hey, I don't want this negativity on my feed. Like, we need to celebrate these wins. And, and I think that's just the way to go because we do have a lot of wins under President Trump. And, we want to celebrate them. And the liberals are never celebrating anything. So
I don't know. If you're got purple hair and a gender studies major, they celebrate you pretty hard. Sierra and Gates will be back after the break to discuss, is this the next Dylan Mulvaney Bud Light scandal, protest, boycott, whatever it is? All that and more coming up after the break. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Got to admire what you've been able to do, not to weaponize, but to organize on these college campuses.
At Turning Point USA, we've spent 13 years building the machine, and last year we saw it pay off. Our grassroots army is making a real difference. Help us keep the momentum going. Donate today and keep TPUSA strong on campuses across America.
And for a gift of any amount, you'll receive your Big Gov Sucks Cooler. Claim yours today.
Oh. Hey, did you find the manual?
Yes, of course I found it. No, I need that.
Summon Dale!
Who's Dale?
A real human.
I'm Dale. American Home Show now provides video chat with live repair experts for home fixes over the phone. Let's go fix that oven.
Okay, Dale.
I need my phone back.
Fix it over video chat with American Home Shield. Sign up today at ahs.com.
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching, even moving better.
Nature's Blend works because it's freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, they all get right into your dog's body.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
For a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV.
Welcome back to Turning Point. Tonight, we're together. We are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. Let's check in with Turning Point's White House correspondent, Monica Page, at the White House. Monica, busy day as always. Let's start with dessert today, the kind of just fun stuff. I think we all saw videos earlier this morning of President Trump is on the roof. And what was going on there?
Well, it's funny that you mentioned this, Jobob, because we were all kind of
being pushed into the briefing room. If you were already in the briefing room, then you had to stay there for a little bit. But those of us who were outside got to see the president walking along this little area right here to where I'm pointing to. This is right above the press briefing room. And he just walked out with a couple of security members and maybe some members of his administration and comms team. And he was just surveying the roof from what we understood. And then we had some of us yelling up at him, "Hey, what are you doing up there? What's going on?" And he was saying, "I'm just checking out the roof. I think I'm going to be working on something in particular. Perhaps many people are speculating that it could be a hallway being built above the press briefing room to match the one on the east wing side, which is going to match the ballroom that's going to be constructed next month." But we were a little bit confused, but hey, it's never a dull moment here at the White House. You'll never know where the president is going to be at any given moment. There were times just a couple months ago, he was out here on the North Lawn before the big, beautiful flagpole was out here just surveying the land. Next thing you know, he's up here on the roof shouting down at us, the reporters. It was such a funny moment, but there will never be another president like President Trump.
I think you kind of answered my question, but like, is there do we know anything about when he does this sort of stuff? Or are you just like sitting there, reading the news, going through your phone and, oh, there's the president on the roof. Is that what it's like?
It is exactly that, Jobob. We literally had no idea this was happening today. It could be like a slow Tuesday, slow Wednesday, and all of a sudden the president could just come right out of here at the Oval Office and say, "This is what I'm doing." And everyone bum rushes the West Wing and says, "Oh, Mr. President, Mr. President." It's hysterical. And it's pretty funny to watch some of the legacy outlets just start swarming because I just can't get enough of the president. But it's kind of ironic, but it's always such a fun moment here at the White House.
Yeah, he's doing his best to make sure those lib media outlets have their ratings, because that's all they cover is what is the president doing and why. I almost guarantee you we're going to see a Vox headline, "Why standing on roofs is racist," or something stupid like that. Speaking of things the president is doing, he's signing an executive order aimed at some of the big banks out there. What's happening on that front?
Yep, big banks like Bank of America and JP Morgan Chase are pretty much at the forefront of this executive order. The president is essentially signing this order to punish these big banks for terminating the accounts of their clients, and it may be politically driven. There's a couple of people that I was looking up doing some research into this executive order. There's somebody by the name of Dr. Joseph Mercola, who's a businessman. He claims that Chase canceled multiple bank accounts of his after speaking out about the COVID vaccine and his criticism of the COVID vaccine. Heritage Foundation has found that these banks have threatened crypto investors or innovators, trying to threaten them out of the space because they don't like them there. And this was under the Biden administration. This was the SEC under the former administration. But essentially, the president had an interview this morning on, I believe, the Squawk Box on CNBC or CMSNBC, where he basically said that these bank accounts came after him as well in the 2020 election. They threatened President Trump. They said, "Hey, listen, you have 20 days or we're going to terminate your account." First Lady Melania Trump said that she was at risk of having her bank account terminated. Her son Barron had trouble opening up a brand new bank account. This has kind of been an ongoing problem here, and the president is putting an end to it. So if you are found liable of punishing your clients and terminating their bank accounts, you could be liable to punishment, financial punishments, any sort of kind of financial issues there.
Yeah.
So it'll be very interesting to see what happens moving forward. I don't know if there's going to be an investigation into these banks, but we've heard from Jamie Dimon and JP Morgan Chase, and they've said, "Hey, listen, we don't do this." So I don't know. I mean, clearly something's wrong. We don't do this. But the president has been talking about this for quite some time, even on the campaign trail. So he's hitting back at these banks today.
Yeah, it sounds like one of those, hey, if you're not doing it, then this shouldn't be a problem then. And, hopefully anything that is happening on the political front and closing people's bank accounts gets taken care of or nipped in the bud thanks to this EO. Monica Page, Turning Point's White House correspondent, not on the roof, but maybe we'll see her there in the future. No one knows. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks so much, you guys.
Thank you. We all remember former CNN White House contributor Jim Acosta for the times he just got dunked on by President Trump just time and time again. He was one of our favorite people to dislike feverishly. He now has a podcast, I guess. I guess this is when you get fired from cable news, you start a podcast. Joy Reid's doing it. Jim Acosta's doing it. Don Lemon's doing it. I don't think to any success, but they're still doing it. Anyways, Jim Acosta decided he was going to interview an AI version of a would-be student who was unfortunately killed in the horrific, one of the horrific school shootings of the past, in which this AI depicted this kid as if he was gotten older, and there was a discussion about gun control. We had a discussion right before this segment of whether or not we were going to play that video. I've decided not. I'd rather just comment on it because I think it's kind of just sick and disgusting. I'm curious to see if our panel agrees. Gates and Sierra will rejoin us. Gates, again, I don't really want to play the whole thing. People can go seek it out if they want. It's in the B-roll. But what are your thoughts on this? Kind of just as a cultural thing of trying to make a point with an AI of, again, horrific incident of a dead kid.
Yeah, I'm glad you didn't play it because my first reaction when I saw it was sadness. And then I moved to being disturbed. Using AI to interview a child who cannot consent is also ethically dubious. The interview reflects how activist technology is invading grief and replacing authentic testimony. A journalist's job is truth, not emotional spectacle. The stunt undermines that principle. This fails the empathy test. Conservatives understand grief, but empathy means honoring real voices, not manufacturing them. I mentioned this making me sad. It also made me mad because using AI to speak for a deceased teen reduces real survivors and grieving families to sideshow props. Look, I'm extremely empathetic to this family, but they're letting the media use their son as a prop. You can either let tragedy define you or you can use it to shape your future. My good friend, Ryan Petty, his daughter was tragically killed in the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas school shooting in Florida. He has dedicated the rest of his life to honoring his daughter, Alina, and has become the country's leading expert on school safety. We had an entire episode on my show going through his story. He has turned tragedy into triumph, and he allowed me to quote him for this. I called him, and in his words, he says, "This doesn't add anything to the cause, and it's disgusting."
Yeah, I know viewers are seeing it in the B-roll. I just wanted to show you what it looked like, but again, I have no interest in actually playing it because it's a fake and, in my opinion, disgusting dialogue. Sierra, do you think this type of thing, because we're going to see more of it inevitably, do you think it'll kind of come to prominence or just kind of fizzle away, which would be my hope?
I really, I would hope that as well. I think this is such irresponsible journalism, and even if it's labeled and of course they have all of these things, but it doesn't matter. It's still incredibly misleading. And as Gates was saying, it's just disgusting. I mean, that we're talking about a dead child, and it's very disturbing. Yeah. I mean, this guy, he was formerly part of the mainstream media. And I think that's why people are so distrustful of the mainstream media, because they show this type of unethical behavior over and over again.
Yeah, desperately trying to cling to relevance. Geez, well, that was relatively heavy. You know what's not heavy is the lightness of Jonathan Van Ness's hair, which I don't really even agree with my own joke there, but that's the next story I think is really interesting because I'm fascinated looking at it. Is this going to be the next Dylan Mulvaney Bud Light situation? I'm going to play you guys a video of a dude who has he identifies as, let me get this right, he, him, they, them, and she, hers. I thought you had to pick two of them, but I guess I'm not woke enough. This guy, Jonathan Van Ness, who's big time on the social media platforms, has a new line at Ulta Beauty, and they are leaning hard into it. Watch this, and we'll discuss.
Julian here is now at Ulta, and I'm here to see the display for the first time, you guys. Hi, honey. What's your name? Paulina. Nice to meet you, Paulina. Nice to meet you. What's your name, honey? Nice to meet you, Flo. We're gonna see what Julian hair looks like at Ulta for the first time. It's gonna be Ulta fun. Okay, let's see it.
All right, that killed that. We're done with that. There's a little bit more of that video, but I don't think we really need to see it. I think you understand the point. Sorry for blinding the viewers at home. Gates, this bold move here by an actually very popular brand of makeup. I know I don't know a ton about that world, but do you think that there's going to be enough pushback on this that it'll be a boycott situation like Bud Light was with Dylan Mulvaney?
You want a viral take? This was genius. They get he, him, they, their, she, them, it, all for the price of one person. I mean, talk about a budgeting just win. Honestly, this is insane. Did we not learn anything from Bud Light or Sydney Sweeney? I mean, American Eagle stock is booming. Here's why this time is different for me. I'm a dad of a 10-year-old daughter who is just getting into makeup, and we've been to Ulta. Now, we've been to Ulta for the last time. This is so offensive to women. If women can't go in a makeup store anymore or a bathroom or have any sacred spaces to share, where can they go? What's next? Isn't a beauty company supposed to be promoting beauty? There's nothing beautiful about a man with a beard and chest hair parading around in a dress. This has already led to a boycott, and rightfully so. Women want to shop for lipstick, not politics. Isn't makeup supposed to be about making women seen? This campaign erases women. Ulta isn't marketing to women, they're mocking them.
Yeah, Sierra, I would have thought that companies would have learned from the Dylan Mulvaney Bud Light debacle, but apparently they haven't, or they still think it'll work. What do you think's going on here at the higher ups over there at that company?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a symptom of why the Democratic Party is in such disarray, total lack of self-awareness. These people, these Ulta marketing execs are probably sitting in their studio apartments, still wearing a mask, thinking that they're on the cutting edge of culture, when in reality, they probably haven't left their house in 7 years and they have no idea what people want to see. And, the reality is we're not doing that anymore. And women don't want that. We want to celebrate natural women and natural beauty. So...
Yeah, I feel like this is not like a difficult choice to make, but hey, companies out there, just stop doing the woke thing. It's not working and everybody hates you for it. So just chill out on it a little bit. Gates, Sierra, guys, thank you so much for joining. Really appreciate you taking the time.
Thanks, Jobob.
Thanks.
Thank you. Coming up next here on Turning Point tonight, we talk to Assistant Attorney General of the Civil Rights Department, Harmeet Dillon. Don't go away. We'll be right back after the break.
Gotta admire what you've been able to do, not to weaponize, but to organize on these college campuses.
At Turning Point USA, we've spent 13 years building the machine, and last year we saw it pay off. Our grassroots army is making a real difference. Help us keep the momentum going. Donate today and keep TPUSA strong on campuses across America.
And for a gift of any amount, you'll receive your Big Gov Sucks Cooler. Claim yours today.
Hi, it's Christina again. Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower that's safer at a price you can afford with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel. And now they're bringing you this special TV offer. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year. Jacuzzi bath remodel has a design you'll love at a price you can afford.
Literally, they came in the morning, did the demolition, and installed our bathtub in 1 day. I definitely wish we called jacuzzi a lot sooner.
Okay, so tell me, what are the 2 most common reasons people are calling jacuzzi bath remodel right now?
Well, maybe they're just tired of the old, worn-out eyesore of a bath. Often they have dated colors, tiles that might be cracking and fading, or impossible to clean grout. Christina, did you know that the average shower has up to 300 linear feet of grout?
Honestly, I had no idea.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of scrubbing. So that's definitely one of the reasons people call. And you'll love that the new bath or shower just rinses clean and resists mold and mildew. Now, another big reason people call is they've been feeling uneasy stepping over that tub to take a shower. And we're here to help with a safer, more stylish shower that you'll love and is custom designed for you.
Every time I stepped over my old bathtub, I worried I might fall. I don't have those fears anymore. Jacuzzi bath remodel gave me a gorgeous shower that's safe too.
It was done in the same day. We did not have to wait. It is amazing.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
It's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
You can go from this to this, and from this to this, or even from this to all this in just one day.
I did not like my bathroom before and was embarrassed by it.
Yes. This is unbelievable. It is stunning. I can't believe it.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer, and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just one day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. We are joined by the Assistant Attorney General, Harmeet Dillon, in charge of the Civil Rights Division. Thank you so much for joining. Really appreciate you taking the time.
Thanks for having me today.
So, broad strokes, before we kind of get into some of the nitty-gritty of it, what is your office working on specifically? Obviously, civil rights is a huge and broad topic, but I think the forefront at this point in time, or at least how I see it, is all of this DEI initiative stuff and dismantling it around the countries and more specifically at the universities. Can you tell us about that?
Well, DEI is a concept. I mean, over the years, it's been called different things. Equity and affirmative action is a tool of accomplishing this so-called equity goal. But really, what it is a way to balance outcomes as opposed to opportunities. And I think that over the years, courts have really cut back on the ability of institutions to do that, and particularly where federal or state funding are involved. They're not really allowed to discriminate on the basis of race, and affirmative action is a form of discrimination. So what we've been doing is really taking aim at these issues wherever we find them. We find them in public employment. We find them in public and private education. We find them in government contracting and grant making. And we find them in loan forgiveness. We find them in so many other places. And so we're really playing whack-a-mole as these things come to our attention. But you're correct. The White House has really taken aim at the big ticket item of the elite institutions of higher learning, which are not coincidentally the worst offenders when it comes to treating people on the basis of race as opposed to individual merit.
I'm just curious, my own thoughts here. I had heard when you first came into office, and this is kind of the fighting the swamp thing, almost half of your entire department just got up and left. What has that been like in the pursuit of dismantling all these DEI initiatives around, with also battling kind of the internal swamp at the Justice Department, or at least hopefully getting rid of that while you're there?
Well, pushing quota-based and outcome-based DEI is a holy grail of the left, really, and the civil rights movement. And in the first Trump administration, they really didn't take aim at this. They kind of laid low. And the second President Trump administration is bodily and forcibly confronting these inequities and injustices in our system. And so that's my job, is to really frontally confront these issues. And so I made it clear to the lawyers in the Civil Rights Division, there were over 400 of them at the time, that their job was to follow the law as the United States Supreme Court has decreed in Students for Fair Admissions and other cases, as the law of the statutes of the Civil Rights Act themselves indicate, and also as the president's executive orders, which also have the force of law, require. And that caused over 200 lawyers in the Civil Rights Division to quit in the first couple of weeks of my tenure. But that trend hasn't really stopped. We now have over 300 lawyers who've quit, including a couple this week. So I think that's actually a good thing overall when you look at alignment of the organization with its goals. We really don't want people working here who are opposed to our goals. And, I don't want any lawyer having to do a job and punch a clock every day. I don't believe in the outcome. Unfortunately, the law dictates what our outcomes are here in the Civil Rights Division, and, they can practice law elsewhere if they like. So we are looking to hire and bring in lawyers, not of any particular viewpoint, but commitment to the rule of law is an essential sine qua non of being hired here in the Civil Rights Division today. And that means something different than it did a few years ago.
And you can probably confirm that you're not making any DEI hires. You're just looking for the best and brightest, I would imagine. I saw you on, I think it was a judiciary panel where you got into the idea of individual liberties versus this kind of collectivist nature. And that's probably a little bit more in the weeds than we generally get on the show, but I really would like you to expand on that thought because I thought it was really interesting and also super important for how the U.S. citizen, the U.S. populace looks at what the government is supposed to do. Can you kind of expand on that a little bit?
Well, yes. I mean, you know, the founders of this country were part of a stream of really radical thought in you know, sort of an Enlightenment period where the concept was the elevation of man or woman as individuals with individual rights and individual responsibilities. That's very different than, frankly, thinking of most cultures historically, and certainly radically opposed to the Marxism that we saw in the 20th century. And DEI is really a form of Marxism. It's a form of collective justice and group think and group outcomes. And frankly, to be more clear about it, a system of racial spoils and a concept that we can right prior wrongs committed by individuals by punishing people today who had nothing to do with that and giving people spoils today who had no discrimination against them. And so, you know, these are at odds with the founding principles of our country, our Constitution, and our Declaration of Independence. And so I think I feel very good about being in the position of being able to return the concept of civil rights to individual responsibility, individual opportunity, and not group outcomes.
Yeah, I would happen to agree. Where do you see the biggest hurdle for the civil rights approach that you're taking at the Justice Department? And I know you probably can't comment too specifically, but of the states, the institutions, the localities that are pushing back, who do you see is pushing back the hardest or the most difficult to kind of get through?
Well, I'm not sure it's difficult as such because the law is on our side, but there are competing concerns. So, for example, a competing concern in being articulated when we go after these universities for grossly violating the rights of Asian and white students and discriminating against male applicants and so forth as well. You know, academic freedom. Well, we have the right to academic freedom and so forth. I don't really think that's quite on point, but what we're not doing is getting into micromanaging these schools as we're talking to them about correcting their wrong practices. They can go ahead and teach Marxism and you know, women's studies and ethnic studies and underwater basket weaving all day. It may affect the extent to which they qualify for federal funding if what they're doing is, you know, inconsistent with the national interest. But, you know, they can, there's no rule that says that schools have to get federal funding. So, you know, that we're doing a sort of a case by case analysis. But the other limiting factor is frankly just personnel. You know, a lot of people left the Civil Rights Division. And if I had a full complement of people here, we could be doing a lot more, but we're doing a lot with what we have so far.
I might be totally out of my depth as a guy who's definitely not a lawyer, but with all of these cases that you've got going on, how much, I guess, precedent do you think you're going to be setting versus how much you're just enforcing existing law that has already been decided, they're just deciding to break it, if that question makes sense?
Yeah, no, we're doing both. That's a great question. First of all, you start with implementing the current law, but look, in my entire career of over 30 years, I've been pushing the envelope on all of these issues already. So it's actually been very gratifying to see the United States Supreme Court, while I've been sitting in this position here in this office, agree with some of the aggressive positions I've taken in, you know, California in trial and appellate courts on issues like, you know, I sued Google over discriminating against a white male engineer and telling him he was inferior. That was a cutting edge case. Today, that's the law. Today, the United States Supreme Court in a 9-0 decision authored by Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson said that there are not different standards for white or black or any color or category applicants under Title VII, our federal employment discrimination statute. Everyone is treated equally. What a radical concept. But the court had not articulated as such until this year, although some of us lawyers like me have been doing that, taking that approach because we saw that that was a trend of the law for years. We have cutting edge cases happening right now in the Voting Rights Act area as well. United States Supreme Court has taken up a case involving racial gerrymandering that may drive the stake through racial gerrymandering, which has been a way of life in protecting safe districts for minority candidates, as well as, frankly, safe districts for Republicans around them for decades. And, these definitions are changing. It's very interesting. Texas is trying to do redistricting this week, and that's all the drama with these legislators who've gone on the run to Illinois, a very gerrymandered state itself. That is all kicked off by a letter that I sent to the state of Texas over 4 districts in Texas that are inconsistent with federal law. And now it's very interesting that the governor announced that the redrawn districts also include several districts that are majority minority, but they will be competitive for Republicans and Democrats as a jump ball. Like both parties can compete for those. They're no longer safe for one party or the other. That's America. Demographics change, political viewpoints change, and we shouldn't be locked into some racial spoils that are institutionalized.
That is fascinating. In kind of wrapping up, is there anything, I mean, we talked a lot about the DEI. Is there anything that is on your docket that the American people should look out for in the coming months and coming years?
Well, gosh, there's so much that we're dealing with that we haven't had a chance to get to. K through 12 discrimination, transgender related issues are something the DOJ is tackling head on. We have the first ever Second Amendment section coming soon into the Civil Rights Division, where we will be standing up for the rights of American citizens vis-a-vis their gun rights under the Second Amendment. That's a new thing that we instituted here under my leadership. And so we're really excited to redefine what civil rights means for Americans within the meaning of the law, but also current priorities of this administration. And I'm really thrilled and honored that President Trump and Pam Bondi put their faith in me to do this job.
Yeah, and we're all excited to see you guys, probably not the terminology I should use, but crack some heads over there at the DOJ. It's been really interesting to watch, and we're looking forward to everything you guys have coming down the pike here. Assistant Attorney General Harmeet Dillon, thank you so much for taking the time.
Thanks for having me.
Really, really appreciate it. Coming up next, we got some hilarious videos, again, opposed to the very serious conversation we just had. Coming up right after the break. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Got to admire what you've been able to do, not to weaponize, but to organize on these college campuses.
At Turning Point USA, we've spent 13 years building the machine, and last year we saw it pay off. Our grassroots army is making a real difference. Help us keep the momentum going. Donate today and keep TPUSA strong on campuses across America.
And for a gift of any amount, you'll receive your Big Gov Sucks Cooler. Claim yours today.
He was only 47. Aneurysm. Did he have life insurance? Do you? No. You got to get on it. Check out SelectQuote. Trust me, the peace of mind, it's worth it.
Life insurance is too important to put off another day. That's why SelectQuote makes getting coverage you need easy, for less than $1 a day. Now get up to a $2 million policy with no medical exam and same-day coverage.
Is your body ready for summer?
We're gonna build a body you can be proud of. You just give me 30 minutes a day for 21 days, and I promise you, the weight will come off.
This is 21 Day Fix, the perfect program to get you summer ready.
I am in perfect shape for my bikini.
I had that sexy little beef.
Get simple fitness, simple nutrition, fast results in just 21 days.
Get ready for summer with 21 Day Fix. This week, try it free at 21dayfix.com. That's 21dayfix.com.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product, so I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing. There's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 Steam Cleaning System, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 Steam Mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. Go to TPUSA.com if you want a free cooler with any donation amount. There's much of you emailing the email. No, you got to go to the website and donate, and then you'll square it from there. Free cooler, any donation, TPUSA.com. You can also email the show anytime you want, TPT at TPUSA.com. You can email whether you agree or whether you're wrong, or you can send us some hilarious clips like this. Somebody sent me this tweet. I think it's Matt Walsh that has been putting this video all over the place. It is fascinating. It is horrifying. It is so many different things. Crazy being the utmost. Watch this and we'll discuss.
I will die on this hill. I'm specifically talking about the Inga here. We're not talking about the Mexica. That's a whole separate type of sacrifice. If we're just looking at Tawantinsuyu, the Quechua people of the Incan Empire, they practiced sacrifices like most other civilizations throughout history did in times of crisis. So famine, natural disasters. But the unique thing about the Quechua is that when you're looking at like the Incan civilization, you essentially have the elites and then you have everyone else. Sacrifices were volunteers from the elite class because they believed that the elites were closer to the gods and could therefore appease them better. Also, in terms of sacrifice, they were kind about it. Hear me out. Because unlike the Mexica, when you're like ripping out a still beating heart out of someone's chest, the Inca would intentionally use coca leaves and would use chicha and would drug up the sacrifice and then leave them on a mountain, a cold, chilly mountain, to be exposed to the elements. Which, if you're a volunteer sacrifice where you're heavily drugged before you die. Also, I mean, I can equate human sacrifice throughout history to so many things. And I think the fact that a lot of people are commenting, oh, but the sacrifice, is again indicative of the fact that you have received a quite white education because you are knowing them for the bad things that they have done and not all of the wonders that they accomplished. So I hope that this maybe helps you understand a different part of my most favorite civilization of all time, the Inca.
This is one of those where, like, how much do we really need to say there? I think she said it all just for herself, but in case it needs to be reiterated at any length, sacrificing children is bad. We shouldn't do that. We also shouldn't glorify cultures that did that. Some cultures are different and some cultures are better. That's just the way the world works. I believe the Christian Western culture is the best and the American ideal is the best exemplification of that culture, where we don't sacrifice kids. And by the way, they were kind about it. She literally said that. They were kind about their child sacrifice, as if a volunteer 8-year-old being drugged and left on a mountain to die to appease the gods was kind in any stretch of the imagination. The bottom line here is that sometimes you should just be able to take these people's arguments and go, yeah, I'm not even going to respond to that, even though what we're doing right here is responding to that. It's just, in case it needs to be explained to any libs out there, there's really no justifying sacrificing children, especially if you're going to make the case like she is that, they did it in they killed you in a more humane way. Get out of here. Anyways, that's going to do it for us here at Turning Point tonight. Appreciate you sticking around. Charlie's going to take us out. We'll be back same time, same place tomorrow. God bless America.
Hello, my friend. Pat Boone here. You know our country's under financial assault like never before. Our government has put us $34 trillion in debt. The interest alone's more than we spend on military defense. And what's worse, other countries no longer believe the U.S. is a safe place to invest. There's a growing international movement to dump U.S. dollars at a record pace. Some economists say this may signal the end of the dollar. Now, these countries are instead buying gold, and I'm suggesting you do the same. My friends at Swiss America have been helping Americans like you and me for over 40 years to buy physical gold and silver for delivery to our homes or held in our IRAs. I've trusted Swiss America for nearly 25 years now, and you can trust them too. So don't wait. Call or text the number on your screen today for financial peace of mind in these troubling times.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes, and let's run it up to #1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the truth bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they play pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
So, I'm glad to see that they're still doing it because I think it helps us in the long run.
It's bad for the country, but for our policies.
But it is a disaster for the country. It's a disaster for our daughters. It's an absolute embarrassment. I mean, again, as a father of a girl athlete, to say that, like, hey, you're just going to have to deal with it because that guy's 8 inches taller than you and stronger.
Have you had to deal with that?
Not yet.
How would you?
I'd be vocal. I'd be.
And what's your advice
for
parents that have to deal? I mean, I think dads need to start rising up and saying, we're not going to put up with this stuff. I mean, what is this?
No, hey.
And because I know you, I don't think you would put up with this.
No, come on, not even like. And this will get me into trouble, but like, you have to call it out. You know, enough of the nonsense. Like, there's no political capital in destroying your child's future. To be woke, to be able to get the applause, like from, that crowd who hates your guts anyway. And so, I think it's so fundamentally important that we all have to become unafraid to speak up on these kinds of issues. And when you do, you realize there's actually a lot of us. It's the vast majority. But again, for years, we've been put into these corners. There was a time where if you said these things, you'd be canceled. You'd be thrown off social media. You'd be thrown out of the PTA meeting. You couldn't do that. So we have to stand strong for this. I've gone through enough of the child athlete sports thing. I have 5 kids. I'll get in trouble as a dad again for saying this, which is like, there's nothing quite as painful as like a 3-year-old's like triple header in softball. Like, if you're going to put in years of that kind of time, and then your daughter or your kid becomes a great athlete, and you just say, oh, well, I guess it was a good run. They're better than the other girls, but there's 3 dudes that just took their spot. I guess we're just going to take it. That's not going to work. That's the way society fails.
So in closing here, Don, because I know that, and thank you for being generous with your time. You got a packed schedule. The question we get a lot from the audience is, Charlie, how do I deal with the hate? Picking up on something you said it briefly. You said, the hate fuels me. I love the hate.
Yeah.
Because if you look at these amazing students, and do you notice, Don, we give the best tickets to our students?
They should.
Right? These are the warriors right here. And so when they say, Charlie, how do I deal with the hate at my high school? How do I deal with the hate at my college? You are uniquely positioned to be able to answer that because you've been hauled in front of Congress. You've been investigated. You've had a decade of hate. I think you have the second most death threats in the country next to your father.
Yeah.
How do you deal with that? And what's your advice to the patriots of all ages that don't know how to deal with that kind of hate?
Listen, you get used to it, okay? So for me, it actually started less about just the hate. It was more about the cancel culture. It was, we built hotels and buildings. We did that in a lot of cities. Most of them are liberal cities. We were, I got invited to every cool person party in New York City for decades. And then, it was gone like that. And I was like, wow, like these people that I thought were friends for decades, they don't call anymore. Then when you won, they called it, oh, I love what you were doing. I was like, no, dude, I was reading your Facebook post. Like, you're just trying to have the best of both worlds. It does take time, but I realized it was actually better, even from a business standpoint, to be a leader for a large group. If it was 50% of the country, it's like, wow, there's still something there, right? I'd rather be thought of by them as someone who's willing to have that conviction to fight for these things than be sort of agnostic to the general population. It was just another guy that was there. So it took a lot of time. I mean, it took a lot of, we lost hundreds of millions in business, not just on the sort of the lawfare side of things that we were fighting, but just people canceling because, well, one person in a group of 100 doesn't like you, so we're just not going to go to your hotels. That was hard to get used to, but once you got used to it, you realized there's still hope. And what you're fighting for is so much more important in the grand scheme of things. Again, you don't have to do everything like I did. I sort of took the aggressive approach on everything. You can have these conversations respectfully. I love what you do, and we did this in 16 and 15.
We've been doing it for 10 years. Don and I, who thinks Don should come to a college campus with me this semester? Wouldn't that be great?
I think
popular demand.
By popular demand. Listen, we were doing it before it was like a daily thing. When it was like, hey, once a month we went to Penn State. We went to one.
It was aggressive.
Up in Michigan State. We went up there. This is a 16 campaign, and it was me and Charlie and another friend of ours, Tommy. And we literally were about to get on the stage, and the state police were there, and they showed up. The state police, like the Michigan State Police showed up and were like, hey man, we can't tell you not to do this, but like this is bad. And the university, of course, made sure that all the radicals could get in, even though we oversold to the groups that were people like us.
You guys know what we're
talking about.
And
that was fine. You've seen all of this. And they go, we can't stop you from doing it, but we also can't guarantee your safety. And we're putting out like a notice right now that like you should not do this. Like it's against, common sense to be going out there. And we basically looked at each other.
Go.
I literally said, like, I would rather get my ass kicked right here, right now, than capitulate to the woke mob. And we did. And it was actually amazing. We were backstage. We were about to go on. And, like, what was it? It was like the offensive line of the football team showed up. Like, it's like, we love you guys. We're just here if anything goes wrong. Don't you worry. Like, I mean, these guys were like our unhired, unannounced, like, security detail. I'm looking at this guy. I'm not a small guy. I'm 6'1", 195. And I was like looking at this guy. I was like, I don't want to meet that guy if he's on the other side. But like, we went out and the energy in the room, there was a tension. And, our guys sort of hit these guys with facts and reality and just sort of shut them down. And so, what Charlie does when he goes there, he doesn't lose his cool. He keeps his temper. He talks about facts, and you realize their arguments fall apart so quickly because they don't actually have anything other than sort of the high-level soundbite that they're talking about. And so when you're able to reason with them, you see most of these people, they walk away, they're like, oh, I thought I was going to own this guy, and they're broken when they walk off the stage. Everyone sees it. Everyone knows it. So you don't have to do it perhaps the way we did it. And I'm even trying to alter some of that now because now, again, there's a broader coalition. We don't have to just be so forceful with it. You can do it with facts, logic, reason, and decency.
Don, I speak on behalf of all of our students. Thank you for all you do for our movement. You work your tail off. Donald Trump Jr., everybody.
Thank you, guys.
The Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
Mr. President, what are you doing up there?
Come down and talk to us.
What are you building?
The rank hypocrisy and dishonesty of what he's saying. I'm going to hold this up. Can you see this? Do you see this? I want Pritzker. Did CNN? Did y'all have him on to explain Illinois 13, this pinky-sized finger that goes across the entire state that was 100% drawn for partisan political purposes? But I haven't seen anything at CNN or pretty much any of the other major networks bringing him on, or the Democrats and his legislators that drew a map with districts that are far more gerrymandered than anything that the House, that the Texas maps that we're contemplating look like here today. So it's rank hypocrisy. That's my problem. And the dishonesty and the faux outrage. They're not mad that states are redistricting for partisan purposes. They're